Okay, go on. All right. Good morning, everyone. Thank you for your patience. It is 9:21 a.m., and I'd like to start this April 16th, 2026 meeting of the Harris County Commissioners Court to order. So let's start with our prayer. Commissioners, did you invite somebody
Yes,
for
so
the
I'll
prayer?
be introducing our officiant today on behalf of Commissioner Garcia, who invited. We are honored and so pleased to welcome today Sheikh Walid Bas Yoni to give the opening prayer today. Sheikh is here from the Clear Lake, Nasir Bay area. He is a respected Islamic scholar, educator, and community leader known for his clarity, depth, and practical approach to teaching Islam. He serves as the Imam of Clear Lake Islamic Center and has been actively engaged in serving Muslim communities.
We're not a Muslim nation. That's not allowed.
Thank you. We please follow the rules of decorum here.
I am a Christian.
Just a moment, ma'am. Oh, just a moment, folks.
We
Ma'am,
believe in respect and inclusion here. He holds advanced degrees in Islamic studies.
all right,
and has
Commissioner Briones. Yes, ma'am. If you'd like to make a statement, you need to make it at the dais, otherwise people will not record it. Folks that are making noises, I'm afraid that what we allow here, and this is for either side, and I know it sounds a little silly. If you support something, you can snap. Other than that, let's try to be quiet. If there's something congratulating someone, we'll clap. But ma'am, would you like to say something? If you'd like to, you can approach the dais, and I can give you a minute just like everybody else. Just mention your name for the record, please.
Mary Speck, this is not my original amendment. I want it to be on the record.
Excuse me, I didn't catch that.
My name is Mary Speck. I'm a Christian. We're not allowing Islams to come into our nation and take over. Heavenly Father, we ask you to protect this nation, protect this city. You see they're taking over. We're appreciating you to step in and let them know we love the Muslim people. Muslim people are great. It's the invasions we're not allowing. Taking over our nation and saying we need to bow down to Allah. No, we're not doing it. We bow down one king. There's only one king. His name is Jesus Christ.
Ma'am, thank you so much, and thank you for that prayer. We have a tradition of inviting folks from different faiths, and so all kinds of faiths will speak. So I ask you, just like we listened to your prayer, that you please let us go forward with the prayer for today. Thank you. Okay,
So
go
thank you.
ahead,
To
Commissioner.
continue, and again, to me, respect is non-negotiable for all people, and I say that as a proud Christian. My Christian faith teaches respect. So I will continue, and again, I welcome you, Sheikh Wahid, and so does Commissioner Garcia and the rest of court. He holds advanced degrees in Islamic studies and is studied under prominent scholars. He is particularly recognized for his expertise in Islamic jurisprudence, family counseling, and contemporary issues. In addition to his local leadership, he's the president of and senior instructor with Aim Agrahib Institute, where he has taught thousands of students nationwide. He's also involved in scholarly councils and advisory boards, contributing to Islamic research and guidance on modern-day matters. He is known for his ability to connect classic Islamic knowledge with real-life application, helping individuals and families navigate their faith with confidence and balance. His lectures and programs in person and online continue to inspire audiences across diverse communities. It is with respect that we invited you here today. You and all people deserve respect, and again, respect is non-negotiable on behalf of Harris County. So would you please come up and grace us with your prayer?
Honorable County Judge, Commissioners, good morning, and thank you for the opportunity to offer this invocation today. In the name of God, the most gracious, the most merciful, O God, Lord of all people, and the sustainer of all creation, we come before you humbly, grateful for the blessings of gathering in service to our community. We ask you to bless this body, the county judge, and each of the commissioners of Harris County with wisdom in their deliberations, clarity in their decisions, and sincerity in their intentions. as they take up the business before them, the policies, the budget, the decisions, large and small. Grant them unity without uniformity. Let their work reflect not the interest of the few, but the dignity of every soul they serve. O God, you have told us in your scripture, O humanity, we have created you from a male and female and made you into nation and tribes so that you may know one another. Grant us the grace to see our diversity not as a division, but as mercy, and to build country where every neighbor, every family, and every faith is honored. O God, you have taught us that community cannot thrive without justice, and no justice can stand without mercy. Help those leaders hold both in balance. Remind them that behind every agenda item, it's a human story. Bless our first responders, our healthcare workers, our public defenders, and every county employee who carries the weight of the community on their shoulders. Strengthen them, protect them, remind them that no good deed, however small, is ever lost in your sight. And bless the members of the public who have came today to be heard. Their presence is not an interruption. It is the very point of this gathering. O Lord, we pray that our country uses its strength with wisdom, restraint, and deep commitment to justice and peace, and that our men and women in service are protected and guided to what is right. O God, keep us honest, keep us just, and never let power make us forget the people it was meant to serve. Bless all who serve Harris County, seen and unseen, elected and appointed, uniformed and unsung. May their work matter, and may they know it matters. We ask all of this with humble hearts and hopeful spirits. Amen. Thank you.
Amen. Sheikh Walid Bassioni, thank you so much for your prayer. Thank you for your prayer.
All right, let's recite the prayer now.
Under God! Speak 100, 1,000. He speaks 1,600 different languages. And all we got in common is his name. Jesus Christ in English. Jesus Christo. Muhammad Jihad. Buddha. All of us got his name right. That's all we got right.
All right, so we'll start with speakers, colleagues, if that's okay. All right, go ahead, Tiffany.
J.K. Washington on item 17 and 428, Christopher Jenkins on item 134, Stephanie Valdez on items 300 and 366. You each have 1 minute.
Good morning, Judge and Commissioners. I'm Ken Washington from Lake Houston Community. I'm here due to the concern from our community on one of the Commissioner's proposals to inhibit law enforcement from working with federal law enforcement agencies, specifically ICE. In 24 years of law enforcement between the state, the city, and now the county, I've never seen government officials create obstacles like now to prohibit law enforcement from doing their job, especially when it would make our community less safe. The public statements I've heard from this court have created hysteria, distrust, and instead of understanding of the roles and responsibilities of our local law enforcement and federal agencies' relationships. Leave the law enforcement functions to those leaders elected and appointed to those roles to do their job effectively. Let the laws, policies, and Constitution dictate their jobs and not your idea of what should be done. Let's not create continued issues between our community because it's starting to harm us across the board and make issues that we don't need to have. Thank you.
Thank you, Ken.
So this is a fraught issue, so I'm going to ask folks, please, that we not clap or boo. Like I said, if you want to just snap, but there are two sides to this, so let's just respect each other. Go ahead.
Christopher Jenkins. Good morning, Commissioners Court Judge. I'm here to speak on item agenda 134 for intergovernmental and global affairs plus 428 on ICE. For some time now, the state and federal government has misled us and let us down, or they failed us completely. They're unable to discharge the powers of their office. And so, for the past years, we have COVID, natural disasters. And so I'm asking that the IGA work further for the county's legislative agenda, right, and make this place a better place. Since I haven't had my congressperson, Congressional District 18, which was oversight of our Homeland Security, Department of Defense, which I'm a part of with NASA and the TWIC card, it's just a lot of irregularities that's been going on in our communities. I feel like the IGA needs to step up and work with other departments to step up for the people, and as well as Commissioners Court, we need to fight the state and the federal government for doing harm to your guys' citizens. And so if we could invoke the amendment, 10th Amendment and the 25th
Thank
Amendment
you.
on the president
Thank you so
and the
much.
governor, thank you.
Judge.
And I will enforce the 1 minute rule. Yes.
Judge,
Yes.
Commissioner Ramsey's left. We do not have a quorum right now.
Oh, all right. So we're gonna. Do you need to call a break?
Yeah.
Okay, it's 9:33, and we're taking a break until Commissioner Ramsey returns. Okay, it is 9:34 and Commissioners Court is back in session, and we do have one colleague out who is usually always here, and our other colleague is always so usually always here, but he has an important speech to give in Atlanta, so we'll be patient. And of course, sometimes I'm not saying this is what you were doing, but like I might need to run to the restroom or something, so just be patient with us. All right, we'll continue listening to the speakers.
Stephanie Valdez, Juan Ortega, Dr. Melanie Johnson, you each have 1 minute.
Good morning, Commissioners. Good morning, Judge. My name is Stephanie Valdez, and I'm an organizer with the Coalition for the Environment, Equity, and Resilience, and I'm speaking on items 300 and 366. When I first got hired at SEER, these items were one of the first projects I was working on. I came into this work watching my colleagues, many who are here today, and have been working for this flood bond money for a long time. I saw the long hours, the advocacy, the push for equity standards, and the effort it took for us to get to a place where these funds were allocated in a way that were prioritized LMI, low to moderate income communities, and that just didn't happen. It was fought for. So it's frustrating to be here now, years later, still asking for basic transparency. We're being told projects are moving, some are out of bids, some are in design, and a few are in construction, but we're not given clear timelines of where this is happening. And that matters because these funds have deadlines. Deadlines that if we don't meet them, the state can come and take this money back. And we've seen how the state operates, and we cannot assume that they will give
Thank you. Your
grace.
time is up.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning, Judge and Commissioners. My name is Juan Ortega. I'm the Executive Director for the National Association of Minority Contractors. We strongly support Harris County's initiative to modernize compliance with the Texas Little Miller Act. This is a critical step towards creating a more transparent, consistent, and fair contracting environment. Today, inconsistent bonding requirements create confusion, increase costs, and discourage small and minority-owned firms from participating. This effort directly addresses those barriers. We support the county's plan to clearly define which projects require bonds, clarifying exemptions for maintenance contracts, and implement a centralized, standardized process for managing bonds across all departments. Just as important is the proposed exception process, which ensures transparency and accountability. These reforms will reduce administrative burdens.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning, Commissioners Court, County Judge Hidalgo. I don't have to tell you that a third of our children are not able to read by third grade. I don't have to tell you that this persists for 93% of the children into fifth grade, this lack of literacy. I don't have to tell you that 1 in 10 children in the country that are enrolled in public school reside in public school in the state of Texas, because you already know that, because you've already funded us generously with ARPA dollars that informed the legislation or the recommendation that you'll hear later on today. I'm a part of the Harris County Coalition on Early Childhood Education and Care, the steering committee that you've so generously supported us with to ensure that the ARPA dollars would inform Business Accelerator, a crosswalk to identify regulatory compliance, families, communications, and recommendations for legislative priorities.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Amanda McMillan on items 307 and 320. Lance Gilliam, items 307 and 320. Centrice Jones-Hare, items 307 and 320. You each have 1 minute.
Go ahead.
Good morning. My name is Amanda McMillan, President and CEO of United Way of Greater Houston. I'm here on behalf of working families who need greater access to quality, affordable early childhood education. When children from 0 to 5 have access to quality education and care, they achieve social, emotional, physical, and cognitive milestones that prepare them for long-term success in school and in the workforce, and we know the cost when they don't. If a child cannot read on grade level by third grade, they are 4 times more likely to drop out of high school. Lack of access to this care is a barrier to achieving financial stability, with 28,000 families on wait lists across the Gulf Coast region. And Texas employers lose almost $7.6 billion annually due to childcare-related absenteeism and turnover. But together, we can do something about it. Thank you for considering actions today that will increase access to the child care system, enhance the ability of providers to offer high-quality care, and streamline the conflicting regulatory requirements that providers have to navigate every day. And this all supports the long-term economic growth for Harris County.
Thank you.
Good morning, Judge. Good morning, Commissioners. My name is Lance Gilliam. I'm here on item 307. For almost 50 years, I've endeavored to support the creation of impactful public-private partnerships in communities throughout Texas, especially Houston and Harris County. About 10 years ago, I realized the lessons from creating public-private partnerships for economic development, affordable housing, grocery stores can be applied to increasing both the capacity and quality of our child care and early learning systems in Texas. In 2023, after a brief stint as a PhD student, I joined the staff at the University of Texas LBJ School of Public Affairs. As a senior fellow, I co-authored a white paper that you may find of interest, as its findings and recommendations are very much aligned with Commissioner Briones' and Commissioner Garcia's values and suggested actions regarding supporting the early childhood education and care ecosystems in Harris County. I'm pleased to distribute a copy of the report to your offices. If I may, for one final comment, I've been asked 100 times, how do we end homelessness? And the answer is we end poverty.
Thank you. Your time is up.
Thank you.
Good morning, Deus. I am speaking in support of families, providers, and businesses who depend on early childhood care and education for economic mobility in Harris County. Thank you, County Judge and Commissioners, for your investment of approximately $150 million early childhood dollars. That funding through ARPA funds was laid for a strong foundation and is already demonstrating returns that will exceed the initial cost. However, recent 2026 Child Care Desert data demonstrates that progress has been made, yet we still have work to do. 16 zip codes in Harris County lack adequate access to child care, and 10 of those are labeled chronic right here in Harris County because they have been in that condition for at least 3 consecutive years. Yet, the state has not seen it important to have Houston representation on the Governor's Early Childhood Task Force. Through continued collective efforts and support in connecting families to resources, strengthening provider
Thank you so
sustainability,
much.
we can have a more resilient, economically
Thank
sound
you.
Harris County.
Appreciate
Thank
you.
Ernest Lewis on items 307 and 320. Juliet Stepecci, items 307 and 320. Taylor Landon, items 307 and 320. And Desmond Taylor, items 307 and 320. You each have 1 minute.
Good morning, Judge and Commissioners. I'm Ernest Lewis III, Vice President of Community Impact and Vitality with Baker Ripley, and I'm here on behalf of working families, child care providers, and young children across Harris County. And I want to thank the court for making a priority early childhood education and care. And at Baker Ripley, childcare is integral to our mission. And through our Head Start and Pre-K programs, our partnership with the Gulf Coast Workforce Board, and our work with the county and United Way through Early Reach, we see every day how access to care enables parents to work and children to begin strong. But the need is urgent. As you heard Amanda say, more than 28,000 families in our region are waiting for childcare assistance, and families are ready to move forward, but unable to do so without stable care. And when care is unstable, families fall behind, providers struggle to stay open, and children miss critical early learning moments. And when we invest simply and support and strengthen families and honor providers, we grow a dynamic workforce. This is an opportunity for all of us to lead with collective action and take responsibility
time
for
is
our
up.
children. Thank you.
Oh, go ahead. Go ahead.
I'm
Yeah.
sorry.
If you once you approach the dais, you're welcome to start.
Oh, well, thank you so much.
No,
Good
thank
morning,
you.
Judge
Good
Hidalgo,
morning.
Commissioners. My name is Juliet Stepech. I'm the Executive Director of the Gulf Coast Workforce Board and its operating affiliate, Workforce Solutions Gulf Coast. I'll start by saying quality childcare is economic infrastructure. Today, we serve 55,000 children, representing roughly 25,000 families across the region, and yet there are thousands that remain on the wait list. And employers are absorbing the cost with turnover, absenteeism, and reduced productivity. When access to childcare increases, workforce participation follows. This is one of the most immediate levers that we have to expand the labor market. Recently, the Texas Workforce Commission provided us with a grant in which we partnered with the University of Houston to design and to develop a childcare business accelerator program. We built a model, but we did not have the capacity to continue to scale it. The county's proposal gives us that opportunity. We look forward to working with the county to make sure that we have opportunities for childcare businesses to learn more about access to capital, operational support, and clearer pathways through government systems. I look forward to continuing this collaboration.
Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Taylor Landine. I'm the Executive Vice President at the Greater Houston Partnership, and I wanted to take this opportunity this morning just to tell you why early childhood education and a strong system of early childhood is so important to the business community. The early childhood education system is a pillar of workforce development. So if you think about the front end of the pipeline, if we can get the front end of the workforce development pipeline, those critical years 0 to 4 and 5 right, then kids will enter kindergarten more prepared to learn and get on the trajectory to being reading on grade level by the 3rd grade. and it supports the very back end of the workforce pipeline, the workers that we need most to continue the economic momentum of this region are the ones that depend most heavily on a strong system of early childhood education. So we're really pleased to be a part of this work. We appreciate that the commissioners are taking the approach of taking
Thank you.
care
Your
of our own
time is
house
up.
first, and then we can
Thank you.
go about building a strong system. Thank you.
Welcome, Commissioner. Go ahead.
Good morning, Judge Hidalgo and Commissioners. My name is Desmond Taylor, Program Administrator of Government Relations and Board Affairs at the Gulf Coast Workforce Board. In Harris County, the challenge before us is clear. When it comes to child care, demand far outpaces supply, and our workforce is paying the price. The reality is simple. Parents need child care to work, employers need a reliable workforce, and children need early education to succeed. Items 307 and 320 will make transformative investments that will shift the trajectory of our county and state's future for families, employers, and people by expanding access, increasing high-quality seats, and supporting upskilling providers. We can reduce wait lists, strengthen families, and deliver a more resilient workforce. This, coupled with intentional strategies and outreach to leverage state resources during the upcoming 90th legislative session, will position Harris County as the gold standard. I urge you to prioritize child care as critical infrastructure, because when we support our children and families, we bridge people to opportunities and fuel our local economy. Thank you.
Thank you.
Peniel Otto on items 39 and 100. Rafael Rivas on item 319. Amy Zachmeyer on item 319. And Dorothy Dupai on item 333. You each have 1 minute.
Go ahead.
Good morning. Many times I've come to listen to people talk about what's going on in their neighborhoods regarding this flood bond, all right? And to sit here and watch people common times come in here and talk to y'all on situations where y'all simply just aren't listening is kind of crazy and it's kind of appalling. People come out here midweek and cut out their work days to sit here and talk about what's going on in their neighborhoods, and y'all sit here and just look at them. So it kind of goes down to y'all are in elected positions, right? Elected seats. So I'm just confused as to how tax dollars that are paying y'all salaries aren't being used to help the community, right? In a lot of situations, this is how this country was founded, right? When people start feeling like they're not being represented by their taxes, there's a problem. And I feel like if y'all truly want to be in these seats come November, y'all should know people are watching, and y'all should start doing better. When people aren't heard, they actually start protesting. And I'll hate for y'all to be the reason why people start protesting in Houston. Thank you.
Can you please state your name for the record?
My name is Peniel Otto.
Thank you.
Hi, I'm Amy Zachmeyer, and I am here to talk about item 319 and the overall issues of just making sure that workers are able to have dignity, respect, get paid, and be safe on their jobs. One of the things that I'm very proud about, and I'm proud to call each of you, our elected leaders, is that you take workers and the working people of Houston very seriously. You hold your responsibility for making sure that they're treated with that dignity, respect, and come home safely at the end of the day and are able to take care of their needs. You hold that really dear to all of your hearts. And we have just been made aware of some issues that have been going on, specifically at LBJ, that are really concerning, and I appreciate how seriously this body is taking that issue. The things I want to name are that I don't think that this is a one-time issue. I don't know. I don't have the data.
Thank you. Your time.
Thank you so much.
But I appreciate you, and I would like you to do a full investigation into the job.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning, Commissioners Court. My name is Dorothy Dupuis. I am the Community Affairs Advisor and Public Relations Specialist with Houston Haitians United, and I am here this morning concerning item 333 regarding our request to hold our Houston Haitian Flag Day picnic at McClendon Park in Precinct 4. Thank you. And we're here to answer any questions as we continue to build friendship between local Haitians and the wider Houston community. The event is open to all. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning, Commissioners and Judge. My name is Rafael Rivas, organizer with Smart Sheet Metal Workers, Local Union 54. I'm here today on behalf of all workers to raise concerns regarding prevailing wage compliance on LBJ Hospital Expansion Project. This serious concerns of misreporting and potential violations on a taxpayer-funded project. These are Harris County's residents and taxpayers who supported this hospital, and they deserve a fair treatment. If these violations are confirmed, work should pause until issue is fully resolved and workers are paid what they owe. Thank you for your time and commitment to our community.
Thank you. Judge?
Yes, Commissioner Garcia.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. I want to take a few points of personal privilege before we continue on with the speaker. So please let me apologize for delaying the agenda just a little bit. But first, I want to recognize and celebrate our astronauts. Artemis did an incredible thing, and they are back. And so I want to recognize their incredible work and what they're doing and how their work impacts our region and the specific Artemis program. I've been able to attend some of the astronaut graduations, and it's just an amazing thing to witness and to learn of who the men and women are that we are asking to go out into space to do those incredible things. This work is led in large part out of NASA Johnson Space Center, which is right here in Harris County in Precinct 2, where Mission Control continues to guide these historic missions. And so just so proud that NASA is a part of Precinct 2. Secondly, or lastly, just to say that as Houstonians, you know, we've always had that infamy of NASA and the work and the challenges that have happened regarding NASA. I'm proud, humbly proud that Challenger 7 is a part of my portfolio these days, and we're doing everything to continue to honor our astronauts, especially those who have paid the ultimate sacrifice. So just let's give it up. Let's give it up for NASA and the Artemis astronauts. My second point of personal privilege is that I just returned from a leaf placing ceremony recognizing our Vietnam veterans and how they were not welcome in the best way during their time of conflict. But it was also very special because the Marines and Navy men and women were there because Fleet Week has started, and I will tell you, I had a long day yesterday. My day started at 2 in the morning. Ultimately was able to embark on the USS Kearsarge out in the open sea. It was a very exciting thing. But to see those Navy men and women, and then watching Captain Rosie Gosinski lead that bridge and just how she commanded her men and women. And it was pretty cool to see several young ladies also being a part of very, very significant areas of responsibility on that ship. So all that to say is that we will be seeing more service men and women in uniform walking around the city of Houston, around Harris County. So when you see them, please welcome them. I've told them that we are the friendliest place in America and that we should live up to that reputation. So please extend a hand to them, honor them, respect them, salute them, so that they know that we appreciate their respective work here. And then also, if you're happen to be a business owner and they walk in there, you know, I know you got to pay bills, but let's make sure that they know that they are appreciated and do everything we can to honor them. This is a very special occasion. It has never happened in Texas So the fact that they are here, and if you want to go out to Galveston or LaPorte specifically, you might be able to get a clear shot of the Kearsarge and the St. Louis. It's very impressive. But I also want to say to our Houston pilots, it was very, very impressive to see how they helped to birch that ship in LaPorte, and it was the most incredible thing. Our ship channel is not the easiest place to navigate. I was talking to the captain about the Texas chicken that our pilots have to navigate on a regular basis. So it was just impressive to see how the Houston pilots, Captain Glass in particular and Clint, how they worked to get that huge vessel. It was it's referred to as an LHD-3, which stands for Landing Helicopter Deck, and the third one, which means that particular ship is designed more specifically for the landing and launching of helicopters from its particular vessel. So very, very, very proud to see that. And then lastly, I want to say, Imam, I apologize. I couldn't be here because I was trying to attend to the wreath laying ceremony. But I want to thank you for coming here. You always answer the call when we ask for your thoughtful prayer and just kind words and words of respect and honor that I just can't say enough as to how proud, number one, to call you a personal friend and to call you one of the imams that happens to be in Precinct 2. I am so proud of that. And look, while others may cast disparaging words or stones, just know that I do my very best to take them first so that they don't land on you. I will always have your back. I will always have the hard-working and beautiful Muslim community that makes Houston their home. They contribute so much. They do so much. There are leaders. There are teachers. There are medical professionals. They're helping us save lives, touch lives, and change lives. And so I just want to tell you that thank you for taking the call to yet start us again with a prayer of humanity and respect and love and appreciation. And again, my apologies if there's ever any disrespectful word or intention sent in your direction. Please know that they land on me first. So thank you so very much. Assalamu alaikum. Thank you.
Mr. Garcia, thank you for bringing up the Artemis. I mean, that's something that reminded me of 1960-something when we landed on the moon. Everybody in here, well, some of you weren't here in 1969, but those of us that were, it was a big deal. I loved what our local astronaut pilot, Victor Glover, shared as he was going around on the backside of the moon, and he came out and he shared his thoughts was clearly that he described Earth as a shared spaceship and a precious oasis in the emptiness of space created by our Lord God Almighty. I think that's a word. That's an inspired word, and our astronaut groups in the area, they do a great job, and we'll be also laying a wreath on Saturday as we celebrate our veterans. Also, Fleet Week. Adrian, they won't let me drive a boat. They won't even let me in the cabin with the people that are driving the boat. But it is impressive what happens as they come, and so this is a big week. This is kind of the Super Bowl of most folks don't have that kind of experience in terms of Fleet Week. So thank you for bringing that up.
Thank you, folks. All right, let's continue with the speakers.
Juan Rubio on item 319. Eden Morales on item 324. Angel Reyes on item 342. You each have 1 minute.
Judge,
Yes, Commissioner.
I believe we have some special guests in.
Okay,
Okay,
thank
just
you.
want to let you know.
So, okay, let's hear from the speaker and then we'll call our guests up.
Good morning, Commissioners. My name is Juan Rubio. I am the Policy Coordinator at Workers Defense Project. I'm here to speak on item number 319 concerning the hospital expansion at LBJ. Earlier this week, our organizing team visited the site and spoke directly with some of the workers who were on site. Several reported that they were not being paid adequately, and they were able to corroborate that not all workers were receiving the prevailing wage. Many were also very hesitant to speak out due to fears of retaliation. These are workers doing critical work to build the essential public infrastructure that we all depend on. When public dollars fund these projects, we have a responsibility to ensure that workers are treated fairly and paid what they're owed. And I appreciate the work that all of you do and the court does to make sure this is being done. We all appreciate it. But at the same time, we're here to urge the court to advocate for strengthened oversight enforcement on publicly funded construction projects to ensure accountability and protect workers from retaliation, ensure they receive the payment, funding, and the resources they need to. Thank you.
Thank you. Your time is up.
Thank you so much. Okay, so we do have some special guests from FIFA. You guys know we're hosting several games during the 2026 FIFA World Cup, and our 2026 Houston World Cup President Chris Canetti's here, as is Ryan Walsh. We just returned from a wonderful trade mission with 3 nations that are big soccer titans. That is Germany, the Netherlands, and Portugal. And it was really exciting. They're all playing games here, and it was really exciting to connect sports and business. And so we were meeting with these teams, these national teams that are just the biggest deal there and internationally for the billions of people that follow football, soccer. And so we met at these teams' headquarters and with their coaches or the president of the organizations, et cetera. And so the businesses were enticed to come and have those discussions. And of course, we're having fruitful conversations about investments in Harris County from those discussions. And I had the pleasure of meeting with the mayor of Portugal. We had a reception with a U.S. ambassador to the Netherlands, and of course, leaders of major companies, including the largest chemical company in the world. So it was a very productive trip. But for me, the most exciting was really getting to understand all the details of the amazing event that FIFA World Cup here in Houston is going to be. And so I'll welcome our speakers and thank you guys so much for taking the time to be here.
Good morning, Judge, Commissioners. Thank you all so much for giving us a few moments to speak with you all today. Ryan Walsh, CEO of the Harris County Houston Sports Authority, and really excited to be here today, not only because it's an opportunity to thank you for your support and collaboration, but it's also to bring some special guests from FIFA and have them see the value of the collaborative efforts that are happening in Harris County. Not just for FIFA, but certainly in a larger scale. March was the best month that Houston and Harris County have ever had from an events and sports perspective, and I think it's only going to get better this summer. We're excited about that. We certainly appreciate your support, your collaboration, being able to work with you all so closely to make this happen, certainly out at NRG Stadium, the county's crown jewel facility, I'll say. But appreciate all that you're doing, and I want to bring up Chris Canetti and have him talk a little bit more our guest today.
Well, thank you, Ryan, and good morning, everybody. It's a pleasure to be here. Believe it or not, we are 56 days away from the start of the World Cup. So it is here. It is happening very soon with the first match on June 11th and the first match here in Houston on June 14th. And we have our guests from FIFA who are in town today at this junction, 56 days out, to get a final briefing of all the great things that are going on in Houston in our preparation. So I would like to bring up Jaimo Sergi and Amy Hopfinger, who are 2 of the highest ranking officials at FIFA North America in charge of the World Cup, who are here with us today. Again, to get a final briefing before the first matches are played. So I'll let Jaimo and Amy say a few words, and then they have some gifts for you and hopefully a photograph as well.
Thank you. Thank you, Chris. Thank you for giving us the opportunity to come here to meet all of you. This is our final tour of all the 16 host cities. So we're coming to visit. We're looking at the state of preparations. And, I have to say, Houston is one of the best prepared because this is all about people. This is all about relationships. This is all about communication and making it work, right? The World Cup is coming. It's a giant platform for whatever you need it to be. It's here. And I think you guys have maximized the opportunity. You also looked at legacy opportunities, obviously, which is very, very important because the World Cup will come and go, right? But the legacy is here to stay. So thank you very much for all your efforts in this. Thank you for your support, and thank you for making us feel welcome every time we come to Houston.
Thank
and
you.
I'm sure it's going to be great.
And we know you guys are so busy and work on this massive international undertaking. But just want to make sure I explain, and this was my spiel when we were in Europe, is the county contains 34 cities, as you know, including Houston, and the stadium where the games are going to take place is the county stadium. And we're very, very proud to have a community that is just so excited. Lots of immigrants, lots of tolerance, and I've had the pleasure of meeting some of the other officials, your colleagues, and just totally confident that this is going to be very well run. Maybe you can share with us a little bit, and of course this is our governing body meeting, sort of like city council, but for the county.
Sure.
So maybe you can share with us a little bit about your visit today and sort of what you guys are up to.
So basically, we're meeting all the stakeholders. We're having a look at the state of preparation. We're going to have talks about the Fan Fest. We're meeting the FIFA team here. We have a team here in the city representing us because it's impossible to do this, from Zurich or even Miami. So we have, people on the ground to really understand, how the World Cup concept applies to the city of Houston, right? And we've given a lot of flexibility because we know, all our 16 cities are so diverse and are so different, have different needs, different challenges, and we try to accommodate all of that by really customizing it. I think, for us, this is the final tour. As Chris said, it's, around the corner and really, coming and filling ourselves as well with confidence. Right? Instead of sitting in the offices in Miami, traveling around, meeting all the wonderful people who are working on this project, and giving them a final push, a final motivation, final support, final open issues. We're here, to solve all of those. This is the purpose of these meetings.
Yeah, speaking of NASA, I appreciate that you guys granted us an exception to be able to have a NASA booth right outside the stadium. So that's really understanding the importance of NASA and all of that to our community. So thank you for that. And I know Chris has probably bent your ear about this already, but how we have flights to all the cities, and so as you visit the other cities, just know Houston, we really are special in many ways. And I regret that we're having to have this conversation in public. I know your guys' schedule is so tight, but I just wanted to tell you I welcome you with open arms. Please go ahead.
Just reiterate our thank you to the city, to the county. From day one, going back to bidding, Houston has really led by example, which has been an amazing push for our other host cities. So just reiterating the thank you, excited about what's to come over the next 57 plus 39 days, but more importantly, what Houston looks like after the World Cup. The support that you guys have all had for the legacy programs, for the 23 mini pitches, has been outstanding and is really a testament to how Houston's approached the World Cup. So excited about what's to come, excited about what's to come after the World Cup for Houston as well.
For sure, thank you. And are we going to be able to bring the bus from the Netherlands?
Believe it or not, the answer to that is yes. The Netherlands bus is on a ship headed to the Galveston port, and
That's not orange, is it?
yes, sir.
It's not burnt orange. Okay, as long as it's not burnt.
It's
yeah.
Bright.
And our team worked out the proper registration so the bus can actually drive around here in Texas. So it's on its way.
Yeah, so folks, and also for the media, I'm agnostic as to all the teams that are playing that are not the U.S., but one example of the fun traditions is the team from the Netherlands. They have this massive march, and Oranje March is what I learned in the Netherlands. And so thousands of fans walk for 2 hours. And y'all can look this up online. It's so impressive. They have a choreography. So, this is packed group of people all wearing orange, and they jump to one side and they jump to the other side. And we did get an invitation to wear our Dynamo shirts since they're orange and be part of the march. And so a really important part of this is they have these buses, and maybe I'm using the wrong word, but the real special leaders ride on sort of this small bus that is part of the celebration. And so, they wanted to bring the bus. So we didn't know if it would be possible, but we are bringing it. And so we're really working on all those small details so all the fans are able to feel at home and really celebrate their traditions. And so the rest of us are able to be a part of that. So, there were 5 million people on the draw for World Cup ticket. I don't know anybody who got it because there's 500 million people who looked for one, and we know it's very limited, but there's so much around this outside of the stadium. There's going to be a fan fest east of downtown. Is going to be going every single day, unlike other cities where we can all go and watch the games from there with our community on a big screen. These folks have been working so hard. And the last thing I will say is, obviously, especially after that Astroworld tragedy, and just as Director of Homeland Security Emergency Management, my question was always, how are we making sure that this is going to be safe? And, I've had already a meeting with these folks and the security lead from FIFA, and I'm about to have another one. And the sense that I'm getting is, they're such pros at this, and there are real thorough standards that they're implementing in every community, and we have just the best of the best in charge of that. So I'm feeling quite confident about it, and we'll have that discussion again. But this is a once-in-a-lifetime thing, you guys. We're expecting 1 billion people at least to be watching, and it's crazy. Probably, is it more than that? Is it like half the world? Yeah, like half the world is going to be watching this. So it'll be, it's just really a treat for us to be able to host all those games here in Houston, including some really, really exciting ones. So why don't oh yes, please go ahead.
If I could say one more thing, just for all Houstonians that are looking to be part of the World Cup, we do have some additional ticket releases that have just happened, including for some tickets for Houston games. There'll be a little bit more of a ticket release next week. So we've been able to reconfigure some things in the stadiums, open up some more tickets. So if you are one of those that didn't get tickets, there is another opportunity.
Okay, so we'll look out for that, and we'll make sure that to pass it on to the press. Thank you. That's great. Thank you so much. Okay, so we have anything to add? Yes. So let me give my colleagues an opportunity to speak. Commissioner Garcia, Briones, and then Ramsey.
Thank you. Ryan, thank you for your work and your leadership. I know that you went over to the Sports Authority without any hair. But had you gone, knowing you, as hard as you work, you probably wouldn't have had any.
I would not, no.
And Chris, I don't know how you have hair, given how hard you've been working, man. So thank you all very much. And Tammy, thank you for your work representing the county in this framework and making sure that our respective stakeholders and partners around Harris County are all included and engaged and communicated with. So thank you so very much. And Commissioner Briones, thank you for your work and with the National Association of Counties. She's always providing the association with updates on how things are going. And trust me, because of what she communicates, we are the envy of those host counties. They are all just fit to be tied that the relationship that has been constructed is so tight and strong and positive, and others feel neglected. They're not spoken to. They don't know what's really going on, and so it's just been an incredible teamwork. And I just want to thank Commissioner Briones for her respective leadership in this as well. But to the FIFA officials, thank you for all your work, and thank you for making sure that you allow us to do everything we humanly can do to make sure that this is by far one of your best events. The goal of everyone involved, I know, is intended to leave you with the impression that you ought to, just like everybody else, Houstonians come from a lot of different places. But when you talk to them, those who came from somewhere else, they often say, I wasn't born in Houston, but I got here as quickly as I can. I hope that after everything is said and done, that because of the professionalism, because of the leadership, because of the communication, because of the engagement, because of our commitment, that you're going to say, this World Cup is over, but we got to get back as quickly as we can. That is the ultimate goal. And I just want to tell everybody that we didn't get here by accident. There's so much work that went into this. And I know that the host committee, or the FIFA committee, better yet, looked at things like our infrastructure, looked at things like our transit system, looked at things like our public safety systems and agencies, looked at all those intricate details, because ultimately those are the foundations as to whether or not an event has the potential, with everything else aside, to be successful or not. And I am so proud that the housing, hotels capacity, the stadium capacity, all those things are details that we don't think about. We think, FIFA picked Houston out of the thin air. We submitted a nice proposal. It doesn't necessarily work that way. And so many others, and look, so many different mayors and county judges and commissioners contributed to our success of getting here, that they all should be taking pride that we are celebrating this occasion. But again, thank you for all your work. I just can't wait to see this happen. So many people are just waiting in anticipation. The Airbnbers are waiting to start registering tenants. Restaurants are coming up with FIFA plates and things of that nature. I think there's a few World Cup drinks that are being formulated right now. But everybody is in high anticipation to participate and support and make sure that this event happens, just beautifully, seamlessly. And again, I've been in constant communication with our public safety officials, and I just want to communicate to folks that the safety of this event really depends on us, on every one of us. We have the first and foremost greatest opportunity to ensure that everything goes off without a hitch. And so I just ask everyone to please be diligent. Please help stay in communication with folks. Please let us know if you see something that doesn't look just right. And that's how we're going to make sure that above all the law enforcement coordination that is taking place, that we as individual citizens can contribute to the safety and security and make sure that we have a World Cup event that remains the envy of the world. So thank you again for all that you've done, and just looking forward to seeing this happen. So thank you very much. Oh, and one more thing. I do want to recognize that a separate part from the World Cup, it should be sort of related, but we have a student organization from Aldine ISD. They are called the Aldine Votes. So will all the Aldine students please stand so we can recognize you? They're led here by Daniel Mesa, who is a community and civic organizer with Aldine, but also a trustee with with Lone Star Community College. Where are you, trustee? Oh, there you go. Thank you very much. Appreciate your work. And these students, I think, come from they come from several of the schools. So there's some of the students are coming from the Young Women's Leadership Academy, MacArthur General High School, Davis High School, Blanson CTE High School, Avalos P Tech High School, and Aldine High School. So as I always tell my Aldine students, don't hate, but I went to a Northside High School. So, but listen, we're honored to have you. We're going to take pictures after all this is done. So please stay put so we can make sure to recognize you as well. Thank y'all very much.
Thank you, guys. Let's move on to Commissioner Briones.
So first of all, Commissioner Garcia, thank you for your kind words, and thank you. You've been working on this for years tirelessly, and especially with your expertise and experience as our former sheriff and all of your decades in law enforcement, the safety and security planning, just thank you for championing that, the economic development, so many pieces. So you're so kind, and thank you for being at the helm. And this really is a team effort. So to the FIFA officials, welcome. We're so energized to have you here, and we're so thankful for the opportunity to be one of the host cities and to have been working alongside you for many years. And we look forward to executing with excellence together. To Ryan Walsh, thank you for being such a tremendous leader. And Chris Canetti, you too. You both have just been at the helm. And I'm so proud when we're having these conversations with other jurisdictions and with other FIFA officials, and they say that Houston-Harris County is leading the pack. It's because of Chris and Ryan and the team. So thank you both tremendously. And of course, Director Tammy Narvaez, thank you for being the quarterback for all of the Harris County partners and for me and all of our colleagues and departments. So thank you. And of course, Aaron Mitzberg-Spiegel on my team. But the reason we're so thrilled, and I hope everyone in our community is as fired up as we are expecting about a $1.5 billion economic impact here at home. And we've been very focused on how we can make sure that we're promoting local businesses and keeping the opportunity here at home. So the Buy Houston program, how we've been able to build in terms of the workers' rights and safety, the human rights component, the sustainability and environmental component. I mean, it really has been this very holistic, and I appreciate FIFA's principles and commitment to this across the globe. We're also, all four of us are thrilled on the Grow the Game. As a former teacher, I'm so happy that we will be able to help underserved youth get access to be able to play soccer on these fields. So thank you for that lasting investment. We're also just incredibly energized. To me, most of all, it's because soccer's the world's game. And literally half the world is going to be watching us here at home. And this is a moment where Harris County, in unity, we're showcasing what we have here at home on the world stage. And to do it in a way that is safe, to do it in a way with unity and excellence, to me is the great opportunity. And soccer and all sports bring people together. And so it's, especially now, we need this unity more than ever. So I appreciate the opportunity to be one of the host cities. My colleagues and I welcome you, and we're all in. We have been and will continue to be all in, and we're here to support in any way we can. So thank you.
Commissioner Ramsey.
Welcome. Thank you for coming by today. I know y'all are busy. You don't need another long speech. I echo everything Adrian and Leslie just made. You are so welcome here. But the big deal is you trusted us. Thank you for trusting us. We're the third largest county in America. I think we're the best. You probably heard that before. But we really do, I think, function at a higher level. We try to do that. We want to do anything we can to help and support you. Chris, thank you for what you do, what you continue to do. Ryan, Tammy, y'all keep us posted, keep us just letting us know. We drive the trucks and we clean the parks. We take care of stuff. So just tell us what you need and it'll happen. But so I like the fact that there'll be a legacy. We'll have these, what's equivalent to 6 Super Bowls in Harris County, and it'll be great. And then everybody will leave. I just want you to know in Precinct 3, there's going to be 8 more soccer fields. We already have 8 fields in this one complex. We're going to add another 8. That'll be 16 soccer fields where kids will come from all parts of the next 20 county area and play soccer there. That's what FIFA is doing for this region. You are providing something that'll be lasting long after these games are over. So thank you for your leadership. Look forward to the games.
All right, thank you all so much, and we do have some presents for you all. So I'll share from here what they are because we won't have the mic later. And you guys, I know, are visiting City Hall. The former mayor, late mayor, was a friend of many of us, and he used to say that as Texans and Houstonians, we're country, but we're also chic. And so I will demonstrate that to you all with some belt buckles that you can wear next time you're in town. Make sure they let you in through the airport. And then I have some challenge coins, and those are if folks in emergency management or the military use those, as you know. So as head of emergency management, I have a coin, and basically shows all the emergencies that we faced. Some of them, and so you'll see hurricane and flood and COVID and chemical fires. So yeah, it's been a really trying time for the community, but this is a very resilient community. So I'm glad that we have this treat for everybody to be able to enjoy the World Cup here. So anyway, thank you all so much. Let's give these folks a round of applause. They're international leaders. Thank you. Folks, so it's 10:31, so we're going to take a brief break just to greet the representatives from FIFA.
We are back from our break, and Judge Hidalgo suggested we continue. She's a little busy at the moment, so we're going to continue on with our agenda. Lucinda, can someone guide me as to what we need to do? Are we doing consent?
No, Judge, I'm sorry, Commissioner, we're still doing speakers. So
Okay, speakers. Let's continue with our speakers. Next one.
Eden Morales on item 324, Angel Reyes on item 342, and Doris Brown on item 300 and 366. You each have 1 minute.
Good morning. My name is Angel Reyes, and I'm a resident of Harris County Prison 4. And first, I'd like to thank Commissioner Briones for the opportunity to speak today. And I am here to support item 324, which requests that county judge execute an agreement between Street Soccer USA and Harris County Prison 4. This agreement would authorize the installation of mini pitch soccer fields on Harris County Juvenile Probation Department property located at 6500 Chuney Rock. I believe this will create a safe space for young people to stay active, engaged, and help reduce time that leads to negative influence, while also projects like this strengthen community connection by giving families, youth a positive place to gather and grow together. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you so much.
My name is Edin Morales. I am a resident of Precinct 4. I want to thank the Commissioner Briones for the opportunity to speak. I'm here to speak in favor of item 325, which is the agreement between Harris County and Precinct 4 Forward to support the funding coordination and implementation of Barnett Bailyn Park Master Plan. This is because of how it would improve the community's quality. Because it would improve the community's quality of life by making safer and more accessible with modern amenities. It would also support long-term neighborhood growth and boost economic activities by increasing community programming and enhancing public spaces for families. Another reason would be how it strengthens coordination and accountability for creating an unified partnership to manage funding and implementations efficiently. Thank you, Commissioner Briones and the court for your commitment to investing in projects that strengthen our neighborhood and for the guidelines of opportunities to speak and see it.
Thank you.
Hello. My name is Daniel Lopez. I am a resident of Precinct 4. I first want to thank Commissioner Briones for the opportunity to be able to speak. I'm here to speak in favor of item 325 because this oversight maintains the roads to not flood when a terrible storm approaches us. The Southwest area is known for always getting flooded due to the cost of the streets, dirty sewers, and also construction sites that never get completed. The partnership will also help by benefiting the community and having better communication with each other, more safer environment, and in all, just an enjoyable moment for the people. The foundation should also help in bettering the security for the community, especially since problems can occur and it can lead to even worse situations. We must assure the safety of our community first in order to maintain this community park safe for everyone to enjoy. Thank you for hearing me out.
Morning, all. My name is Doris Brown. How long should we tolerate this blatant disrespect? Where is the accountability and transparency that is expected from the flood control district? The lack of progress has eroded trust in LMI communities and all precincts. The dashboard has not been updated and there are no details that restores hope in residents. We fought, protested for money for the flood bond, which is $750 million, but still no progress. Yet to date, with deadlines looming and delays, which is risking the loss of critical funding and a lack of spending and plans for projects, we are at a greater risk of having the money clawed back to the GLO 2027 and 2028. Will be up on us and no progress. Why? The flood bonds are public dollars that are dedicated to LMI communities addressing the worst first in every precinct. We are still flooding and no disastrous events. Okay.
Next is Josue Vasquez on item 345, Carolyn Rivera on item 366, Jennifer Hadaya on item 412, and James Smith on item 412. You each have 1 minute.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Josue Vasquez. I am a student, I am a leader, and I am a dreamer. I am currently speaking on behalf of Ailey Votes on we are a youth-led civic engagement organization based in Precinct 4, based in the Forgotten District of Ailey. I'm here to speak on one of our biggest projects that we have had, which is our pocket prairies. This is part of our climate justice plan with Harris County, and we are very proud to have a ton of students coming out and have a lot of students, building something beautiful, has a lot of native plants, a lot of butterflies, a lot of beautiful things in that area. And I'd like to thank every single one of you, especially Commissioner Briones, to make something like this possible. And I hope students all across the Houston area can get an opportunity
Thank you. Your
to
time
do
is up.
something like this. Thank you.
Thank you. You did a great job. Thank you.
Carolyn Rivera, a City Gas resident, Northeast Houston. In the past, you have refused to utilize the funds allowed to start and complete drainage through our gullies and bayous to save lives. I and others may die in city gas from drowning in flood water. $750 million and more, you have or had funds. When is the Greens Bayou, Halls Bayou, and the San Jacinto River watershed scheduled to be completed? Our gullies are in deplorable condition from lack of maintenance and updating. They should be a priority. Water cannot leave the community properly. Many in our areas have gone from a no flood zone to a 100-year flood zone.
I think I'm next. Good morning. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. My name is Jennifer Hadaya. I'm the Executive Director of Air Alliance Houston. I'm here in support of the county attorney's request to join a petition to the Texas Commission on Environmental Quality to allow community groups like mine to petition for the revocation of a bad air permit. This option already exists for water and waste permits. There is currently a backlog of 1,400 enforcement actions at the TCEQ while they continue to issue thousands of new air permits. At this rate, TCEQ will never catch up with investigating complaints, excess emissions, fires, leaks, and other bad actors. The community having the ability to petition for the revocation of a bad air permit gives them a remedy to close this gap, one that is long overdue as we continue to see rock crushers and batch plants next to schools and hospitals with TCEQ unable to provide oversight. We thank the county attorney for acting on behalf of Harris County residents in support of this action.
James E. Smith. I'm the person who drafted the petition. I do want to point out, it was very well summarized just a moment ago, but that I took the time to look at the TCEQ's records and looked at the comparable waste, solid waste. It's been used rarely. This will not be a problem administratively. It's very well designed to be specific and to be helpful. And other than answering any questions, that's all I have.
Laura Smith on item 345. Annabelle Abu Sanu on item 428. Cesar Espinoza on item 428. You each have 1 minute.
I'm Laura Smith with Harris County Public Library, where we're working towards certification as a sustainable library system, a framework that acknowledges the unique role that libraries play in building the resiliency of their communities, ensuring that they thrive for current and future generations. The ability to partner with the OCA Sustainability Division in carrying out objectives of the Climate Action Plan, Strategic Plan, and the Climate Justice Plan has increased the impact that we can make in this work. Ensuring each library branch has a seed bank is one of the most recent projects that we've collaborated on. Residents can use these seeds in conjunction with the books in our collections and the programming provided by Harris County Master Gardeners to feel empowered as they contribute towards building our region's environmental resilience and increasing access to locally grown food. We appreciate and look forward to your continued support as we work to ensure that every branch has access to a variety of seeds. Thank you.
Good morning to commissioners. My name is Annabella Busanu, and I'm currently a senior at Avalos P-Tech. Students now more than ever need ways to stay aware of changes of government officials make to laws that directly affect us. And by joining Aldine Votes, I have been able to do exactly that. My participation in Aldine Votes has allowed me to enhance my social and career-related skills, become involved in my community, gain connections to local government, and receive job opportunities. From a young adult's perspective, I understand how scary it might feel to get involved because the passing of crazy laws seems final. I speak from experiences on how overwhelming it feels to constantly be on edge, to step out of my house with ICE in my city. My father is a Nigerian immigrant who has his citizenship, but still feels the need to get my passport renewed and lecture me about the importance of carrying my passport on my person every time I leave my house. My generation will be the next lawyers and politicians, and I know that my engagement is what directly challenges the world around me. I want to thank you, and I understand that you're here to hear me out.
Wonderful. Thank you so much. Appreciate you coming down.
Hello, my name is Cesar Espinosa, and I'm Executive Director of FIEL. I am a proud immigrant. As Commissioner Garcia said, I wasn't born here, but I got here as quick as I could. Harris County is a vibrant city because it's migrant. Harris County, the World Cup, everything is coming up, and we have to remember that whatever affects the immigrant community in a county where one of 4 individuals is foreign born is going to affect everything. And so I ask that we have an open discussion, that we have a true discussion, that we see the facts, that we have 1.5 foreign-born people here in Harris County and about 600,000 undocumented folks. And we don't shy away from it, but walk towards it with good and open arms and open dialogue. I also want to give a quick shout out to the young people here in Aldine, and I also hear that Sharpstown High School is upstairs. So I want to commend them for coming here and for being part of this process.
Thank you, Cesar. Thank you.
Next is Barbara Denson on item 428, Vera Balich on item 428, and Patricia Barrett on item 428. You each have 1 minute.
Barbara Denson. Item 428 appears aimed at attempting to tie the hands of ICE agents in Harris County. We've already seen what happened when the city tried that. The state stepped in and now the city has to obey the law. In local news, it was phrased, the ordinance violates Senate Bill 4, which bans cities from adopting policies that limit immigration enforcement. Perhaps you're thinking that since this is a county and not a city, it means you won't have the same issue. If so, you would be wrong. SB 4 Section 364.003 prohibits a local entity from adopting, enforcing a policy that prohibits or discourages the enforcement of immigration laws. Note it doesn't say city, it says local entity, which means if Harris County tries to pull the same stunt, they'll face the same consequences. The system we have is working, it's calm, it's orderly, and it keeps us out of the national circus. If it ain't broke, don't fix it. Thank you.
Hello, I'm Vera Balich, speaking on item 428 regarding ICE. I entered the U.S. as a residential alien in 1979. My green card and passport have been scrutinized numerous times, and I've had numerous federal background checks. Those overstaying their stays and or not providing passports, visas, or green cards skip all of this vetting. This compromises public health, safety, and well-being. All people who are immigrants are subject to scrutiny. I've been detained twice, and I had fear neither time. It's the cost of choosing to live and stay in this great country as a guest. If you are a legal guest, things get resolved. While much of the world is embracing greater immigration scrutiny, the U.S. is taking a step backwards. I am approved for Nexus, UK ETA, and ETIAS programs, which means I don't have a criminal record nor have been found guilty of war crimes. Working with federal immigration helps to weed out those who are here illegally and or have overstayed their stays. That puts less burden on our social services such as health and education. It allows us to feel more at ease that those living among us are not criminals. How is this bad?
Thank you. Your time
Thank
is
you.
up.
Patricia Barrett with Citizens Defending Freedom. And I too am addressing the issue that City Council has recently engaged in regarding traffic stops and cooperation with federal immigration. And Texas law sets forth expectations for cooperation between local law enforcement and federal authorities. And when the city adopts a policy that restricts that, it creates conflicting directives for officers, exposing agencies to legal uncertainty. This policy puts major state funding at risk for that's used for public safety. And we can not afford to lose this, especially when we have things like the World Cup coming. If Houston loses those funds, the effects do not stop at the city limits. And that's why I'm at City Council meeting, because county agencies share training, task force costs, training
Thank you. Your
forces.
time is up.
Next is Mary Speck on item 428, Cindy Siegel on item 428, and non-agenda speaker Rodney Sims. You each have 1 minute.
Mary Speck. I heard it's going to be on the agenda, SB4. Why are you against law enforcement at any level? You're supposed to be backing the blue. You have a negative deficit. The state government supposedly gave you the money already, and they want it back if you do anything to it, if you don't abide by their rules. It's not a political issue. It's an issue of everybody's safety. You want to safeguard the community. You want to safeguard the police officers. They give us 24/7, 365 days commitment. They need that back from you. Do not vote them less authority. We need more so they get their job done and they get it done safely. That's all we're asking for. And if you don't come in here legally, then you have consequences. My grandparents were immigrants. I'm a second-generation American. I just asked you come here legally. But when somebody else was in the presidential office, they let anybody come in. We're now having to deal with that. And unfortunately, that's your problem.
Thank you. Your time is up.
Good morning, Commissioners. Cindy Siegel. I'm a resident of Precinct 1, and my message is simple. Don't mess with restricting our law enforcement, our sheriff, or our constables from doing their job. If you don't like the immigration law, then work to change it. But they're hired to do a job to keep all of our communities safer. When our law enforcement can coordinate their efforts, whether it's from a local entity to our federal entities, our communities are safer. This is about community safety. It's not about politics. Thank you all.
Thank you.
Good morning. I'm Rodney Sims. I'm Harris County Precinct Chair in Crosby area. Residents of Crosby and East Harris County in Precinct 3 have been informed of proposed development near the 19,000 block of Ramsey Road, directly and just adjacent to a property on Miller Wilson Road. Residents have expressed concerns regarding potential impacts to traffic congestion, drainage, infrastructure capacity, and the long-term character of surrounding residential areas. All persons and institutions operating within the state of Texas are are subject to the Constitution and laws of the United States and of the state of Texas, and no separate legal system may supersede those laws. Be it requested by the Commissioners of Harris County to encourage appropriate local planning and regulatory authorities to carefully review proposed development and any future developments for impacts related to traffic, drainage, infrastructure, capacity, and compatibility with surrounding residential properties. Be it further requested development, thank you.
Thank you.
Follow up with you, Mr. Sims. Thank you for coming down.
Thank you, sir.
All right, any other speakers?
Sarah Chantel Bell Edwards, non-agenda. Also non-agenda, Reem Tariq, Randy Trevino, Mary Koch or Cook. You each have 1 minute.
Good morning, Council. I'm representing myself once again to Commissioner's Court. When I Google Commissioner's Court, Federal Commissioner's Court, a name came up. Legally, legibly, to get the job done, what I need. I presented myself once before as my constitutional right have been violated in this city. It's called criminal neglect on every entity of getting help with medical, my identify, immigration. I walked to the immigration office for assistance, not to get down on immigration, but to get help from them using my name, my identify. Housing, cars, driver's license, birth certificates, same shade doing the same thing too. I'm in a warfare. I'm in the middle of harassment, stalking every day, all day. I did police reports. They being turned around.
Thank you.
Ma'am, can you state your name for the record, please?
I am Sarah Chantel Bell Edwards.
Thank you.
Mhm.
Good morning. You guys sure have a lot to deal with, so thank you. And I'm here to say thank you. My name is Mary Cook. I'm a TMO leader and a member of First Unitarian Universalist Congregation, which is a member congregation of TMO. A few weeks ago, I was here asking your support for the Ben Taub expansion, and you did that, and thank you for that. Today, I'm here to follow up on a petition I mentioned during my testimony that we had collected 2,000 names in support of the Ben Taub expansion. I didn't have the petition with me. I'm bringing it today to enter it into the public record. And again, to say thank you on behalf of myself, TMO, and thousands of people who will benefit from an improved safety net public hospital.
Thank you. Thank you.
And thanks again for what you have to do. It's a broad expanse.
Thank you.
Good morning, Commissioners. My name is Reem Tariq, and I'm with Air Alliance Houston. I'm here today to raise awareness about ITC Pasadena permit meeting that's taking place this evening at 7 p.m. at the Deer Park ISD South Campus at the Performing Arts Center. This meeting concerns ITC's proposed expansion at 1030 Ethel Road in Pasadena, which would add new storage tanks, loading infrastructure, and other equipment that would lead to air pollution in the community that's already burdened with a lot of industrial activity. This expansion would take place in Precinct 2, and Commissioner Garcia, I appreciate your attention to the issues affecting communities in Precinct 2. My ask is simple, is that you urge members of your staff or yourselves to please attend the meeting tonight and help reinforce the importance of thorough, transparent, and community-responsive review process that TCEQ needs to be responsible for. Thank you so much.
Thank you for coming down. Tell me your name again.
Reem Tariq.
Reem?
Yes.
Thank you. Thank you for being here. And I appreciate you bringing this. I hadn't heard about this meeting, so I appreciate you sharing it. Have you engaged Mayor Mouton?
I have not.
Okay. I suggest you put in a call to Mayor Laporte, Mayor Mouton, I'm Deer Park, Mayor Mouton. He and I worked very closely together when the ITC fire first took place in 2019. He's an incredible leader, so please check in with him as well. and I will do everything I can to make it tonight.
We have been in touch with Pasadena City Council, but
Yeah,
I will
Mayor
specifically
Mouton,
reach out
he's
to the mayor as
phenomenal.
well. Thank you. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Hello, good morning. I'm here to speak today about a critical time that's happening for many of our communities, in particular communities in Precinct 2, but really all communities that are low income that are facing a particular crisis in this city. The Kinder Institute estimates that the food insecurity across the city is about 48% right now. But in communities such as mine, where the average income is $25,000, that rate is much higher. That's over half of the people living there that are in food insecure, and that also leads to housing insecurity, or it's connected to housing insecurity. And so I want to work with this, with you, all of you, to figure out. I understand that the appraisal district is a separate entity than the commissioner's court. However, I need to figure out how can we address the fact that, despite the fact that market values are declining, appraisal values are still going up, and people are living paycheck to paycheck and losing income due to deportations and other issues happening in the community. And so, I'm open to
Thank you for your
suggestions.
Thank you. Someone from my staff will be in touch with you, so thank you so very much. I appreciate this issue.
Can you state your name for the record, please?
Yes, Erandi Treviño.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, any other speakers?
Sarah Gonzalez on item 428. And then non-agenda speaker Daniel Meza, Stephen K. You each have 1 minute.
All right. Come on down, Danny. Trustee, thank you for being here.
Thank you, Commissioner Garcia. I appreciate the shout out. Hello, Commissioner Ramsey, Commissioner Briones. Thank you both for your service. Good morning, everyone. My name is Daniel Mesa. I'm one of 2 civic engagement specialists at Aldine Votes, our civic engagement initiative and program at Aldine ISD. Our mission is to help students, staff, parents, and community members get the education and resources they need to thrive. Our community is often overlooked, and we're here to ensure everybody's voice is heard. By fostering civic engagement and empowerment, we aim to create a space where Aldine can actively participate and make a difference. I personally have taught in the classroom, worked with community centers, and even worked here at Harris County. My current role has been one of the most rewarding of my career. Our students give me hope for the future and have even inspired me to run for public office. Programs like ours are vital to the community, and my dream is to see a civic engagement program at every school district in our region. Thank you all for your time and for your service to our great county. Thank you again.
Danny, thank you very much. Proud of your work.
Hello again. My name is Stephen K. I was here last month when all the Harris Health people were lobbying really hard for job security. Y'all gave it to them. The healthcare industrial complex that they make up is very destructive, and all of you are in the epicenter of the storm. Y'all don't see the destruction that's actually happening. They do it all for their job security. They turn indigents into cash cows, guinea pigs, lab rats. They banned me from there, are accusing me of horrible things. I have filed a case. I hope when my hearing is set, one of you can appear with me. I would really appreciate it. The civil attorney's office saying I should go to the district court and file it there. It's just a whole bunch of game playing. This is a county and city full of homeless people. We need neuropsych healthcare. All of you are tasked with diverting people away from the jail system with those health issues, so please do it. Y'all install the board. I went to the board meetings there, very diplomatic, very
Thank you. Your
civil,
time
and
is
they
up.
just discriminate against me. I've gone to the emergency room. They don't give me care there either.
Thank you.
Please
Your
help.
time
Thank
is
you.
up.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Commissioner Garcia. Go ahead, Tiffany.
Charles Dillner, non-agenda, and also non-agenda Laura Gallier, and Sarah Gonzalez, item 428. You each have 1 minute.
Good morning.
Morning.
Glad to be here, Ms. Briones. I'm in your precinct. You're doing a great job. I love Houston because of the great international diversity and the opportunities, but safety is my #1 priority. That's why I stress to the people that work for me safety and quality of work. I'm a regular tax-paying citizen. Just in case the following issue is presented to you, many people have concerns of their own safety, hence basically I'm speaking on regarding item 428. I left my duties to express my utter disappointment over the risk of Houston losing $110 million in public safety funding, putting us citizens at risk due to the recently pushed immigration ordinance. The members of the city council that voted for this ordinance, which should be repealed immediately, knew or should have known of the consequences of losing this money and the implication on safety. They own all the consequences resulting from it. This, on my mind, is gross incompetence, and I wish as a citizen there
Thank you. Your time is up. Can you state your name for the record?
Excuse me?
If you wouldn't mind stating your name for the record, please.
Charles Dillner.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Laura Gallier. I'm a resident of Precinct 1, and I'm speaking to you today about the flood infrastructure money that was part of a bond. You have the money. Northeast Action Collective did the work to identify the worst flood zone locations. They gave you that information years ago. My question is, why is our money in your bank account? We're paying interest on a bond and keeping the money in the bank when the people are subject to life and death flooding matters, especially in the poor communities in Northeast Houston. When is Worst First going to be implemented? Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Judge, that's all the speakers.
Okay, great. Thank you, everyone who spoke. Let me go ahead and find. Okay, so Commissioner Ellis, I believe, can be on until 12:30. Is that right?
Judge, I'm going to stay on longer. I've eased out of my panel.
Okay.
So,
All right. All right. Thank you, Commissioner Ellis. Okay. So next we are going to, he's going to be until 3 p.m. So during this time, we'll consider his request on several out of order items. And so we'll get to that in a moment. Precinct 4 requests that we take item 385 on the county attorney position between 12 and 1 p.m. During this time, we'll also consider taking all executive session items that need to be discussed. And I'll ask my team to remind me of that, please, the 12 o'clock. And then I would appreciate if we could take item 428 on the ICE policies at 2 p.m. to accommodate Councilmember Salinas' schedule. So let me go briefly through items that need any minor changes. Item 23, HRT requests no action. Item 25, no action. 134, no action. 150, CAO requests no action. 304, Precinct 1 requests no action. 328, Precinct 4 requests no action. 391, OCA requests no action. Item 435 needs a correction. We need to add, quote, and Precinct 1, unquote, after, quote, Precinct 4, unquote. Item 436 needs a correction, the same one, adding and Precinct 1 after Precinct 4. Item 438, there's a correction. We need to add the word Houston after Sci-Fair. So it says honoring the Sci-Fair Houston Chamber of Commerce on its 40th anniversary. Now we will, did I miss any corrections, James?
No, ma'am.
Okay. So that, having done that, I will go over the various discussion items. So let me know if there are any folks that you would like to send back to the consent agenda. So item 385, for sure we will discuss on the county attorney. 386, that is appointment to the Harris County Women's Commission. Can that go back to consent? Okay, 387 is an appointment to the Immigrant and Refugee Commission.
Nope.
Okay, yes. So should I keep that on the agenda or move it to consent? Item 387? Okay. What about 388, an appointment to the Harris County Finance Corporation Board?
Nope. Fine.
Okay. 399, appointment to the Harris County Immigrant and Refugee Commission.
Nope.
390, excuse me?
Sorry, Judge, that was 389?
That's how I have it down here.
Yes, ma'am.
Is there a mistake?
I was just getting clarity.
Okay.
Thank you.
390, an appointment to Harris County Immigrant and Refugee Commission. 391, Precinct 3 requests no action, so I'm taking that one off. Is that correct, Commissioner Ramsey? 391, it is a reappointment to the Old Town Spring Improvement District. Okay, 392, appointment to the Harris County Finance Corporation Board.
Nope.
393, Harris County Office of Managed Assigned Council Board.
Nope.
394, we do need to discuss. Item 395 is executive session for acquiring 4 tracts of land. Does that need to be discussed?
Nope.
Okay, 396. That is a contract, matters related to general privacy.
Nope.
Okay, let's move on to the rest of the agenda. That was executive session. So item 2, a discussion possible action regarding structure of the Office of County Administrator.
Yes.
All right, item 6, the rules, yes. Item 8.
Yes.
Item 9, budget offsets. 17, supplemental funding, yes. 24, okay. 74, Commissioner Garcia.
Yes.
77, Commissioner Briones. 141, Commissioner Briones. 167.
Yes.
Okay, 174, Commissioner Ramsey. 188, Commissioner Ellis. ARPA priority programs and their inclusion, yes. 236. 190, okay. Item 190, okay, and so I just want to clarify which one that is to make sure we're all on the same page. Okay, so that is a payment of audited claims. Purchasing, item 236, Commissioner Garcia.
236 or 263?
I have 236. It is,
It's 263.
okay, so only 263. Got it. I had them both. All right, hike and bike trails, 271, Commissioner Garcia.
Yes.
You'd like to take with 263. Got it. 299, Commissioner Ramsey. Yes. 300, status of CDBG programs, yes. Okay, so take that with 366. Take with 366. Okay, and then we have 306,
Yes.
307, Two would like to discuss 307 and 320 together. 319, yes, as the LBJ expansion. 320, we will discuss with 307. 321, group waiver plan. 322, 324 on the Street Soccer USA. 345, climate justice plan. 346, a strategic plan. 350, 353, transmittal of a substantial completion certificate. Commissioner Garcia?
Yes.
366, that's the one that will go on along with the other project, flood control project item, 300. 398, it's cost of continuity of operations during FIFA, yes.
Can we add 385?
385. 385. All right, so 385 is an executive session. Okay, we have that one already. Is that the county attorney one? Yeah, we have that one on the executive session agenda. 427, Dual Streets LLC for a public art mural. Commissioner,
Yes.
428, yes. 429, Commissioner Ramsey, I'm guessing yes. 430 and 431. Okay, so that should be,
I'll move on the consent agenda.
Judge,
Okay,
there's
yeah.
one, did you mention 17?
did I
think we'll
mention
discuss that
17?
Yeah,
Yes.
okay.
And let me just let me go through the list, and then there are some that are on the consent agenda that need motions. So executive session items 385 and 394. Regular agenda item 2, 6, 8, 9, 17, 24, 74, 77, 141, 167, 174, 188, 190, 263, 271, 299, 300, 306, 307, 319, 320, 321, 322, 324, 345, 346, 350, 353, 366, 398, 427, 428, 429, 430, 431.
Or on 428, if we can go to executive session on that.
Okay, I'm gonna move that to executive session.
And are we going to vote on the resolutions, or are we assuming that's on consent?
Let me get back to you on that. I just want to mark this executive session list before I forget. All right, so 420 is on executive session now. The resolutions
We'll need to
right
vote on-
now are, yeah.
We'll need to vote on 434 when we get the resolution.
Okay, so let's vote on that one, and then we'll
So
vote
move.
on the rest of them as part of the
Second.
package. Okay, so did you catch, James, which item that was?
Yes, ma'am, 434.
Okay, so motion by Commissioner Garcia, second by Commissioner Ellis. All in favor?
All right.
Aye.
Any opposed?
No.
Motion carries 4-1. So here are some motions that were not added to items not added to the discussion list, but needing a direct motion. Item 1, item is approved as presented, is the meetings calendar. Item 10, SOP for budget proposals, approved as presented. Item 11 on officials not renominated to office policy, approved as presented.
So move.
Are there any other edits, James?
Item 7, is that also approved as presented?
It should be no action. Okay, item 7, no action.
Thank you.
All right, so is there a motion for all items 1 through 438, with the exception of items already voted on and discussion items just listed. Motion by Commissioner Garcia, second by Commissioner Briones. All in favor?
Aye.
Any
Aye.
opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Right, great. So let's start. We have the out of order section, but I don't think Commissioner Ellis, would you like to start with the items that you flagged, just so I know you have limited time?
Yeah, and I'm looking for it, Judge. You have it there? Yeah, so I'm trying to find it.
I know. I know I have it. I'm also trying to
Item
scroll.
2. It's item 2, Commissioner.
Okay. Yes.
Okay.
So we can start with item 2. Yeah. You know the others, Judge? You can just call them out just so my colleagues know the ones that I'm asking to bring up.
Yeah.
So I know.
Let me. Where are they?
Sure, it's item 2, 6, 8, 9, 17, 24, 167, 188, 300, 321, 366, and 428.
Okay, so let's start with item 2. And that is on the DCA structure. If you want to go ahead, County
Yes.
Administrator.
Did Commissioner want to speak first?
No, I think you probably want to lay it out, Administrator, if that makes sense.
Just to the members, please. Thank you, Court. Again, as I've discussed with you at the March 19th Court, we went over 2 options to improve governance. This is the organizational chart that is in Legistar that was provided to your chiefs and other members of your team. This is to allow a more streamlined approach to ensure excellence in execution and governance, to ensure regular feedback are given to our department heads, but I would certainly be involved and retain direct interaction and participation in all key high-priority court directives and those related to the strategic plan. It would help us to better effectively track and execute your large-scale initiatives and ensure that executive leadership can focus on long-term strategic priorities and meet the deadlines that you set, which are very important. I'll take any questions. This is budget neutral as well, and that information has been provided.
All right, Commissioner Ellis, would you like to start?
I'll make a quick comment and a motion for it. I want to make sure there's some latitude in terms of what would happen with the Office of Pollution Control and Sustainability Office. And so it's my understanding through the budget process, there'll still be an opportunity to get some input from the county attorney's office, in particular in terms of any enforcement actions, any impact it would have on them. Is that your understanding? There's still room to make sure if the county attorney wants to weigh in?
Yes, so what this vote is actually on is not including the Office of Sustainability changes. That will be completely reviewed and discussed during, well, we don't even have that right now for the budget process yet. That hasn't.
Well, I'll move the item.
Okay, we have comments by Commissioner Garcia, Ramsey, and Briones. Go ahead, Commissioner Garcia.
Thank you. Administrator, thank you for your work. My preference, as I shared with you, is on the technical departments to allow, meaning HECTRA, flood control, and engineering, to allow them to find some synergy, since they're all interrelated, to work together and see how we can help to move that forward. Because I think there's just so much going on with them. We're always needing updates and accountability on them. So my preference would be to separate those out. I had suggested a committee of some sort that they be a part of and be allowed to operate, so that they could find because I think that there's still a bit of disconnect between the various departments on what work is interrelated and what needs to be done. So that would be my preference on this item. But otherwise, I appreciate the work that you have put forth.
Thank you. And we are working on it. I just couldn't get it prepared for this court.
Thank you.
Commissioner Ramsey and then Commissioner Briones.
I'm going to echo Commissioner Garcia's concern. Those are my concerns as well. We've got far too many problems generating from those areas. We need to get a handle on it. So I understand your need to organize what you're doing, but in terms of priorities, we need to be looking at those specifically going forward. So I look forward to next steps related to those two in particular, flood control and engineering.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Commissioner Briones.
First of all, County Administrator Carter, you've hit the ground sprinting, and I appreciate it tremendously. I've already seen the impact of your leadership and your partnership, so thank you. My question, to build on my colleague's points, relates to several things. One are the key infrastructure departments. Another, for instance, and I'm looking at the org chart that you just passed out, the county auditor and the purchasing agent. I know those are appointed by independent bodies. I think of the fire marshal reporting directly to Commissioner's Court. So while I appreciate and 100% behind collaboration, communication, and coordination between all these departments that impact so much, I don't think that the org chart is clear enough in terms of who reports to whom. And I know you're tremendously action-oriented, which is already one of my favorite things about you, but this to me isn't very clear. And so I would love for you to walk us through, and I think we do need a clear depiction where there are straight lines. And I'm looking at our Chief People Officer as well, because my Vanna White with the lines is not working, but I do think this still needs some iteration.
Sure. I'm sorry for the, I just wanted it to fit on 8.5 by 11, and the color coding may not be clear. It was really to indicate that they would work in close collaboration, not that we were ever recommending a change in reporting. So fully aware of separately appointed boards, purchasing agents, independents, auditors, independents, just to indicate the closeness of collaboration. And if you kind of can read the smaller print, I'm sorry if that wasn't as clear, but we can do another one with lines if that is better.
Thank you. I think that would be helpful just for everyone's clarity. I recognize it'll look like a spider web when it's done, but I do think given that separate boards appoint some of these folks, some of them are straight to Commissioner's Court, some are straight to you, I do think that this could create some confusion. So, and with that, I appreciate how you've just hit the ground sprinting. Thank you.
And just to note, this item is really solely on the DCA PCN, and so it was just trying to show how it might work together.
And really quickly, so we're all on the same page, County Administrator, can you just quickly state the DCA and what the value add and why it's so needed? And thank you for highlighting that it's budget neutral.
Sure. DCA stands for Deputy County Administrator, which since 2021 has been proposed at various times and implemented sometimes. And so this would allow a second Deputy County Administrator. I propose designating it more for community services umbrella, including public health, pollution control, housing, and community development. I think I'm missing one department that are aligned and work more with our forward-facing resident services in the community. Budget neutral.
Okay. So we have a motion. Is there a second?
I will second it.
Okay, motion by Commissioner Ellis, second by Commissioner Briones. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
No, I'm just, again, thank you, County Administrator, for your efforts, but I need more clarity on how the rest of it's going to function before we start filling all the boxes. But I think we're heading in the right direction. Don't take my no vote as any other indication other than concerned at this stage in terms of the rest of the story.
And similarly, Administrator, I'd like to get the technical department's process flushed out, so I'll be abstaining from this vote.
All right, so I'm in favor, so motion carries with 3 votes, 1 no and 1 abstention. Did you catch that?
Yes, ma'am, and it's approved as presented.
Correct.
Thank you.
Judge, if I might, I'd just
Yes.
like to, although I make the motion, I'm sure the administrator will take into account the concerns raised by my colleagues, and I just want to make sure that we're helping you to put things in place so that you can be successful, as we have done for the previous ones. But I appreciate their comments, and I'm sure you meet with their teams and see if you can address those concerns.
Yeah, yes, I will. Thank you.
And County Administrator Carter, may we please see the updated version when you have a second chance? Thank you.
All right, so let's move on to item 6. Should be a quick one. Commissioner Briones, I believe you have a motion.
Well, first, before I read, I saw that Commissioner Ramsey, did you still flag that? And I did have some questions about the rule changes, and I have some alternative language to propose, but did you want to?
Yeah, my comments were strictly, we almost did it today, take all the speakers at one time. On business court, we're finding our way there. The first business court was a bit awkward in terms of timing, and we're working through that, and I get all that. But on business court rules of procedure, I think we ought to be clear. We take all speakers at once, even the ones for resolutions. And the reason I say make that clear, because a business court, people, our court budgets its time, and might not be a quorum here. So we need a quorum to listen to the speakers. And sometimes if we get too off track with,
Well,
we're on
we
a different
haven't
item.
talked about, yeah, that was.
I'm sorry, that was
all
an
right.
erroneous clock.
So I guess my point is, if we get too wrapped around the axle doing resolutions, we're not going to hear from all the speakers. We're going to lose quorum. So in the interest of keeping the quorum, that we hear all speakers at one time, even the resolutions, and then come back after we heard all the speakers, and we can talk all day long on the resolutions. We just may not have a full quorum here when we do that.
Commissioner Briones?
So County Administrator Carter, before I ask a few questions, just to level set, could you please just quickly summarize the updates to the court rules?
Sure. There is one update on the business court to align with the current agenda and to ensure all speakers go before your comments, although you all could adjust that in real time if for some reason you wanted to make a different design for business court, but it is codifying that design. And then the second update was to the fiscal review form process. One, to ensure that that OCA and OMB receive any submission from any department simultaneously. We were receiving it 7 days after budget, which was causing delays in our analysis and feedback to the court. Then the second proposal that's up for discussion was to allow OCA to keep items completely off the agenda for OCA reporting departments and other appointed departments if it did not align with your court directives, statutory requirements, other emergencies. Every court, there'd be a standing transmittal item with all fiscal review forms, no matter the outcome for anyone to review. And this would not apply to elected official-led offices.
So thank you. So first of all, thank you again for all the progress you're driving. I'm 100% in agreement. If they don't go through the fiscal review process, it's a do not go past go proposition. And so I'm very much in favor of that. I'm also in favor of enforcing deadlines. Y'all know how much I love deadlines, and I do not like delays. The part that I have alternative language to suggest, I look forward to hearing whether or not you recommend something, but I don't want that to be a threshold kind of gatekeeper moment. I would like those items, and they can have a special notation, because I want those to come to court, and the five of us, have been elected to be the ultimate decision makers. So I want to hear why you do or do not recommend something. But if a department head wants to make their case directly, I want to hear that, and I don't want to have to wait till the next commissioners' court meeting, because that could ensue, delays. And so I want to hear both sides of the argument, assuming if and only if they've gone through the budget, right? Because to me, that's a do not go past go proposition. But I just don't want there to be kind of a gatekeeper role, and I do want to make sure things are moving. And so that I have some language, and my colleagues, I don't know what their thoughts are, but I do want to see those items, whether or not the county administrator agrees or disagrees.
I think I serve at the pleasure. I'll just say the reason I proposed it is there have been times where OCA and OMB want to recommend something different than the caption. A good example was my first court where DEO proposed 8 in their worksite safety implementation. We had discussed it with the department head, aligned on 4, but the caption said 8, and so it caused a lot of confusion on the final recommendation. If with this current design were implemented, we could have had the caption say 4 for court's decision, which in review. But I understand your perspective as well. So we can work with whatever the court decides.
Thank you.
Makes sense to me.
Okay, so is there a motion?
So I do have a motion that accounts for the kind of both and that I just described. It would be a motion to amend the rules of procedure, conduct, and decorum to require that budget request submissions with completed and on-time fiscal review request forms be placed on the agenda for discussion and possible action.
Motion by Commissioner Briones, second by Commissioner Garcia. Any modifications to the motion? Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously. All right, let's move on.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Let's move on to item 8. This
I think
is
you need to approve the entire, with the amendment. You need to approve all the updates, the rest, the business court update.
Perfect. Team, can you please send the rest of the language so that we all have it?
And just a quick comment while we're doing that, if I might.
yes. Go ahead.
Yeah, I don't know how to get that little hand down. I knew how to put it up, but I don't know how to get it off of that. So it may be a while. But look, I want to say, Commissioner Brown, I agree with your point. I know all of the independently elected officials still have that option of putting anything on anyway. So there ought to be some way we see what those other department heads are thinking, short of them lobbying one of us individually to put it on the agenda. So at least we know. On Commissioner Ramsey's point, Commissioner, I think I was the culprit there the first time we had the new process for the business court. I want to stress and encourage my colleagues. If I put a resolution on the agenda and I have, a large number of speakers, then I'm going to find it incumbent upon me to make sure I'm there. But what we started the business courts to do was so we could pass those non-controversial items. And I was just accustomed coming in. I set that record, Judge. It did one in 1 minute one time. And now that we add resolutions to it, it's going to be a challenge holding the quorum. If I bring in a busload of folks for an important event, it'll be a challenge to hold that quorum. And I'd hate for us to not be able to vote with 3 people in the room on some of those important things that have been waiting. That slows down payments and a host of things. So I, for one, will commit that if I bring in a number of speakers, I'm going to be one of those 3 that will stay there because some members may have to go and pop in virtually. But as we all know, 3 of us have to be in the room. I just wanted to mention that.
I agree, and I'll make that commitment to you. And County Administrator, the rest of the motion, thank you, would be motion to move the amended rules as presented.
Yeah, that's great, Commissioner.
Second.
All right, motion by Commissioner Briones, second by Commissioner Garcia. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously. All right, next is item 8, specific departments budget requests. Would you like to lay that out, County Administrator or Budget Director?
So 8 was just to allow if any court member wanted to direct specific departments to do unique proposals as part of the FY27 budget process.
So I have a couple of motions to read. Was there anything, County Administrator, that you wanted to share, or Director Ramos?
Sure. I did send to your team some suggested proposals that county administration would like to help departments work on. One was for pollution control, as we have our interim director, Jesse, who is here today as well, and he is digging into their budget, looking at how they're operating and to provide new information to you all as part of the FY27 budget process. And then another, as we consider HR transformation, all of the tremendous updates and projects that they are managing to have a new idea submitted as part of the FY27 budget process related to OCA reporting departments and their HR personnel.
Thank you. So the two motions and Commissioner Garcia, did you want to?
Just simply say, Jesse, thank you for being willing to take the helm of pollution control. That department's immensely important to me, just because things tend to go pop in precinct 2 very, very frequently. And the fact that I have most of industry in my backyard, I am looking for a department that remains responsive. Dr. Babin did a great job of being there early and often, unfortunately, and making sure things will move forward. The department does need some adjustment, so I appreciate you looking for efficiencies. But I know that the idea has been floated that it may be merged with public health. I'm not there yet. Because I just see it too critical to be put into another system of bureaucracy. So I just want to say that openly, because there's just way too often the need for pollution control almost on a daily basis that precinct 2 constituents tend to need. So I'll put that out there, coupled with the fact that I want to thank Sarah Hudley. I want to thank my staff, Kristen Lee, and others who have just been the go-to people on work related to pollution control and pollution control issues, or not pollution control issues, but just environmental issues. I just appreciate the work that they've done, and knowing that we're going to have a new county attorney, I am hopeful that there'll be a conversation with Sarah and those who have been really phenomenal, members of the team when it comes to pollution and environmental related issues. Thank you.
Okay, Commissioner Ramsey and then Commissioner Briones.
Yeah, I would echo on pollution control. Just for example, this week EPA is coming to the San Jacinto waste pits, Adrian. So they have a plan to actually remove those toxic waste that's been in the ground in the worst location on planet Earth. So there's now a plan. They're visiting the site. The contractors are being assembled, so I can see for the first time movement there. I would credit a lot the focus between Dr. Babin's group and Sarah Utley and others in the county attorney's office as well deserve a shout out. So again, I would echo that as we look at that, Jesse, and you go through, look for efficiencies, but effectiveness as well, and see what we can do would be the comment there. I do think HRT does need help, does need encouragement, and what we don't need is consultants. So as you come together with your new plan, hopefully that won't involve, I won't name any names, Gallagher, whatever. There won't be consultants. It'll be people. I think our people respond better to people than they do consultants.
So Commissioner Briones.
So thank you, County Administrator Carter, for bringing forward these motions in conjunction with HRT and pollution control. First, Mr. Dickerman, thank you for being such a team player. Congratulations on your new role, and you are so smart and so strategic, and you are just all in helping the county. And I just appreciate how adaptable you are and nimble, because that really is a rare talent, and I appreciate you profoundly. So here are the two motions. The first one is a motion to request for pollution control services to present efficiency and effectiveness proposals for consideration in the FY27 budget process that include moving the Office of Sustainability to pollution control services and other innovative measures.
Have you provided those motions to our teams?
So these are OCA motions, and they were provided to all teams. Yep.
Okay. So motion by Commissioner Briones, second by Commissioner Garcia.
Judge,
Yes, Commissioner
Judge, if I might,
Ellis.
that's the one Administrator I mentioned earlier. Is there an opportunity for the county attorney's office to weigh in? I just want to make sure that we get that input in terms of enforcement issues of any impact of it. I know the climate action plan comes out of the sustainability office as well.
Sure, we can make sure they're included and weigh in on this, any proposals that come back.
Okay.
Or do you
Right.
want them to weigh in right now?
Are you all prepared right now from the county attorney's office? Or would you like to weigh in on it later?
No, we can weigh in on it later, Commissioner.
Okay, all right.
Okay.
I'm good.
Go ahead, Commissioner Briones.
Okay. So was there a final vote? Do you have everything you need before I read the next motion?
There's no vote yet on this one.
Okay, so I made the motion.
I'm
Commissioner
still
Goode.
trying to get the motion.
Here, I can read it again for your convenience.
Yeah.
So this was an OCA motion that I'm reading. Motion to request for pollution control services to present efficiency and effectiveness proposals for consideration in the FY27 budget process that include moving the Office of Sustainability to pollution control services and other innovative measures. And I'll add to Commissioner Ellis's point that they do so in collaboration and in consultation with the county attorney's office. So moved.
All right, so motion by Commissioner Briones. Who had the second?
Garcia.
Second by Garcia. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously.
And the second motion, again, coming from OCA, this is for HRT. Motion to request for human resources and talent to work with OCA and OMB to present a proposal for consideration during the FY27 budget process for OCA reporting human resources personnel to report to HRT to determine potential cost savings in alignment with the 5-year financial plan. So moved.
Second.
All right, motion by Commissioner Briones, second by Commissioner Ellis. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously. All right. Okay, so these are on budget cuts, and
Is that number 9, I think?
that's number
Offset?
9. Okay, so but in 8, those were the motions that Administrator Carter wanted us to pass, correct?
Yes, thank you.
Okay. All right. Perfect. Okay. So now let's move on to item 9, which is on the budget cuts. Would you like to go ahead, Director Ramos?
Thank you, Judge and Commissioners. So item 9, the reason you're seeing this kind of out of order compared to other years is when court shifted the calendar around, we didn't have time to have CLS finalize in advance of asking for this feedback. And because we're kicking off the budget earlier this year, earlier in May, by the time we have the May court, departments will have already started working on their budget proposals. So we're asking for feedback on what percentage to ask the departments for cuts. We presented 2 options. One is a 8% across the board. That would generate about $118 million worth of options. There's also a tiered approach where the largest departments over $100 million would do 11 to 13%, and then the smallest departments would do 5 to 7. We're in favor of the flat amount, and I'll just go into some details why. This is an argument me and Commissioner Ramsey have all the time whenever we meet on budget. The issue around having so much of the cuts be weighted to those larger departments is really what those departments are. So when you look at our two of our three biggest are the jail and the district attorneys. Sure, like those are ones that have larger budgets, can find room, but there's also an inverse relationship with how much we're spending on outsourcing. You look at juvenile probation, which has traditionally struggled to meet its basic staffing standards, very tight budgets, very weighted towards labor. Another department that's going to be hard to find, millions of dollars. And then you look at universal services and engineering, which really dug deep to find cuts in the last budget cycle. And so if court is not prepared to cut those departments to make up the deficit, then we're gonna be forced to go back to the smaller departments in terms of to get additional savings. And really where I saw kind of the wheels fall off of last year was, we had asked for the 10%. Individual court offices started asking for additional. The SBC created a separate process, and then kind of in that home stretch, we brought the OCA reporting departments back in to ask, and there was some annoyance of like, hey, I already provided this information, or why am I doing this for the third time? And so we want to be sure that when we provide this feedback or get this feedback from you, when we get those options, and again, they're options, this is all pre-decisional, you will review and vote on everything that ultimately ends up in the budget, that we're doing it once, we're working off the same sheet of music throughout the process.
Commissioner Garcia and then Commissioner Briones.
Thank you. Director, thank you for your work. Last year, you worked through a very, very difficult process to help us get a balanced budget, and we're having to do that work again. So I have all the confidence that you will help us get there and identify ways to make sure that in spite of any restrictions or reductions in terms of value that that we ask the departments to bring, that we'll still be able to maintain a quality level of service for those that we need to be serving. With that in mind, a couple of questions. Number one, when we say to a department 8%, and I'm not going to be a fan of anything higher, but if we were to say 8%, is that 8% in cash? 8%, is there another way to calculate the 8%?
Yeah.
In other words, right now we have a hiring freeze, so can they calculate that into their 8% versus an actual reduction in budget dollars?
Understood. So at this point, what we would recommend, and in that summary table that we sent to the court offices in terms of the projected deficit, we took the hiring freeze out. I think it'd be very difficult for departments to get to 8% without those vacant positions. So I would want to give them the first cut of, hey, we've done the internal review. We're willing, we've identified ways to fill the gap. We're willing to give that position up moving forward. So that's our recommendation right now. But the 8% is calculated on what their CLS budget will be. Mm-hmm. So it'll be somewhere, depending on where the healthcare number lands, most departments will probably grow 5 to 6% just because of healthcare and general inflation.
So if the administrator and you and the departments work together to find out or identify some efficiencies, and it comes to be that a PCN isn't entirely necessary versus going straight to their budget, they might be able to come up with their 8% just with a 1 or 2 PCNs in theory.
Yeah, for some of the departments, the bigger ones are obviously going to have to dig a little bit deeper, but we do really push the departments, hey, before you start impacting service, is there a different way? We do our own analysis on savings options where we've seen like, hey, you're out of whack with other departments, either you're top heavy or you have a lot more administrative staff than your peers. So we'll also support them and provide the technical assistance. And then separately, we also come up with savings options. We learned last year we're going to put them in front of the departments before they come to court, but we do come up with our own options so that court has a full menu to determine what, ultimately when adopting the budget.
Good deal. And then lastly, as we get into year 2 of the salary increase that we provided our deputies, I think this year it's worth about 38 million.
That's before item 17, but that was the original projection.
Yeah. And given that, and we're still trying to work through pay equity for the rest of our employees, tell me what that's worth versus what the law enforcement salaries are worth.
Okay, I just have that pulled up. If you give me 1 second, Commissioner. Of course, this is when my screen decides to freeze. So in terms of this year, the final number that was landed on, assuming item 17 passes, will be 118 million. Next year will be an additional 72 million for a total of 191 between the 2 years. We're still working with HRT on finalizing the numbers for the pay equity. But when you look at kind of the history of where we started to here, we started with the 2,500 for folks under 75,000, the minimum wage increase, and now pay parity. We expect that to be somewhere in the 118 area. That number will almost certainly change by the time HRT runs the full gambit, handles all the appeals. We do all the investigations on FLSA, but that's our best number right now.
118 million?
Yes, sir.
That's a pretty big number. Good deal. Thank you.
All right, Commissioner Briones and Commissioner Ramsey.
Thank you, Director Ramos. And I very much appreciate that you want to continue creating as much clarity and alignment so that all the departments can be on the same page. And I feel, a great amount of responsibility in terms of a steward of taxpayer resources and the fiscal responsibility we all need to show, and we need the discipline. So my question is, before my questions, to be 100% clear for everybody listening, the CLSS, these are a menu of options. There is no automatic cut.
That's correct.
And why 8 versus 10% as we did last year? Can you walk us through your rationale there, please?
Sure. So when we did the kind of the back of the napkin, and again, we're working through the CLSS, Commissioner Ramsey, all the submissions from the departments, but because of the timing, we had to get something in front of you. So when we look at our projected revenue versus what we know today, what court has voted on, the pay parity, the last insurance actuarial report that we've received, changes to state law, we got to somewhere in the $80 million deficit, and that number will almost certainly change. And my experience has been that it gets worse before it gets better. So we needed some margin. So we picked 8% to give us a little bit of margin to say no to some of these options. As you know, OMB works with all of you and comes up with options either from the 5-year plan or through kind of independent analysis. So we just want to make sure that we have enough options that court is able to say no and preserve priority departments in the same way that we did last year, where library, public health, we're on the chopping block and then not.
So do you believe 8% gives enough optionality versus the 10%?
It's ultimately up to you, Commissioner. If you would like more options and maintain that consistency, we will wholeheartedly support it. My experience is, the higher that number gets, the worse the options get and the worse the submissions. But we'll work with departments to make sure that that you're provided with everything that you need, because it's ultimately your decision on what gets adopted to get everything that you need to be able to make that decision.
And again, these are options.
100% they're options. We have never, my tenure here, we have never done across the board cuts.
And as last year, we asked leaders to motion to extend time.
Motion by Commissioner Briones, second by Commissioner Garcia. All in favor? Motion passes unanimously. Commissioner Garcia, Briones, I know you wanted to go to executive session at noon, so I'm just flagging that. And Commissioner Ellis, I see your hand. I'll put you after Briones and Ramsey, and do feel free to jump in like you have before, because sometimes I don't see it as you.
I'm trying to be kind and gentle.
Okay.
Yes.
All right.
So just a few more questions, just so we're all crystal clear. We ask, and every year we ask leaders to lead. So these options should be areas we want to keep the level of excellence, to Commissioner Garcia's point, in all external facing services. And we learned that we have licenses for people who haven't been here in years, right? So there's these opportunities for streamlining and being strategic that we ask our leaders of all departments to lean into. But also to make sure we're all on the same page because of state law and our commitment to following state law. To be clear, the sheriff's office, patrol, and the constable precincts are excluded from the CLS exercise. Is that
That's
correct? Okay. And then with regard to the vacancies, I know we have our strategic hiring. I know we grant exemptions when folks make the case. And we still know that there's vacancies that have been open for months and months and months and haven't affected the work. So do we have your commitment that OMB will keep working with the department? So if it's a vacancy that must be filled to serve the people, absolutely. But if it's a vacancy that's been open for a long amount of time, do we have your commitment that you will be flagging those in a disciplined fashion?
100%, and we'll support the departments in identifying those ones that have been vacant for long term, may have been a priority in prior administrations, but not the new administration. So you have my commitment, and I hope my fellow department heads and the elected officials around the county will look to those first before identifying service cuts. One other question that I just want to, you touched on this a little bit in terms of the options, and I've gotten the question is, public defender, if we cut them, there's a downstream effect on indigent defense spending. Why do you ask them? Oftentimes we find really great ideas that don't impact service, but if you're in a department, especially one of the larger ones, and can't identify one thing you can do better or one thing you can save money on, then so we ask the question even for those departments that we know are sacred to Commissioners Court, because we almost always find that there's something.
It's a healthy exercise to have the discipline. My last point/question that I would like my colleagues to please consider in partnership with OCA and OMB and the ARPA steering committee, as we near the end of our ARPA time, there are a small amount potentially as programs. Some are coming to a close sooner, some the money hasn't fully been spent, et cetera. There's different kind of scenarios depending on the program. But I would please like to make a motion to identify up to $10 million in unspent ARPA flex and interest funds available to support the FY27 budget, excluding funds from the infrastructure projects, and to return to Commissioners Court with recommendations on June 11th, 2026. So that would be my ask. Thank you.
All right, motion by Commissioner Brianna, second by Commissioner Garcia. Now Commissioner Ramsey, followed by Commissioner Ellis.
Yeah, quickly, the option of giving a rate, 8%, 10%, but 8%, the option is to start with a blank sheet of paper. And I've heard that before. You just start, you have to justify everything you're spending and go from there. So we are all exercising some discernment in terms of, okay, we'll start with majority of what you're doing, we'll agree, is justified and needed. Now take a look at it and see how much more you can be in terms of effective. And when I talk about cuts, I typically talk about being more effective and efficient. And the jail is a great example of we're outsourcing. We know we have a $50 million pot over there. If we can figure out how to convert or quit doing the outsourcing and start doing one thing. So those are all contained within it. Those should be all a part of the conversation. I know they are from your chair, the public defender. We got the MAC, outside attorneys and what we're paying them, all those kinds of budget issues. So I'm sure you're being the good mentor director in terms of, hey, have you thought about, as you get into, almost warrant a clear look at how they might get to the 8% and not impact level of service?
We certainly provide the technical assistance there, and then as well as, in our reviews, we provide it. I think one thing that helps me tremendously is when those budget proposals are not up to snuff, that they hear directly from commissioners. I came up in Baltimore City Fire. every year that they were asked for cuts. They didn't look at civilianization. They didn't look at fleet maintenance. What they looked at was closing the firehouse nearest to the mayor's house every year. Like, to me, that's a disingenuous. Like, that is not. Frankly, it's disrespectful to the governing body that they're not digging deep. So it is very helpful for me, if you all are an accountability partner, to really force the departments to give realistic options. Like, I heard from a department last year, you know, in the budget hearings, like, hey, we put it on, but we never thought it would get accepted. If you're going to propose it, you should be ready to implement it.
We also heard that one didn't submit, and maybe if one doesn't submit a budget, we'll just go ahead and cut them 8%, and we get to pick.
That's what we did.
Okay. I support the 8%.
All right, Commissioner Ellis?
Is what Commissioner Ramsey talking about it. Daniel, is that what they used to call zero-based budgeting?
That is, and if Commissioners Court would like to go down that path, I just would warn, it's a year-long process. So if we're going to go down that path, let's go ahead and start in October, because it is a massive amount of work. Most jurisdictions kind of push it aside because the amount of time and effort that would go into it just wasn't worth it, by the second, third year. But I think it'd be a helpful exercise to do, especially, as we transition into the new court.
It is interesting, even if we did it, by state law, a good half of the spending, or is it more than half, is already off the table.
It's about 44%, Commissioner, is law enforcement. Some of that is not covered. That includes the DA and the fire marshal, which are not covered by SB 23, but it's right around 40 would be directly under SB 23.
So, for the minute that I was finance chair, when I tried it, I found out it was more talk than action. It was like a talking point. Zero base, everybody was for it until they were against it when they found out what it meant. Well, what other options do we have? I mean, obviously, we got to balance the budget. One option I want to make sure we avoid is sometimes people will miss on the projections, so you balance it to get past the deadline, but then it catches you and it's worse down the line. So we don't want to do that. But what other options do we have other than the ones you have on the table?
So looking at our fixed costs, looking at, the electricity, our maintenance, fleet, those are, we'll do kind of independent analysis of any of the big cost drivers, especially the ones that we're seeing kind of above normal inflation. In terms of the model, I've heard a lot of folks talk about outcome-based budgeting. If you look, I came from a jurisdiction that really pioneered it. Like, we do all of the things. Like, we do a CLS, we do budget proposals that are broken down by programs and services. We ask for performance measures. We have, groups that we have a rubric that we use to do it all. So I don't, at some point, we got to generate options for your review, and then comes the negotiation between the court offices. But our aim is to bring to you, somewhere in the neighborhood of $180 to $200 million worth of options, so that you can be as discerning as humanly possible on what to cut and what not to.
What would it cost us if we were to try zero-based budgeting? I mean, how much more staff? Can we do that with existing? Does AI help us do it without having to?
Yes, I think that would be super helpful. I've done a couple demos with firms that do that work, and maybe putting.
Do we have to bring in a consultant? I won't make a motion on it. I'm just going to ask you to come back through this process with a recommendation going forward for us to, if we could figure out how we could use. I don't want to get another consultant.
Yep.
But if there's some way it won't solve the problem this year, but Commissioner Ramsey, I caught what you were saying, and it just put that back in my head. But I think we're going to keep having this problem.
Is there a motion to extend the discussion time? Motion by Commissioner Ellis, second by Commissioner Briones. All in favor?
Aye.
Motion carries unanimously.
I'd be interested in you coming back to us with some options on something around zero-based budgeting. I think it's going to get worse because, at least from the political chatter, when they go back in session, it's going to put even more pressure on our revenues for income. And, you know, we have this is, I'm just so impressed and honored to be on this body, particularly with all these bright ideas we have, but most of them cost money. So we got to find some way with lessening resources to go do it. We got to find some efficiencies or back off the idea.
I'll take that direction, Commissioner, and I'll work with your team on getting a proposal together. I think we can get pretty far with internal resources if we change the calendar. I may ask, for some of your staff time, having somebody, detailed, one of your bright minds detailed to us to help support the work. But we can look at different models. I agree with you. I don't think bringing in a consultant who's going to have to relearn learn the county on the fly, and then I think the relationship between consultants and our department heads is a little frayed right now. So we'll come up with a model that limits. We may ask for a couple extra bodies on contract or something to support that work. But OMB is ready and prepared to do it.
So just last question, at least you would help me decide how I'm gonna vote on this. Have you all gotten have you had informal survey of your department heads, like of these two options you have on the table? Which one of the choices they don't like would they prefer?
I think it really depends on the size. We've had some conversations with departments, but I can tell you it depends on what size a department. The littler ones favor the kind of tiered approach. The bigger ones favor a flat across the board.
Does the flat across the board give them a little more predictability? Although we do it, then it comes back and changes anyway. If we do it, and then folks do that lobbying to change it, but which, in your judgment, and I want to hear it from the county administrator as well, gives them more predictability?
I think the flat amount, especially because they don't have their CLS numbers yet.
Administrator Carter, you have any thoughts on that?
We're comfortable with the flat amount. We just wanted originally to provide another option in case. But I think it yields, as Director Ramos said, the flexibility for the court to consider in the FY27 budget process.
Judge, am I the last one on the list?
Yes, and I have some comments too.
I'll make a motion for the 8% at the appropriate time.
Okay, so just building off of what Commissioner Ellis said on the zero-based, I mean, I know that we could call what we've been trying to do performance-based budgeting, but we haven't entirely pulled it off. Is that about right?
Yes.
So I would request, if it's okay with you, Commissioner Ellis, that when they come back with a proposal for how we could do zero-based budgeting, that you guys also come back and talk about, how we actually get to performance-based budgeting, because my understanding is the second one is possibly where we want to be according to, the people that know these things. But I know it's been a challenge, so maybe it's just infeasible.
We have all the pieces. I think it's really just putting it all together into the kind of final decision making.
Okay, so I guess I don't want to discuss zero-based budgeting versus the sort of incomplete process we have right now. I just want to give performance-based budgeting a fair position to where we're presenting sort of the ideal version of that. So could you propose both, if that's okay?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
With me.
All right, and so I know we have 3 different motions related to this. So let's start with the department offset one. Commissioner Ellis proposes the 8% cut. Do you have these motions?
I have them, but for record, if they could be read out.
Okay, so what I have here, and correct me if I'm wrong, is a motion to direct the Office of Management Budget to require covered departments to identify 8% in potential budget offsets for consideration in the FY27 budget process. So motion by Commissioner Ellis, second by Commissioner Garcia. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Then I've got motion to direct the Office of County Administration coordination with the ARPA Steering Committee to identify up to $10 million in unspent ARPA flex and interest funds. I think Brianna's already made this motion. Is that right?
Correct.
All right. Did we have a second on that one? Second by Commissioner Garcia. Do you need me to read the rest of it, James?
For clarity, yes, ma'am.
Okay. Motion to direct the Office of County Administration in coordination with the ARPA Steering Committee to identify up to $10 million in unspent ARPA Flex and interest funds available to support the FY27 budget, excluding funds from infrastructure projects, and return to Commissioners Court with its recommendation on June 11th, 2026. Motion by Commissioner Briones, second by Commissioner Garcia. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Motion to direct the Office of Management and Budget in coordination with the relevant departments to incorporate a comprehensive review of all positions currently vacant under the strategic hiring policy into the FY27 budget offset process, prioritizing the identification of long-term vacancies for potential elimination and cost savings. Should I add that any vacancies identified for elimination will count as an offset proposal toward the associated departments required 8% of offsets?
No, we can handle
Sort
it.
of understood. Okay. All right.
I
So
will make that motion.
okay. Motion.
Let me ask a question about
Yeah.
that one, if I might. So does that essentially amount to a cut on those departments? So if they've been trying to be efficient about not filling positions, would this motion essentially put a cut on them in addition to the 8%?
No, it would be part of the 8%. They would choose which PCNs to submit as part of their 8%.
So they won't get hit twice?
No, no, sir.
Okay. Just want to make sure, I go back and pull these tapes up.
I was the victim of replay very recently, so.
I'm learning how to work. I told them, hook that up on AI for me. Is that what this AI assist says on my deal? Will that help me find it? Just joking. All right, I'm fine.
So Commissioner Brandis made the motion. Do you need clarification, James?
No, ma'am. It's just the motion that was sent in the email that you read.
Correct. Did we have a second? Commissioner Garcia makes a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Great. So this is the item 9, and to be clear, so this the offsets. They're really proposed cuts. Doesn't mean I'm supporting cutting each department by 8%. It's just a budget exercise to see what all our options are. But I continue to. Director, be a little bothered by the double speak offsets and strategic hiring initiative is of hiring freeze. So anyway, I'm gonna keep poking at you with that. It sounds like we're in the George Orwell book. A little silly. All right.
Daniel, one comment before we move on. As you work with departments and they're able through the year find dollars, savings that they can do within their budgets, I don't want to micromanage them once they have a budget either.
I 100% agree with.
And there's times that we may not want to micromanage, but sometimes we end up being micromanagers. So if they earn a savings, if they stop spending here so that they can do another good thing, legitimate thing, budgeted thing in their process, I think they want it. Otherwise, they're going to build into their budget's contingencies. They'll play the 8% game and we'll all be happy and they'll have a budget. But all of them, I think, try to have a contingency over here and a contingency over there. If we allow them to function within what they budgeted and not say, no, you can't spend money on that PCN over there, you must spend it over here.
I 100% agree. I don't want to be in, once the budget is passed, I view my job as making sure that we're staying, that there isn't surprises throughout the year, and if there are surprises, that we have a plan to get to balance by the end of the year. But a lot of the things that we've done around transparency, doing the programs and services, getting clarity on what's funded, what's not, is in the vein of them not having to check with me on whether they can hire or whether they can issue a PO. When I first started here, people would call me, department heads would call me randomly and ask, like, hey, can I hire this position? And I looked at them like they had 8 eyes because I was like, is it funded or is it not funded? And that was an open question. So I 100% agree. The only time that we will step in is when we see that they're moving money from what we know is a commissioner's court priority. I'm not saying that this is a real life example, but like just as an example, if the PDO is cutting public defenders in order to fund executive raises, I think commissioner's court would have some issues with that. We're gonna say, hey, you got to go go to Commissioners Court for review.
Okay, Commissioner Garcia?
So we voted on the item, correct? Okay. Judge, I was going to just say, for the sake of time, if we could consider going to executive session on item 420?
Right, that's what I've got next. Yes.
Sure.
So, so I figured, since we're going to executive session anyway, it would be 385 on the county attorney, 394 on, what is this? No, 428 on the ICE item, and then, okay, so those are the two items. All right, so we are going to executive session. It's 12:31 p.m. and we're going to executive session to consult with our attorneys. Hi, it's 1:24 p.m. and we're now back from executive session. Commissioner Ellis, are you on the line? Let's just give him another minute here. And anyway, after this, we had item 24, which was on HRT, but he.
Am I on?
Yes.
I think I'm here.
Hi.
Okay.
Okay, great. Okay, so we went to executive session on 2 items. Right now, we will be discussing item 385. On item 428, we're going to give it more time, possibly bring it up later in the day. So let's go for 385. Commissioner Briones.
Yes, item 385 regards the County Attorney's Office and the appointment. I first want to thank County Attorney Famban for your years of service in this office, first under County Attorney Menifee and under this tenure since you took, or the months that you took office. But I know you have been the key driver for these years. And as a lawyer, you're a lawyer's lawyer. You're one of the most brilliant strategic lawyers I've ever worked with, and same with Christian County Attorney / Congressman Menifee. So thank you. Truly. And I hope that we can work together for many years to come, because you're one of the most brilliant lawyers I've ever worked with. And so working alongside you and Christian, now Congressman Menifee, has been just a great honor. And the team y'all have assembled, from Neil and Jay and Paige and so many others, I mean, it's top talent doing the people's work and advancing justice. So again, my profound gratitude. So moving to this next chapter, and I wish you all the best in these next chapters coming up for you, Mr. Famban. It gives me great pride and joy to make a motion to appoint Abby Kamen to serve as our county attorney effective June 15th, 2026. Thank you. She will be our first female county attorney in the history of Harris County. She is a civil rights lawyer. She has fought for voting rights, civil rights, and has done civil litigation for years. She was the associate director for the Anti-Defamation League Southwest region. She's been a committee director and clerk at the Texas legislature. So this legal, and of course, she has been serving us as city council member for District C for many years. It's the district I live in, and I have been able to work alongside her as Precinct 4 and District C share jurisdiction. So this legal, legislative, and government experience, to have a public servant who is a leader amongst leaders be able to transition into this role, will be a win for justice in Harris County and a win for the people in Harris County. And so I have had the honor of working alongside her for years, and I look forward to the honor of working alongside her for many years. She is smart, she is relentless, she is fearless, she is one of the most hardworking people I have ever met. She works around the clock, and it gives me pride that we are making history today, and that we will have your leadership as we move forward and continue advancing justice in Harris County and making Harris County a model for this country. And so with that, again, I will reread the motion, and it just fills me with pride today. So motion to appoint Abby Kamen as Harris County Attorney effective June 15th, 2026.
All right, motion by Commissioner Briones, second by Commissioner Garcia. Go ahead, Commissioner Garcia, and then we have Commissioner Ramsey.
Thank you. I too, council member and county attorney-elect, thank you, or soon to be elect, but thank you for all you've done. Thank you for the advice and counsel you have provided me, but thank you more importantly for the work that you have done for the people of your district. And so just very excited to see your trajectory, and I know that the citizens of Harris County are going to immensely benefit from your leadership. And I just can't wait to work alongside you. So very excited and proudly seconding this motion, supporting the motion.
All right, Commissioner Ramsey.
Yes, I was quite taken aback when I received just this week the resignation of Mr. Fonbon. I thought he was in there for the duration in terms of completing out County Attorney Menifee's term. So I'm sitting here, I guess, many times, always the last to know, maybe, when I guess I got a clue when it ended up on the agenda last week. I think it matters how you do something. I don't think this is the correct way to do this. I don't think putting something on the agenda last week and then surprise, surprise, Jonathan resigns this week. It just is not the way we should do these things. I think it should be much more clear, much more transparent, so I'll not be supporting it. Councilmember, don't take this personally. I just don't like the process. So we can do better, and hopefully we'll learn from this. I have great confidence in what Mr. Fonbon has been doing and will continue to do. He's done great work here. He's earned the respect of everyone in the community, and we got to be sure that as we move on to the next phase, we've been through Mr. Menifee running for Congress and Jonathan filled the gap, and now we're going through some other kind of transition. I would call this an unforced era, but we will move on from this.
Thank you, Commissioner Ramsey. Commissioner Ellis, did you have any comments?
Judge, I'm sorry, I'm multitasking. I just want to say how proud I am of the work that John Fonbon did on a number of issues, and on what Congressman Menifee did. I've had the privilege of serving under two county attorneys, and in my judgment, the team that was pulled together under Menifee was just fantastic. So many things were lost in legal. I know the politics changed, obviously, but the first the 4 years that I was there, it was just really such a breath of fresh air. And Mr. Menifee and Mr. Fonbon was certainly a big part of that, and the team that they pulled together. And I've known Councilmember Kamen long before she ended up in office, and I'm sure that she will do a good job. And I want to encourage her to do as much as she can to keep some of those team members, and to the extent people leave because circumstances change, trying to attract that same high caliber of people who understand the law. Because first and foremost, that's the role of that office, to be our lawyer, not to the policy side, but the law is really the role of that office. And I know she's capable of that. She certainly has had a distinguished career. Commissioner Ramsey, I didn't know about this until it ended up on the agenda as well. And there are always better ways to do things. But be that as it may, we move forward. I think that Mr. Fonbon, to step in and do that, he could have left when Christian Menifee left. And my fear would have been that a lot of folks on that team would have left as well, which is why I was supportive of him being there on an interim basis. And wherever he goes in life, I think that Harris County and people in Harris County owe him a lot for his leadership during the time that he was there. But I will be supporting putting Councilmember Abby Kamen in that position. And I think it is good there's some transition time there after there's been a replacement in her seat on council. I went through that, Councilmember, as well. Back when I did it, there's some provision in the Constitution, state constitution, which says that you have to hold over until your successor is duly qualified. So we could have a host of challenges if you went here right away and your successor's not duly qualified, because there's another provision where you can't hold two public offices at the same time unless you are a United States Senator. That was the Lloyd Bentsen rule, to give you a little. But no, that was the John Connolly rule, Commissioner Ramsey, if you've been around following that long enough, or you, Commissioner Garcia. They passed that rule so John Connolly could run for a president and sit in office. And of course, it benefited Lloyd Bentsen as well, who was on the ballot 2 places at the same time, run for vice president and run for reelection to the Senate. But I will be supporting this item.
Yes, Commissioner Garcia.
Thank you. And I want to apologize. I got excited about seeing Abby here. But John, I too want to offer my appreciation for your work. You've always picked up the phone when I've needed something. You worked on some recent policy recommendations for us, and you're always working to unstuck anything that was that needed to move in the office. So I really appreciate you. Not to mention the work you and Christian. When I was on city council, there was a group of 3 guys that, one of them was happened to be my campaign manager. Another one happened to be and became my chief of staff. Another was chief of staff to then council member Alvarado. And then the other, I think, became a deputy chief of staff to Mayor White. All guys in the early part of their career in life. So we always refer to them as the young guns. So you and Christian came in as young guys, and you made it look easy. You really, really did. And so I want to thank you for taking on the challenge when Christian presented it to you, and thank you for what you've done most recently. And just, I have shared my thoughts that, Abby give a lot of thought and consideration to visiting with you, visiting with Neil and others, because y'all are an incredible talent pool, and you're really, really appreciated and respected. So thank you very much. I just want to offer my thoughts to you.
Yes.
Commissioner Briones.
Yes, thank you again, Congressman Menifee and Mr. Fonban. I appreciate you tremendously, Neil, Jay, Paige, all the team. Y'all took this office to new heights, and it really was energizing to my soul to see what can be done to advance justice. And I know that we will continue building on that momentum together, and the best will continue to come, because this is our county, and that's what the people of Harris County deserve. And I want to thank Matt and Slade, their son, who's at school right now. Thank you, Matt, because we know it's a family affair, as it has been in the council member days and will be in the county attorney days. So I just want to say thank you, and you and Adan can start a support group, but we appreciate you. But today, again, it just gives me so much pride, because Harris County is making history, and with our future county attorney, Cayman, we will be sure that Harris County continues to be on the right side of history. So with that, again, it gives me tremendous pride to make today's motion.
Okay, so we have a motion by Commissioner Briones. Was the second Commissioner Garcia? All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed?
No.
I'm going to make a comment here in also Mr. Fonban. You've done incredible work under County Attorney Menifee and in your own right as County Attorney. I'm relieved that there will be an effective date of June 15th per your resignation letter. So that's great. And of course, Councilmember Cayman, you are incredibly talented, and I really enjoyed supporting your campaign for the primary, and I think you will be just excellent at this. I think there's sort of 2 ways to look at it. One way to look at it is what Commissioner Ramsey said. I learned a couple days too late that the Republican candidate for county judge had been appointed county judge in Fort Bend County. And I saw a statement from one of the candidates, and it said, it's an unfair advantage in the upcoming election. So part of me thinks, well, this gives an unfair advantage to the candidate of one party. It happens to be the Democratic Party. The other way to look at it is, well, if the Republican Party does it and the Democrats don't do it, then we're sort of chumps. I'm gonna come. I know that the votes are there. Council member Cayman, for you to be county attorney soon. I obviously, as elected members of Commissioners Court, we have the authority to do this. I don't know that there's necessarily a right answer, but it doesn't feel right. I was just so appalled when I read the news about Fort Bend, and it doesn't feel right for me to do the same thing that so appalled me. So I'm not gonna support this, but I know you have the votes, and I support you, obviously. So that's my vote. So the motion carries 3-2.
Judge, I want to make sure I say yes on the record since I'm virtual.
Yes.
I know Jay's wondering since I keep popping on and off. Yes.
Right. Yeah. No. And silence is yes. So why don't we give a big round of applause to Councilmember Kamen, who now will be.
Like to say a few words. Good afternoon, commissioners and judge. First and foremost, I want to thank you for the trust and the belief you are placing in me. And I commit to each of you, to every department, to every employee, and above all, to the residents of Harris County, that I will work hard every single day to defend and protect our county and our communities. I am profoundly mindful of the significance of this moment and stand before you with conviction and with commitment. As the first mother to serve as Harris County Attorney, I will fight for all of our families as fiercely as I fight for my own with everything I've got. I am grateful to each of you, and I say this not only as a council member and an attorney who has had the privilege to work in collaboration with you, but also as a resident myself. Commissioner Ellis, you and I go the farthest back, in a federal courtroom in DC, no less, defending the rights of Texans to vote. Your unwavering stance for civil rights and for those who too often do not have a voice has been an example that many of us strive to follow, and I look forward to continuing the fight alongside you. Commissioner Garcia, your extensive record of public service, your leadership on safety and veterans affairs have ushered in an unprecedented bolstering of public safety through community policing partnerships, broadening the reach of veteran services, and securing critical investments that sustain our neighborhoods and our economy. I respect your commitment to responsive and steady governance, and suffice it to say, I am very eager to work with you as well. And Commissioner Ramsey, your dedication to your precinct and the common sense approach that only an engineer can bring is a model of public service. Your success delivering on critical infrastructure projects and flood mitigation to road safety is something that I have similarly strived to accomplish for my own district. You are a man of deep faith. I want you to know that you have a partner in me, and I will represent each of your offices with integrity and in the spirit of partnership. Commissioner Briones, as the first woman elected to your precinct and the first mother on Commissioner's Court, you've not only broken barriers in your own right, you've created opportunities for so many others. You've been a fierce advocate for families and working parents. You have prioritized maternal and child health initiatives, expanded access to parks and community services, advanced neighborhood safety infrastructure, and worked to make government more accessible for all of us. It has been a privilege to have worked so closely with you for our constituents. And in this new capacity, I know there's even more that will be accomplished serving as counsel. And Judge Hidalgo, as the first woman and Latina to lead this county, your leadership through unprecedented crises and long-term challenges has been transformative. From your data-driven response to the pandemic, which I witnessed firsthand when I served as the city's chair of public safety and homeland security, to securing critical advancements in flood mitigation and disaster resilience, you have consistently pushed for equitable reforms that protect our most vulnerable residents. Your dedication to ethical, results-oriented governance is a standard that I am honored to uphold.
And I also want to recognize the service and accomplishments of Congressman Christian Menefee, my congressman, and County Attorney Jonathan Fonbon. During their tenures, we have seen incredible progress, increased services, and fearless protection from targeted attacks aimed at our county and the communities that we serve. I also want to thank the hardworking, dedicated staff of the County Attorney's Office. These public servants are committed to good government, sterling representation, and deep respect for the law, and I cannot wait to work alongside you. Together, we will ensure the safety and well-being of our residents, defend local authority, and keep the work of the county moving. During this critical time in our nation's history, we will protect the rights and liberties of the people of Harris County and of our democracy. And I will close with my profound gratitude for those I love and whose gift in my life gives me strength. My family is my everything. So to my husband, Matt, we met as 1Ls in law school, and he has to head out in a minute because he has his own witness interviews to do. You are the essence of everything that is partnership, and I love you from the bottom of my heart. My son, Slade Lester, who is the light and joy of my life, it is his and every other child's future that inspires our work. My little sister, Jenny, and my parents, Mark and Julie, who raised me to make the biggest difference that I can in this world. I will not let you down. Thank you for the strength, values, and love that are my North Star. Thank you.
Congratulations. You guys are adorable. Congratulations. Yes.
Oh, I just want to offer my words to your husband as well. And thank you. Look, just as I always applaud Mr. Briones, it is always, it's typically a guy that sits in some kind of public role. Typically, it's been that way. But more and more leaders like the commissioner and the judge and now the future county attorney, they step into these roles, whether as a council member or in others, and they do phenomenal jobs. But it's really appreciated having the husband at the side, supporting and encouraging, and just like it happens in my house, sometimes patching me up after a tough day. But listen, I just want to say to you, thank you for your support of this incredible leader. And because of your support, this county is going to be better off. So thank you so much.
All right, guys. So I know it's lunchtime. So I'm thinking we break for lunch. It's 1:47. So how about we're back, 2:45? Is that okay? All right. So we're breaking for lunch until 2:45.
Thank you. We're back. It's now 2:59. Commissioners Court's now back in session. I understand there's some speakers that did not get recognized earlier. Please, if you can just make your way, please state your name for the record, and you will have to stop once you hear the red bell go off.
Hello, good afternoon, commissioners. So my name is Helen Zhou, and I'm an immigrant and a naturalized U.S. citizen. I'm the Republican nominee for State Rep House District 137. The zip codes, there are 2 zip codes in my district that's ranked as the most dangerous in the city on the FBI's list. We have a high rate of murder, drug trafficking, and child trafficking. At a time when there is a need for us to be serious about putting criminals behind the bars, the city of Houston just passed Proposition A at the vocal opposition of Houston Police Officers Union. This ordinance ties the officers' hands, undermines public safety, conflicts with state law, with Texas law, and risks losing over $100 million in state funding. Public safety must come first.
Thank you.
And we deserve better. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, next speaker.
How are y'all doing, ladies and gentlemen? My name's Tom Slocum, and I wanted to speak about agenda item 428 for Mr. Ellis. All right. Have you ever been pulled over for a speeding ticket or gotten a seatbelt violation or had a parking ticket? If you don't take care of that, they can issue a warrant for your arrest. A police officer can pull over you or your loved one because you have a warrant out for a Class A misdemeanor. Well, what's the difference between a Class A misdemeanor, a civil violation, and somebody who's here illegally in the country that is supposedly a civil violation? It's not that big of a deal. It's a Class A misdemeanor, right? Okay, so why are you going to treat American citizens worse than illegal aliens in this country? That's a double standard. I thought the Democrat Party was about equality. Is this not the party of equality where you treat people equally? Or are you going to give deference to illegal aliens breaking the law?
Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you. Next speaker.
Thank you, members of the Commissioners Court. My name is Sheila Bernhardt, and I'm here this afternoon to speak, to thank you for letting me speak on this moment to stand before you. I come with not any policy debate, but with a soul crushed beneath the suffocating weight of our community's collective unending agony, and to honor the lives of 5 heroic law enforcement officers from Harris County who were viciously stolen from us while fearlessly shielding our families, our children, and our neighborhoods from harm. These are not distant statistics or faceless casualties. They're devoted husbands and unbreakable brothers in blue whose selfless courage defined the very soul and beating lifeblood of Harris County. Each was brutally and unforgivably cut down in the line of duty by an illegal alien who had no right to set foot on our soil and unleash such unimaginable, heart-shattering horror. And I thank you very much for considering all of these feelings.
Thank you very much. Appreciate you being here. Anyone else?
Good afternoon, Commissioners. My name is Kayla Hensley. This is the story of Sergeant Harold Lloyd Preston of the Houston Police Department, born June 2nd, 1955. Sergeant Preston was 65 years old, a 41-year veteran, HPD Academy class of 79, when he was murdered on October 20th, 2020, while responding to a domestic disturbance in southwest Houston. He and fellow officers were ambushed by Elmer Rolando Manzano, an illegal alien from El Salvador with a rap sheet of horrors, and had no right to be here. Shot multiple times in the head and upper body, Sergeant Preston died at the hospital. His life was unwavering service, cruelly, senselessly, and heartbreakingly ended. Off duty, he tenderly cared for his elderly parents who a man whose commitment knew no bounds. Survived by Annie Mae and Robert Preston, his fiancee Flinda Whitney, daughter Allison, and her mother Ruby Smart, his loss plunged them into a nightmare of agony so black, endless, and suffocating that they barely breathe. Flinda, in the raw depths of her,
Thank you. Your
he would
time
be
is up.
70 years old today.
Thank you. Thank you. Anyone else?
Hello, folks. I'm Warren Howell, candidate for county judge. If someone broke into your house, I'm here in opposition to 428. If someone broke into your house, would you encourage law enforcement to ignore it? Would you? These illegal immigrants broke into our country. We have to support ICE. We have to support the law. You guys have had a rough patch with some of these ordinances that you've passed. Don't make yourself look any worse by passing this crazy legislation or resolution or whatever you call it. Let's make Harris County a law-abiding county. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Any other speakers? All right, then we will move on. We were on, if someone can remind me, we were on item 17? Was it 17 or 15?
17, Commissioner.
All right. That was pulled by Commissioner Ellis. Commissioner, you have anything on that item? Oh, you're muted, sir. Uh-oh. You wouldn't happen to know sign language, would you?
Oh, there we go.
There
Yeah,
we
they
go.
had-
There you go.
They had to unmute me. I thought I was hitting the same button I hit earlier. So, Mr. Ramos, can you walk us through what the initial number was, where we are now, and what it will be in the next fiscal year, and after that, just to get a sense of how we got to where we are?
Sure, Commissioner. So when this came to court, I believe it was May of last year, the initial estimate was 140 million. At that time, we did the contract between the FOP and the city of Houston was not publicly available. So we based it off of essentially the press release. Once we were given access to the contract, we were able to compare apples to apples and actually look at our internal HR data to identify, a closer, more detailed analysis of the cost. And we came up with 104 million. Where we are today is, and what we're discussing is the delta between the cost of a vacant position. And I just want to make clear, not fully budgeting for vacant positions was a practice that I inherited from multiple predecessors. The idea being, the idea and then the math being that most departments don't increase headcount throughout a year. So there's always some amount of turnover. So budgeting the full amount for the full year doesn't necessarily make sense because you would just be putting it as a surplus at the end of the year. Where we are today, Commissioner, let me just pull it up.
Thank you.
For this year's cost, we're at 118 million. So which is the 104 plus the 12 that's under consideration today. And then next year with a projected 8% cost and then the fully funding the law enforcement vacancies, we're looking at 72 million. So a total of 191 million between the 2 years.
And will it go higher in outgoing years beyond that?
So, Commissioner, the year 3, if we were to, again, if court were to continue to match the raises in the HPD contract, it'd be 6% after that, which is 33 million. Year 4 is a 6%, which is 35 million. And then year 5 is 6.5%, which would be 31 million.
Okay, and I just want us to have some sense of it because I know this moved very quickly when it came up. And I just don't want us to go through this exercise again and assume it's one number and then it goes up. So at least we ought to know. I don't want us to do it on the fly. And then find out we got a bigger deficit than we thought we had.
Understood.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
All right, so Commissioner Ramsey, followed by Commissioner Briones.
Clearly, this is all justified.
I think that there are risks to the county not doing it.
And I move on the item.
Second.
All right, so motion by Commissioner Ramsey, second by Commissioner Briones. Commissioner Briones?
Yes, I was just going to, well, I proudly support this. And this, I wanted to highlight a few things. So the reason for this delta essentially is that OMB didn't have a crystal ball, and so we ultimately have lower attrition rates, and we are backfilling these vacant positions in accordance with state law. So just to put this to level set, when we made this historic investment in paying our law enforcement officers at market to create the pay parity for our sheriff's deputies and our constables, this is what we were hoping for. We didn't want to lose experienced officers because when you call 911 and unincorporated, we want someone to show up. So this is the outcome we hoped for. So vacancies have decreased by over 30%. The pay adjustment is working. Agencies growing sworn ranks for the first time in 4 years. So basically, this is saying that we're not only keeping our talent and we're losing fewer, and we have class sizes and applicants for each class size that we haven't had in years because we are paying at market, we are paying fairly. And so this is just testament to the investment we made is working to make sure that we are investing in public safety in Harris County. So as such, I support this item as presented.
Okay, and any other comments on this one? All right, so we have a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, so my thoughts on this, obviously, we had an opportunity to ask the voters what they thought about this, and I supported, of course, these raises, so much so that I proposed them in 2022. So it would be, and I discussed with the law enforcement agencies last year, what would you think if we put this to the voters? I'll even sacrifice early childhood since we can only put one thing on the ballot. And we all shook hands and we came downstairs, and then out of the blue, with no warning whatsoever, some colleagues decided to bring a $104 million proposal. So then this proposal, I warned, this is going to grow. The proposal then then turned into $118 million for fiscal year 26. There was a request of $4 more million, 12 more million. Now there's a $38 million request plus $23 million. So fiscal year 27 is going to be $179 million for this initiative. And then the estimates for year 3, fiscal year 28, there will be $211.6 million going to this. Fiscal year 29, $246 million going to this. So that's an enormous amount of money, To put things into perspective, the initiative to try to renovate the Astrodome was about $100 million. Early childhood initiative for 4 years, $150 million. And that was the largest investment we had from the American Rescue Plan. The deficit this year, about $87 million. So profoundly irresponsible from a fiscal sense. We had an opportunity to fund this in a way that was fiscally responsible, but instead we've been cutting services for the community and looking to cut more this year. And to make matters worse, then we said, okay, well now we can put early childhood on the ballot. Well then the decision was made to not put even that on the ballot, inexplicably. So So the total cost for all 5 years to do this ends up being $285.8 million. This is year to year because it has to grow every year as you phase in more and more costs. And remember, this has already grown by tens of millions of dollars in less than 1 year. So we expect this number to be even more bloated. It is election year tactic, very irresponsible use of money, and frankly, part of the reason why I decided not to run for re-election, because I didn't want to be playing around in a sinking ship. We're going to see some tax raises here in a couple years, conveniently after they run their re-election race. So I'm a no on this one because we can't afford it, and we could have if we put it to the voters. Commissioner, what's your vote?
I'm voting yes. I think at this point we have no choice, so I'm voting yes.
All right, so we're voting 4-1. I'm a no on this one. Commissioner Ellis, I know you wanted to go over item 188.
Yes.
All right, go ahead, Commissioner.
Judge, there was a very short presentation, or we can just talk about it.
Yeah.
Go ahead and do the, yeah.
Yeah, please do. Yeah.
Thank you.
This is on the ARPA priority programs.
Yes.
Yes.
Thank you. Next slide. Next slide, the first slide. Okay, thank you. Thank you to the court for your commitment to these projects. As a reminder, we received a direct allocation of $915 million. You all smartly invested it, and it has yielded over $80 million in interest earnings to $995 million total across 167 projects. You all voted and agreed to health, housing, jobs and education, justice and safety, and county operations as the 5 pillars. Since 2021, we have noted that some of these programs will have to successfully conclude as very impactful one-time investments. As directed by Commissioners Court, departments submitted continuing level of service and spending requests for high-priority programs, and these were also proposed to the ARPA Steering Committee. OCA is here presenting the Steering Committee's proposal to Commissioners Court for inclusion in the FY27 budget projections. Director Hargis and Director Solis will tell you those recommendations from SteerCo.
Thank you, County Administrator. Good afternoon, County Judge, Commissioners. I'm Tom Hargis, Director of Grants and Partnerships in the Office of County Administration. And can you go to the next slide? I want to step back just very briefly and talk about how we got here using the ARPA governance process that was established by Commissioners Court in late 2025 at the request of the Strategic Planning Committee and the ARPA Steering Committee. We kicked off the work to identify the high priority programs for potential inclusion in the FY27 budget. In February, on February 26th, Commissioners Court considered the programs recommended by the ARPA Steering Committee. The court then directed departments to develop and submit continued level of service and spending requests for the programs approved by court to move forward for consideration. At the end of March, again, following the ARPA governance process, departments submitted these requests with input from the ARPA focus area teams and steering committee. And today, for court's consideration, there are 9 programs to consider for potential inclusion in the FY27 budget projections. For any program that receives your approval to move forward, the relevant departments would then kick off the necessary contract amendments, position extensions, or re-procurements while the budget process ensues. As the court later this year takes up approval of the entire budget, the programs that Director Solis are going to walk through, these would then be considered for inclusion in the FY27 general fund budget. And you can go to the next slide.
I'm Romeo Solis, Director of the ARPA portfolio in the Office of County Administration. So the 5 programs that are outlined here have existing contracts or positions that could continue through a contract amendment or extension of a current position. This includes the Maternal and Child Health Program, which has served close to 500 participants since launching in 2022, with Harris County designating this week as Black Maternal Health Week. We want to recognize how public health has continued to provide critical resources, education, and support to improve maternal and infant health outcomes. Just yesterday, Houston Style Magazine published an article in honor of Black Maternal Health Week, stating Harris County is turning awareness into action, focusing on the investments of this particular program. This request also includes the Apprenticeship Advantage program, which through our partnership with AFL-CIO and Empower has enrolled over 1,700 participants in workforce training and career pathways for high-demand industries. And if we can go to the next slide. These 4 programs would need to be reprocured since they need updated contracts or additional positions. The Food and Nutrition Program has served almost 600,000 households since 2023 through partnerships with the Houston Food Bank, Common Market, Small Places, and Urban Harvest. The continuation of this program would focus on food distribution with the addition of benefit enrollment services. Coordinated Homeless Response would serve over 1,500 individuals each year, providing outreach, case management, emergency shelter, or temporary housing. The combined total for all of the ARPA CLSS requests is approximately $14 million. If you choose to vote on this item, Commissioners Court could take up the programs together or introduce individual motions to include each program in the fiscal year 2027 General Fund CLSS projections.
I'll just add just our thanks to the departments, the focus area team, steering committee, the strategic planning committee, purchasing OMB, and our ARPA PMO, and many others for their diligent work on this process. The process to identify these high priority programs and rescope them for potential continuation has been extensive. So I want to thank all those stakeholders. And if you could go to the next slide, I want to highlight a separate but related matter. Each fiscal year, the ARPA portfolio has provided one-time support to the general fund. Through FY26, as you'll see on this slide, that total comes to $49.6 million, representing 5% of the $995 million in federal funds and interest earned in the ARPA portfolio. For FY27, right now, we anticipate having approximately $14 million available to support the general fund, and this includes almost $10 million available from the court backlog savings and interest earns from the Flex Fund, and that's available now. It also includes $3 million we expect in ARPA interest earned by the beginning of 2027, and $2.5 million we expect to have in mid-2027 from additional cost savings and construction contingency. Most of all, we want to sincerely thank Commissioners Court for your guidance and direction in investing these funds, which have had historic impacts on residents of Harris County. And for the governance process you establish, which has ensured the transparency and accountability across all investments made through ARPA funding. So thank you, and we'd be happy to take any questions now.
I just have a few.
Yes, Commissioner Ellis?
Yeah.
And then Commissioner Ramsey.
Did you say 9 programs? In my notes, I had 10.
Go ahead.
It is 9 programs, but the Women's Empowerment Center has 2 requests because there's one from Harris County Public Health, which includes the Access Reentry Program, and then there's another request from the Sheriff's Office, also for the Women's Empowerment Center, that's for 2 staff.
And so out of these 9 or 10 programs, since the Women's Center had 2, they all went through the ARPA SteerCo process. Do you remember if the votes were unanimous in SteerCo? You don't have to go through each one, but Do you remember?
They were not unanimous for every single one. These are the programs that had a majority support. So at the funding levels presented, each of these had at least 3 court offices
Three
supporting
votes,
them.
yeah.
Yes.
Do you remember which ones were unanimous? If you don't worry about it. I'm just curious. You got behavioral health, chronic prevention, food nutrition, maternal health, eviction, coordinated homelessness, apprenticeship. I assume that was unanimous. Access reentry for the Women's Empowerment Center and the Women's Empowerment Center admin support and youth diversion. Was there another one that was unanimous other than the apprenticeship advantage?
I believe Apprenticeship Advantage was the only one that was unanimous.
Okay. I do want to say I'm so proud of our court for coming up with the ARPA process, of putting the money in an interest-bearing account to come up with a plan through an equity framework on how we would spend this money. And the hope was we would put a dent in generational poverty. There was a time when our county, our region, turned down a lot of federal money when the getting was good, when a Texan was in the White House, by the way. So here was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, political lifetime at least, to do it again. And I'm so glad that we did that. My preference, and I would make a motion to go with option 1 to adopt, at the appropriate time, adopt item 188 as presented
All
at
right.
the appropriate time.
A motion by Commissioner Ellis on adopting item 188 as presented.
Second.
Second by Commissioner Garcia. Let's
need to
hear
vote
from
on
Commissioner Ramsey. We can vote on these individually, yes, sir. Is that what you'd like to do?
Yep, that's what I thought we were going to do.
Yeah. We can't, it was
Oh,
either way.
yeah, I'm sorry. Okay.
Is this a extend the time moment? Is that what the beeping was? I'm guessing.
I
Is
moved
there
to
a mo-
extend it.
All right, thanks. Commissioner Ellis moves to extend the time. Is there a second? I'll second extending the time. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed?
I'm
We're
sorry,
extending
Judge.
the time.
We're taking all the items up?
No, we just extended the time. That's
Oh,
unanimous.
okay.
So, we can take item by item if that's
Yes.
a alternate.
That's perfect.
Yes, that is, yes.
Yeah, let me understand, does this buy us another year? This funding that we're voting on today, is this another year, essentially?
Yes, it would, of the programs presented, they would be included in the CLSS process for consideration in the budget for the coming year.
So this gets them through fiscal year 27?
We're essentially adding it into the baseline, so it would stay in there unless court were to take it out. But you also get another bite at the apple during the budget process if there are ones that don't get prioritized over other things.
Got it, understood. Thank you.
So I'll make a motion this way if it makes sense. I'll just make for A first, behavioral health. I'll make a motion for that. Does that make sense?
Yes, yes, Commissioner. So Commissioner Ellis, they're listed in a certain order here for me, but I don't think it matters, guys. We can just skip around. So Commissioner Ellis makes a motion for
You know what
behavioral
might
health.
be easier?
What?
And Commissioner
Yes.
Ramsey, I'm just guessing. Why don't somebody make a motion for apprenticeship? And then I'll make a motion for the others.
I move on
If-
apprenticeship.
Second.
And I'll say,
Okay, motion by Commissioner Garcia, second by Commissioner Ellis on apprenticeship. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously.
now Commissioner Ramsey, you tell me if I'm out of line. I was going to just make a motion for the others unless there's one in particular you want to vote.
I was going to vote no on the chronic disease.
Okay, let's make a motion for chronic disease.
I'll make it.
Motion by
Second.
Commissioner Ellis, second by Commissioner Briones. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
No.
Motion carries 3-2.
Is there another one, Commissioner Ramsey, you
Yes,
want to vote on?
the access, Women's Empowerment Center access.
Rancher. Both of them or just one of them? I'll make a motion for access
Just
reentry.
one of them.
Okay.
Second.
All right, motion by Commissioner Ellis for access, second by Commissioner Briones. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed?
No.
Motion carries 3-2.
And that was okay. I'll make a motion for the remaining ones.
There's one more.
Okay, I'm sorry.
It is the eviction support and diversion legal aid.
Okay.
I'll move that.
Motion by Commissioner
Second.
Ellis, second by Commissioner Briones. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed?
No.
Motion carries 3-2. And then, Commissioner, do you have a motion for the other ones that we haven't voted
I'll
on?
make that motion. Yes, ma'am.
Okay, motion by Commissioner Ellis,
Second.
Second by Commissioner Briones. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? The motion carries unanimously. Thank you guys
That's
for
called
your
the Bob.
hard
That's
work
called
on
the
this.
Bob Bullock rule,
Yeah.
Judge. That's
Okay.
what Bob Bullock. He get it over.
I like it. I like it. I'm learning. Thank you guys, and everyone in steering committee. Commissioner, if it's okay, can we go back to 428?
Yes.
All right. So let me. That's the item on ICE that we discussed in executive session. Go ahead, Commissioner Ellis.
Judge, we had a good and productive meeting on it, and I know members had some concerns about legal issues. I'm not as concerned, but as opposed to making a motion, I'm simply going to direct on item 428 the county attorney's office to develop guidelines for Harris County law enforcement engagement with ICE that protect the constitutional rights of Harris County residents, advance community safety, align with best practices, and comply with Texas Senate Bill 4, particularly related to the enforcement of civil administrative ICE warrants. I'm just requesting that they do that and bring it back to Commissioner's Court. I won't give them a deadline, but I just say do it with all deliberate speed. And that's my request.
Did you get that, County Attorney's Office?
Yeah, that's fine, Judge.
So
Thank
to be
you.
clear, we're taking no action on 428.
Yeah, only action I'm taking is just requesting that the county attorney come back with developed guidelines and bring those back.
Okay, well, that's not anything we vote on.
And learning
No.
also what the policies are, right, Commissioner? Would they have to do that as part of it?
Well, I think in the process, they would have to inquire. They'd have to ask. I want to trust our current and any future county attorneys to use good judgment. Obviously, they talk to all of the stakeholders, including the sheriff and the constables, our offices. We can only talk to one another in public or one person privately, one other commissioner privately. So I'll leave it to their good judgment to make sure that they touch all of the appropriate bases.
All right, so there's a directive from Commissioner Ellis, and as to the item, there's no action as far as the court. Does that make sense?
Yes.
All right. Okay, so let's go back to the top. We have item 24. Precincts 1 and 3 flagged this one. HRT.
I'm in support of item 24. If we ever needed an analyst position, we need it now, particularly compensation with what we've been through on this pay parity disaster. So I'm in support of the two positions. Hopefully that means we won't have any more consultants.
I'll second your motion, if that was a motion.
Okay, so motion by Commissioner Ramsey. Is that okay?
Yep.
Second by Commissioner Ellis. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously. All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Now let's move on to 167. That is on the Institute of Forensic Sciences. Director Ramos or Administrator Carter, would you guys like to discuss that, or do we have someone from IFS? Oh, all right. Well, welcome.
I don't have anything formally written. I was here to answer questions on behalf of the commissioners and the judge, so.
All right, thank you.
My comment. if I
Yes,
could, Judge.
Commissioner Ramsey and then Commissioner Garcia.
I appreciate you putting this on the item. I think to be clear, this has no budget impact. You're not asking for a budget increase.
Not for FY '26, no.
Right, you're looking to take care of this within your funds. This is kind of like what we talked about earlier, Director, in terms of you got money budgeted and they're choosing to use it this way, 2% increase.
But there's an implication for fiscal year 27.
Okay, but this is this year.
Sure, but then we.
This year's this budget. Sure,
Yeah.
absolutely.
But Commissioner
Everything we
Squirrel's
do
gonna
is
have
an
to find the
implication
million.
next year based on our, what'd you call it? Continued level of spending
And service.
and service, yeah.
So
CL
Commissioner,
squared.
if court wants to, yes, they can afford it in this fiscal year, but court is going to need to find that $1 million for next year. So if court is comfortable with finding that additional dollars, then OMB will support and help figure it out.
Well, I'm in full support of it. I move on the item.
Motion, yes, go ahead, Commissioner. Commissioner Garcia and Commissioner Ellis.
Thank you. I just want to, first of all, again, thank Dr. Sanchez for his work, and I appreciate him coming by and visiting with me and advocating for the next administration. And in that conversation, I still have the hope, and maybe me and another colleague could work on this, to create the conversation to merge crime labs. I think that is sorely needed. The district attorney's office, even in prior administrations, has been clear that the Houston Crime Lab in particular is struggling quite a bit with the processing of its evidence. All that being said is that as we grow and as operations grow, as agencies grow, there will be more work coming in our direction. So I want to be thoughtful about working towards the future. And so I recommended to Dr. Sanchez that we should include IFS in the asset forfeiture conversations. And I understand that work is already taking place.
Yes.
Okay. I'm looking forward to seeing that agreement come back. And the only thing I'll say about the asset forfeiture, assuming that it happens, that we make sure that there's an encouragement to use it in the smartest way on a regular basis. It's no good to have that chunk of change available if it's just collecting interest. So I just want to make sure the next administration hears that if you start to receive that asset forfeiture, I want to see it getting spent in a good, smart way as well. Thank you. And I support the item.
Commissioner Ellis and then Commissioner Briones.
So just my question to the department would be, what will you do next year if we don't have the money?
Sorry.
So what happens to these people?
Sorry to the commissioners, I forgot to introduce myself. My name is Dr. Pramod Penny, Interim Executive Director and Chief Medical Examiner at the Institute of Forensic Sciences. To answer your question, Commissioner, as every department heard today, we're going to have to attempt to cut possibly 8% and look for areas to save 8% on our budget. That is something we can look forward to doing possibly with cutting. We have several open PCNs that were referred to as being long-standing, long-time, difficult to fill positions. We will attempt to look at those as possible cost savings for the future year if necessary.
So your sense is you need this for now, knowing that there's a distinct possibility you have to cut that and more money coming into this budget cycle.
Yes, retention right now is of utmost importance to us. We're seeing our attrition rate go up in the last year and a half, 2 years, and most of these people are going to neighboring offices where we train them. We are a really high quality institution thanks to the funds that and the support that the commissioners have given us over the years. And then we train these people, they stay with us for 1 to 2 years, and then they go to surrounding offices for equal pay, less work.
And when you lose them, is it generally to the City of Houston Crime Lab or where?
We have seen some leave to the City of Houston Crime Lab. We have seen some leave to DPS. We've seen some leave to neighboring county ME offices.
I agree with my colleagues' comments about Dr. Sanchez. He did a great job, and I'm glad to spend a little time with him over the years. I also have a little experience with the Houston Crime Lab in my not-for-profit role. I was chairing the Board of Innocence Project. Commissioner Garcia, you might remember that was a case that we handled from the Innocence Project that prompted Mayor White, and you were a leader on that, to make some substantial changes. But I think from talking to people in the industry, usually the veracity of the testing coming out of the county's crime lab is generally better than that at the city. So if they were to merge, I'd be worried about the funding issue, obviously, first and all, and about compromising the integrity of the the great process that I think the county has put in place. It was just interesting. One would have thought that we would have been challenging the county crime lab instead of the city crime lab, but it was the opposite of that. So I just raise it as a caution to my colleagues. If we do it, make sure that comes with eyes open and funding issues and the integrity of those labs, the quality of that work, because nothing's worse than to make a mistake in that regard. I want to ask Mr. Ramos, how are we treating other departments who come to us with a request in this situation? Was there another one on the day's agenda, by the way?
So this issue in particular, which is using current year vacancies to pay for future raises. The last time I can remember us dealing with this was with the district attorneys, where they gave raises and then, needed to come back and ask court to backfill positions that they could no longer afford. We've typically have not funded this mid-year.
So if we do this for this great entity and they do great work, if another department comes in, what would the recommendation be of you or the county administrator on that?
Thank you, Commissioner. My recommendation on this is actually to wait till the FY27 budget process to review it within the context of their overall budget. And that would be the same for any department coming with additional salary increases. I'd also remind that the pay equity, while almost complete, it has not hit the paychecks of our employees, which is not until May 22nd.
Oh, that is true. Yeah. Okay. And so how long would this wait take?
What, the IFS?
Beyond pay equity and the budget process, how many months would that be?
I don't understand the question, sir.
How long would it take us to be at a point where we could vote on it, where you could recommend it one way or the other when we complete the budget process?
If it were in the budget process, you all would do final votes in August. In September is final budget adoption. So then it would be like an October 1st implementation.
Yeah. My preference would be to wait until then, because if not, if some other department came in and they had the same issues, I don't know how we would deny them. If we let the floodgates down for one, why wouldn't we do it for others?
All right, Commissioner Briones and then Commissioner Ramsey.
The work IFS does is tremendous, and I echo the sentiments about Dr. Sanchez, and thank you for being at the helm now, and we look forward to working with you. My questions were related to the pay equity study. My understanding is IFS has signed off on the pay equity recommendations. Is that correct?
We have, yes.
Okay, and the pay equity adjustments will hit in approximately a month. Is that correct?
Yeah, the May 22nd paychecks.
Okay. And so I look forward to making those adjustments for this department and for all the others that we will be making adjustments for. And if there are needs that you can present in the new fiscal year as we prepare, please. And I know that hiring is a challenge given the unique, very specialized nature. And so, again, we want to be there to support you. And we're about to make these big adjustments in about a month's time, and 2% across the board when we've been so deliberate about focusing on position by position. I actually think it would be somewhat contradictory and counterproductive. But please, we're basically in the budget process now, and Director Ramos and team is happy to be alongside you. But based on that we're weeks away, I will not be supporting this today.
Is there a motion to extend the discussion?
So move.
Motion by Commissioner Ramsey, second by Commissioner Ellis. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Commissioner Ramsey.
Yeah, quickly, when you look at how forensics is set up and what they're doing, it's extraordinary. They're going through a change, a transition. I think anytime you go through a transition, there's going to be more money spent. I suspect even the one we talked about this morning, there's going to be some changes. There's going to be a transition. There'll be a need to spend money. So this is in the category of my mind, a transition. That's one point. And the fact that they have figured out the funding for this year, the fact that we still have the pay equity on the table related to this item. Anyway, I think we're trying to hold the ship together, but if there is no concern about transition, there seems to be a lot more concern in a lot of other areas and not so much in some other areas. I think there should be concern here. I think he needs the support, and I would stand with him on the increase.
All right. Any additional comments on this? Yes. Go ahead, sir.
One thing I would like to note, most recently, we did finish and sign off on the initial phase of the pay equity study. During that interaction, we realized that of the 300 employees at the Institute, only 10 of them would receive any changes in their pay from the pay equity study.
Good point.
So you're saying you don't agree with the results of the pay equity study? Is that what I'm hearing?
No, it's just that
I'm just trying to, I'm literally trying to understand what I'm hearing. I'm not pushing back.
It's not that I don't agree with the findings from the pay equity study. The pay equity study did a very good job of attempting to fit forensic individuals of a very unique category and skill set into an overarching huge government structure. The pay equity study needed to bring forth unique categories just for our office that we had to slot into.
Right.
And in that process, the consultant looked at 10 cities nationwide, as opposed to looking at our neighboring cities within the state of Texas. So there's a difference in cost of living, which I wasn't clear if that cost of living was even calculated versus Houston versus our neighboring cities. And that's who we're losing people to. We're losing people to our neighboring cities because no one wants to leave Texas, let's be honest. So when we saw the results of the pay equity study, that's when we became concerned because it was not affecting the salaries as was predicted.
Yeah. So my take on this, obviously, it's hard because I'm a big fan of the department, and also very pleased with the work that you and Dr. Sanchez have been doing and that he did over time. I have been very consistent in saying departments should not come forward with one-off requests. I've been across the board the whole year since last year, so I'm not about to start wobbling on these things because that consistency keeps me sane. That said, I don't know, you guys, what the recourse is because I've heard of something similar where it's like they sort of understood, but they sort of maybe didn't. Like, is there a way, in terms of they being the consultants, is there like a way for there to be I don't want to bog us down, but a tiny appeal process whereby, say, the county administrator could go and be like, yo, you really should have looked at,
I think Chief Raleigh can tell you about phase 2.
All right, thank you.
Yes, you're right, Judge. And so we are already contemplating that. And so immediately after the study, we're going to go ahead and dive in on those that we had unresolved. So that's about 5% of the total. And then those, such as what the doctor is explaining, will fall into our a third every year that we're reviewing. And they're one of the first to go because we know that they had concerns. We did have broader benchmarking than maybe what you understand, so I can help you understand better. But yes, we understand it's unique, and we're willing to partner with them to look at other segments of the market or things so that they have total confidence over the next few years.
I just, that I remember from years and years that we lose folks that we train. Has a lot of time been IFS, juvenile probation, some of those maybe pollution control, so when you say a third, what do you mean?
So some of those departments that you mentioned are getting some of the more significant increases. So just by way of comparison, maybe what it means for them is they've done very good benchmarking and very good pay practices, so that what we're seeing on just a small number of increases is that they're in a good spot. So that's also a possible explanation. But so what we'll do is over every 3-year period to maintain the evergreen and the quality of our compensation programs, we'll be reviewing a third of the jobs each year. So
Got
that
it.
for every 3-year period, we would have reviewed jobs, and we'll make sure to put hot skills or emerging needs early on in that process, but we'll definitely.
But so outside of that third, before that, will they have an opportunity to go over with you sort of this year these issues that he's flagging? Okay.
We're going to start looking at, in August
Okay.
at their issues.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Well, yeah, it sounds like you guys are already chatting. I'll have my staff follow up just in case there's something there that needs bridging. Yeah, thank you. Thank you so much, Commissioner Ellis.
Just briefly, I won't, go give a keynote address on it again, but I'm very proud of what we did with pay equity. I didn't pick the consultants that did it, but I just want to stress that, we didn't have a protracted discussion on pay equity when we took care of department heads, even when we took care of our important law enforcement partners. But look, we got a no money complex, and let's just face it. So all of us, we just got to gut up. We're going to make some tough decisions. And our forensics department is so important, but so is every department. So I don't want, that department to feel like they're slighted, but there are a whole lot of departments who don't have nearly the resources that you all have gotten over the years. That's because the county made historic investments in it. But there are other departments that did not get that over the years. But, everybody's for equity as long as they think it means they get some more. And when they don't get some more, it's hell to be fair. That's hard, and it's complicated. And you got winners and losers. But we try to make up for historical wrongs. So I just want to make that point. Commissioner Ramsey, did you want to vote on your item or no action on this item?
No, I've made a motion.
Okay. And you had a second.
Okay, so I have Garcia and Briones here on the list. Did you guys still have comments?
Yes, I just had a couple quick questions. Chief Rowley, on this point about looking at other Texas cities and counties, I know you've heard an earful from court multiple times on the importance of the clear, consistent comps. And our understanding was that the Texas cities and counties were included in the data that was used.
Yes.
Is that correct or not?
Yes, and so they were part of broader studies that the consultant had access to. So that wasn't a direct one-to-one comparison, but it was part of the baseline information that the consultant had.
So surrounding cities and counties were included in the analysis, is that correct?
Yes, and looking to see if
Okay.
is here. Amanda, did you want to join to add anything?
I
Need
just,
a Porter
yes or no
director?
is fine. I know we have a lot of items to get to, but okay. I just want to make, just in terms, we're all talking from the same baseline of facts. And then I know we had given this additional 1.2 million because our understanding was the federal DNA backlog grant was not going to continue. So then Commissioners Court added that 1.2 into the budget because we, of course, needed to continue that DNA backlog work, but then the federal grant was given. So to your point, there is this funding, but we were in this precarious situation where we didn't know if we'd get the federal funding for this critical DNA backlog grant. Is that correct? OMB, OCA, IFS?
Director Ramos, the grant, yeah, please.
Yes, correct?
Yes. So there's 1.2 million in there that was for the grant shortfall, which did eventually come through.
Okay, I just wanted to clarify on that. So I look forward to hearing all of, what your requests are as we prepare for this next budget cycle, but signing off on the pay equity study, and I want to make sure those adjustments are made before. And then I also, just from my previous chief talent officer hat, a 2% across the board, how is that really going to be a strategic infusion for retention? I think there's probably more targeted ways to achieve the ends you want that I think we could be more effective at. So in sum, I'm not going to support that for those reasons.
So how do we bridge this gap about whether we talked to neighboring cities or we didn't? What do you guys think is the disconnect there?
Yeah, we didn't have like a custom survey of just neighboring cities, but they were some, like Houston, were participants in some of the broader studies that Gallagher used to benchmark the jobs.
So it may be the case that, is there an extension of the
Continue.
discussion? Motion by Commissioner Ramsey, second by Commissioner Garcia. All in favor?
Aye.
Motion carries unanimously. It sounds like there may be a case in which neighboring cities do need to be investigated further.
We're happy to do that. And so what we can do is I can bring you a little bit more information when we come back to discuss the comp and pay equity study. So when I come back, I'll give you more specifics.
Sure. All right. So we have, who made the motion on this one?
I did.
Ramsey. Second, was it Ellis? Garcia. All right. Motion by Ramsey, second by Garcia. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed?
No.
Okay.
I'm opposed.
He's opposed. I'm opposed. Okay. So the motion fails 3-2. I will say, thank you guys. Just back to back to the to item 8 on the 8%, Commissioner Ellis. One of the things that I was thinking about as we're asking all these departments to tighten their belts, and we know these are very real issues that they've talked about for years. I think you're sort of a symbol for many departments that are in your situation, and you just happen to be here today. I think that we ought to, as members of court, look at our offices for the 8% cuts as well, and that we should look at the rollover money that the offices have, and we should look at, the fact that there are 5 engineering departments, 1 in each precinct, plus the engineering department. I mean, we're asking for services to be cut at the same time as we give politically favorable raises without the community's input. At the same time as we do the, do as I say, not as I do. We're exempt from everything we're asking the departments to do. So I would request that be an option. And that would be on item 8. So I'll bring it back up, folks. I'm not making a formal motion, but I at least want the public to be aware that we're asking for all of these cuts and struggles for the employees, and the members of court are somehow exempt and able to sit on millions and millions of dollars. It just seems unfair. All right. So then we had item 174. Or I'm so sorry, Commissioner. There was the flood ones. So 300 and 366, Director Peterson.
Good afternoon, Judge. Good afternoon, Commissioners. I can provide a quick update on the CDBG program based on the transmittal that we provided to court. And then I know, Judge, you also had some items that you were interested in as well. So first, let me give you an update. Because since we last provided a transmittal to court, there has been a lot of progress. So certainly, we know that we have been talking about the CDBG program for many months. We have been talking about the work and the need and the progress to advance these critically important projects. And we've made significant measurable progress. And we're seeing progress on the ground. So we know that there are deadlines. We know that they are challenging. And we also are implementing a plan, and we are making progress on that plan. We set a goal to get all of the CDBG projects for disaster recovery out to bid in the first quarter. And we achieved that goal, even though it was very challenging. It took a lot of support from court to clear red tape. It took a lot of support from the GLO and leveraging the partnership that we have there. But we met that goal. Our next goal is to have all of the DR projects under construction by the end of June. Again, this is a very aggressive challenge, but we are committed to doing it. We already have 7 of the 11 DR projects under construction with construction awards issued. We have 4 more remaining. I will note that we utilize the authority that was granted to our purchasing agent this morning to make sure that we got the Greens Bayou Midreach construction agreement awarded. So it is making a significant difference. We have 4 more projects to go. 2 projects we are waiting for environmental clearance from HUD, and we have 2 projects that are still out for bid, and we are waiting for those bids to come in so that we can evaluate them and award those contracts. We're also advancing our mitigation projects. We have 3 projects that have also been awarded during that same time. So we're making sure that we're addressing the most urgent, critical timelines while we are advancing the MIT program and keeping that momentum going. And I think it's important to talk about momentum because truly the hardest part of this work is getting to the point where we can initiate construction. And we are at the precipice of that point with all of the projects for the disaster recovery program. I also want to stress, the thing that drives us, the thing that, we hear and we heard today is the importance of this work to our community. These aren't just dates and numbers and projects on a piece of paper. This is flood mitigation for the residents of Harris County, projects that are going to make our community safer. And this work is about making sure that there is visible progress on the ground and that these projects get done. So I have to again highlight the importance of the support of this court. The Commissioners Court has done a tremendous job of making sure and making it clear to us that you will help us with the things that we need. There has been unanimous support on this. You have fully funded all of the CDBG projects. You have made sure to help us clear the red tape and make sure that we can get this work done. I also have to acknowledge the GLO. They have been a critical partner from the very beginning, strategizing, helping us solve problems, looking for different ways to do things and bringing ideas to us to help us execute this work. We always know there is room for improvement, and we are continuing to double down on that and make sure that we are addressing concerns and continuing to put this program forward. And so really looking forward where we're at a pivotal point for the disaster recovery program in terms of progress that the community can see. We will continue to look for opportunities to deliver, to accelerate. We are actually beating our planned milestones. We are delivering faster than we anticipated. And at the end of the day, we are focused on the work and we are confident in our ability to deliver. And we recognize these are challenging deadlines, and we believe that the work that we are doing is demonstrating the commitment that we have to get this work done. So I'd be happy to take questions.
Thank you, Director. Commissioner Ellis, then Garcia, Ramsey, and Briones. Commissioner, you're on mute.
Thank you, Dr. Peterson, you and your team for the work you've done. Knowing that we had challenges with GLO in the beginning of this process, but we did come up with an unprecedented amount of local money to help with this. Knowing we had to deal with the deck of cards that we were given, I'm just curious to know along the way, what things would you do different now, just looking back from what we have done, knowing that, Judgment Day is going to be coming soon in terms of possible extensions or not extensions.
That is such an interesting question, Commissioner. And to be honest, I will tell you, I am in execution mode. I am focused on getting the projects out to bid and getting them under construction. I don't know that I have an answer for you off the top of my head because I haven't really shifted into reflection. What I would say is that I will just stress how critical the support of this court has been to help us clear the red tape and help us, make sure that the other county departments put a priority on this work. It is tremendous. That has been hugely supportive and hugely critical to our progress. So I think that's one thing that I would say is the support of this court has been critical.
I just, as I've said many times when we've met privately and publicly, at least in my career, whenever there's a possibility of losing federal money, it is a real challenging situation. So I'm keeping my fingers crossed, but I'm very concerned.
Understood.
Thank you.
Okay, Commissioner Garcia.
Thank you. Dr. Peterson, thank you so very much, and appreciate all the work you and your team are doing. I want to go back and just relive a little bit of history. Number one, these projects were not well thought through. And we didn't think about how how many of them were going to require right-of-way acquisition, how many of them would have likely major environmental issues, maybe jurisdictional issues, and things of that nature. Then on top of it, GLO, under the previous administration, pulled out and stole some time away from us. Time that works against the very money you are trying to spend. So I just want to, first of all, thank you, and I do want to thank my colleagues because you have had several unanimous votes as it relates to CDBG or DR and MIT. And we have given you direction to take care of business, get things done. You have sought out the help of Kimberly Williams to find creative ways to accelerate the contracting process so that you can get these items out on the street and get them bid on so we can start working on them. So you've done a number of things to help us get there. And you have been working to manage a relationship with the new administration of GLO, with Dr. Buckingham and her team. And I stay in contact and I hear that things are working well. So I appreciate all that you've done. And look, at the end of the day, we got to let you get to work. You know, I appreciate you coming to court. A few months ago, we were asking you to build all kinds of different spreadsheets and you were killing all kinds of trees. We got to let you work on the work. So I just want to say thank you for all that you've done to get us to this point. And yes, it's going to be a very, very tight deadline. Absolutely. But we knew that getting into this. We absolutely knew when I worked with Dr. Buckingham to get that money back to Harris County, we knew we would have a very tight deadline. I knew there was a lot of consternation over when I kept saying shovel-ready projects, but you know, the projects, regardless of how ready they were, we still didn't know the details of those.
I think we need to make a extension deal.
So move.
A motion by
Second.
Commissioner Garcia, second by Commissioner Briones. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Go ahead, Commissioner.
So we didn't know, even at that time, when you looked at these projects and thought these are projects that are near shovel-ready, well, they weren't. The environmental issues popped up on you. The jurisdictional issues popped up on you. The right-of-way acquisition issues popped up on you. So it was absolutely a surprise at most every turn. But you've kept things moving, so I appreciate you. And then lastly, you've had to navigate primarily a federal purchasing process, which isn't simple in itself. And that requires all kinds of hoops and hurdles for you to have to cover. So again, I just want to thank you for the progress being made. Yes, we are all holding our breath, but there is a history for why this is as tight as it is. And I just want to thank you for just pushing forward.
All right, Commissioner Ramsey and then Commissioner Briones.
Dr. Peterson, thank you. This is quite the effort. It's almost like doing a doctor's thesis, I think, in terms of getting through the details of it. Want to continue the conversation that Commissioner Garcia has referenced. I don't know that since I've been on Commissioner's Court, the offices working closer together in a more focused manner to try to do the right thing in terms of getting these projects done. It's been a real effort on behalf of all of our offices. So I think there is much that we appreciate. We are continuing to focus on what we need to. I think it's important now. I've because of some experiences I've had, I've tried to, with me and Eric Heppen and others, help take a bit of a lead in working directly and trying to work with the communications, being sure that that was all it should be. Comments that I'm going to make now have to do with there is no time for anything other than specifics. And again, these comments are made in the context of We've got to be sure we get the details correct. You gave an accurate assessment. We have a plan on the table. The projects are bid. Now we're going into construction. You get those projects moving right along in construction, and we'll be closer to our objective. But it's hard to ask for or talk about anything unless you have your projects moving forward. But things that we're going to focus on going forward with these projects, that the construction costs are accurate. Example of maybe what we need to improve on, TC Jester is listed as $23.3 million. The actual award is $18.5 million. We need to be talking about $18.5 million, not $23.5 million. Greens was listed at $20.8 million. Actual award was $16.6 million. So as we know more, we need to have that kind of working relationship with GLO to be able to communicate clearly these accurate numbers. It's important that we communicate basic project information, construction start time, duration, tentative completion. None of those can be left blank. All of that needs to be filled in. When you look at the 2018 Harris County Flood Control Bond Project Breakdown, requested breakdown of projects within bond IDs last year, yet we can't see them by project. F14 Kingwood Diversion, Taylor Gully, Missing Woodridge. So we're still being a little obtuse in using bond IDs rather than projects. People understand a project, they don't understand a bond ID. So as we communicate with each other, I think that's what drives the public crazy. We communicate them in engineering speak, and I try to avoid that. Not successful sometimes, but sometimes we have an unable to start projects in a timely manner. Flood control has been taking up to 24 months to execute new contracts. We just can't do that. When we get a contract in, if it's in purchasing, if it's in somebody's office, if it's in legal, you've got the whole Commissioners Court here ready to engage on your behalf. I have examples. I'll not go into those. But when you look at the CBG concerns, the spending deadlines, not only is it getting these projects bid, but the spending, when are you spending, how much are you spending, the rate of spending, all those details matter. They're looking at 5%, 25%, 50%, 75%. I'm going into these details because that's the details that we need to know. And since I am helping with the support from our court, when we need those numbers, we need those numbers. So that's the essential part of what we need to do. With that said, I'm going to make a motion, and y'all can consider it. I know Commissioner Brianna still must speak, and the judge must speak. But the motion that I'm going to make is I move that Harris County Flood Control District provide Commissioners Court with monthly project level schedules and financial reporting for all CDBG, DR, and MIT flood mitigation projects. I think that's information we have available because that's what the GLO is asking. I'll continue.
I'll second it.
The monthly report shall include for each project the estimated design completion date, estimated construction start date, and actual start of construction when applicable, total expected construction duration in calendar days, estimated construction completion date, total project budget, amount encumbered, bid award amount, amount spent to date, and any project delays. Start and end date should be in month, day, and years format. I further move that Harris County Flood Control District will submit this information in a consistent monthly format that clearly identifies any schedule changes, delays, or financial variances from prior months so that Commissioners Court can exercise meaningful oversight and ensure transparency in project delivery. I'm not asking for this to waste anybody's time. I'm asking this because this is what the GLO needs to know. This is the level of detail. So that's my motion.
Did you
And I'll
get the
second it.
last part?
All right, motion by Commissioner Ramsey, second by Commissioner Ellis.
Oh, I'm sorry, there's one other.
One more part.
I further move that the monthly report will be due on May 1st, 2026, and all other monthly reports will be due on the third Monday of every month thereafter, to give you kind of a timeline on those.
Perfect.
I think this will be helpful as we communicate with the public and as we help the GLO be sure they have all the data so they can properly support us.
I proudly support those motions.
Okay, Commissioner Briones?
So yes, thank you, Commissioner Ramsey. I proudly support those motions. And I, first of all, want to thank you because, are you okay, Jay? You're not joking. Commissioner Ramsey has completely really has been helping to save the DR and the MIT projects. I mean, he's leaned in, spent countless hours. He does so every single week. And his expertise and decades of knowledge is what's making all the difference. So like, on behalf of all of our constituents, truly thank you. You are championing it and you're saving us. So thank you. So I proudly support your motions. Dr. Peterson, I know you and your team are working really hard. I know you and I talk all the time. You know the moral obligation we all feel, given how important flooding is, the destruction, the trauma that all of our community has experienced with the destruction we have had. We know that we are under very tight timelines. So I am very supportive of this motion because we've talked a lot about this. We need clear, consistent information in the most tight way. And I know all of our teams have been meeting with you. I know some of us have really been leaning in heavily with the GLO, and I want to thank Commissioner Buckingham, Heather LaCrone, Erin, Rahina, all of the team, because at the end of the day, GLO is our partner, right? We're together in this. We want to succeed. We're saving Texans' lives. We're saving Texans' property, and we're keeping resources here in Texas, and we don't want to send them back to the feds. So I know, and I'm so thankful to Commissioner Buckingham for her fairness and her partnership and the collaboration that we have had. And I look forward to executing with excellence, like every minute of every hour of every day of every week of every month. And I don't mean to be dramatic, but like truly, failure is not an option. We must get it done. And so I appreciate your tireless efforts, and we must
I think we
all
need to
be on the
extend
same motion to extend.
Motion by Commissioner Briones, second by Commissioner Ramsey. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed?
Judge, you
I
just want to
think
extend till the remainder of this item is discussed, so you don't have to
So
keep doing it.
moved.
All right, motion by Commissioner Briones, second by Commissioner Ramsey. Can I say that again? All in favor? Motion carries unanimously.
So this consistent monthly format and information and getting into this battle rhythm that all 5 offices plus flood control and GLO, I think it'll be instrumental to the success. So in sum, I mean, as Texans, our success is all interlinked and intertwined, and representing Western Harris County, where we have Addicks and Barker, and we remember vividly the destruction. We just must be pressing forward. And again, Commissioner Ramsey, truly, thank you for saving these programs.
So Director Peterson, I received this handout, and then I see a backup that is has a map. Let me maybe spin it around. I don't know if you can see.
Yes. So we have what was.
And then there's another table.
Yes.
Beneath. So, is there anything I'm missing? Any other collateral that you sent?
No, we have the backup that was submitted, and then based on feedback we received from your office as well as several other offices, there was some additional information prepared. But we do feel like, at the end of the day, Commissioner Ramsey, I appreciate your specificity.
I'm trying to talk to you.
Pardon me. Sorry.
Yeah.
Sorry.
So you didn't send anything else?
No.
Because I requested a timeline and I'm not seeing a timeline. What am I missing?
We have on the transmittal, we have the timeline when projects were amended into the contract. We have timelines.
What is the transmittal? Is it this document with the yellow map on top?
Yes, it's the document that was submitted as part of the item that we prepared for court.
Okay, so you do understand the community knows that there are all these projects that are delayed to where they possibly would lose funding. And I requested, and I shared with the press that I requested, and with the constituents that I requested, and I stressed to you that I requested a timeline that showed where we are, what the deadlines are, and what we're going to do to meet those deadlines. I can't make sense of this chart. Where is that?
So there are a couple pieces of information, Judge, that are presented on the handout, as well as the transmittal. The timeline for the overall program is on this sheet.
So that was not the question. It was for each project. Where are we? When is the deadline? Why are we behind? And how are you going to meet the deadline? But I don't, where is that? I don't see it. Like, how would you send this to the community and tell them that this is how you're updating us, that we're going to finish this on time? Because it makes no sense.
Understood.
To me, much less a lay person.
So we can certainly put that together, Judge. We can certainly put that together. It was my intent that the materials that we had already provided to court were responsive to the requests that you had made, and my understanding.
That we'd already provided to court when, because I talked to you
So we submit transmittals to court
this
since
transmittal,
Yes.
Director, and I'm saying this is not a timeline.
understood, which is why we also prepared a timeline in the one-page handout. Now, you are correct. You are correct.
Where's the timeline? This is a timeline?
Well, this is the
this timeline says, this timeline is a backwards-looking timeline. I mean, I've got to be missing something here, Director, because we're trying to figure out how we're going to finish these projects on time.
Yes.
That's the question that I have, and that's the question that the community has. And I asked for a timeline, and what I see here is a timeline between February 2018 and July 2024. Well, that already passed. So
yes,
how is that helpful to explaining what the community needs to know and what I need to know, which is how are you on track to finish these projects, each of them, the MIT and the DR projects, by the deadline? But I don't see any deadlines, and I don't see any of that.
So the deadlines are on the front page of the transmittal, Judge. But I understand
You're going
your
in
point.
circles with
Yes,
me. So
yes.
where are the deadlines? Just read it out. I mean,
So
you're
on the-
ultimately responsive to constituents. So
Understood.
please
So
go
on
over the deadlines.
On the CDBG DR and CDBG MIT program status update.
So is that this document, or is
No,
it
ma'am.
this
No.
this document? Okay, so show me. Can you choose a project from here and show me how this shows that we're on track and what the deadline is and how you're going to meet it?
So what we have is the current program deadline in the table underneath the map.
Can you choose a project and just walk me through what you're saying?
So they're all subject to that same deadline. So each project that is amended into the contract with the GLO.
You asked me to look at this table.
No, I said to look at the front. This is right here, Judge.
We just got done talking about this. There's not a project by project summary here.
Yes.
So what's the point? I mean, the public is seeing that we might miss the deadline, and you're saying, here's the deadline. How is that helping? Director, I mean, you know, I said to the press and to the community, just as it's so easy for the department heads to not tell us until the last minute that projects might not meet deadlines or that there may not be funding, it's easy for us to throw the department heads under the bus. And they said, well, how do you feel about the director? I said, I don't know. I'm not about to just throw under the bus, but I cannot understand this. I requested a timeline. The timeline goes back in time. I requested to see basically what Commissioner Ramsey has asked for in simpler terms. That's not anywhere here. And if you're not laughing at me, it's at the constituents. There are millions of people who were flooded or impacted in any way, in some way by this. Commissioner Ellis and I were in DC many times, and we secured a direct allocation of $750 million for Harris County. Unheard of. We fought, we sent some $300 million back that we then received again with Buckingham. People have been waiting for these projects. We get a report that the projects are behind, and you're not providing anything that provides any sort of assurance to the community, much less to me, that you're on track. What are we playing? What am I missing? Because I just really don't understand. And you're a smart person. I know you get what I'm saying. So when you keep saying, you say, go look at the table, and I look at the table, and I say, where's the timeline? And you say, well, the timeline's in the other document. It's not funny.
Agreed. So I want to be responsive to your request, and I appreciate this feedback so that we can get this information. However, when I have had conversations, this level of information was not clear. So it is clear.
I spoke with you directly several times that I wanted to see a timeline. And I shared that with the press. So the newspaper knows this. How do you not know this, Director? I don't know what to say. I mean, I'd be embarrassed to show this to any member of the public. Hey, we're going to make sure that the projects are on time. Here's a spreadsheet with the headers project ID, project title, status, construction, contract awarded, estimated cost, bid advertisement, actual plan, construction progress, contractor, application status, amended into contract, date amended into contract, 6/24, 2/25. What? I mean, look, I'm glad you're hopefully bringing the actual timeline and responsive information that you know the public is asking for and they deserve on May 1st. But I mean, I'm totally baffled by this. I'd also ask that you bring in any delays so that if there are delays, at least we know what they are, so that we can then understand if it's a structural issue that's outside of our hands, in which case maybe we can advocate, or at least we try, or if it's something that we can do here to make things work. And I don't know, Director. I think unless I'm missing something, I think I just lost my confidence in you. I don't understand what this is about. But I'll let my colleagues go forth and make the motions.
May we please take a 10-minute recess? I really have to use the restroom.
All right, it's
and then we can regroup.
4:26, and we're breaking until 5:26 or 4:36. Thank you. Commissioner Ellis, I'm not sure if you're there. We're about to get started. It is 4:40. Commissioners Court's back in session. So I have Ellis and Ramsey here, and Garcia. Did you guys have additional comments? It may be that the button was pressed from before. Yes, Commissioner Garcia?
Thank you. Dr. Peterson, thank you for your work. And the transmittal that's on the agenda today, that transmittal has timelines on it. Is that correct?
It does outline the current program deadlines.
And you have met with me, I know, on a regular basis. You have met with my staff on a regular basis. So I appreciate the communication that we have had. And I understand that you have been meeting with other offices as well. So I know that sometimes when you're all meeting out, so am I, but I know it's one thing to talk to staff and it's one thing to talk to a principal, or I shouldn't say talk, to meet. Face to face is always the best way to communicate. So I appreciate the work you've done, but I just want to point out that the transmittal does have some timelines on it. And just to remind us that CDBG-DR is not CDBG-MIT, and it's not maintenance. They're all different projects. They all have different requirements and different timelines as a consequence. So again, just thank you for your work.
Commissioner Briones?
Thank you again, Commissioner Ramsey, for bringing these motions today. I think the specificity, clarity, consistency is exactly what we need to execute with excellence and to make sure these projects get done within the timelines. I know we talk and meet regularly. Thank you. And I couldn't agree more. We need to be aligned and transparent and as clear as possible with the community. And I know we share that. So this first report on May 1st will achieve that. I know you're updating the public dashboard. Please keep that current, consistent, and clear. And again, I want to thank our partners at GLO. We must deliver these projects, and we will deliver these projects, and I thank you. And Commissioner Ramsey, again, thank you. You're really quarterbacking this for us. Thank you.
Commissioner, James, do you need Commissioner Ramsey to read his motion again?
I think we're okay.
Okay, so Commissioner Ramsey's made his motion. Is there a second? Second by
I second it.
You
Yeah.
you seconded
Yes,
it
ma'am.
already? Okay, second by Commissioner Ellis. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously. And let me just add, Director, and again, maybe I'm living in a, I don't know, I'm really baffled at this, but from our email records, we received both this this information I have on the computer and the 2 pages I was showing earlier at 5 a.m. today. I mean,
If I
think,
may,
yeah,
Judge, I know we did meet with your team on Friday.
right.
We did meet with your team, I believe, on Tuesday, and I believe we met with them yesterday as well.
Yes.
So we have met with them
Right, but it's
and
one-
shared the information.
one thing-
And I apologize. I want to, if I may, just, I want to apologize that we clearly missed the mark here, and we will come back with additional information. We have the information. We just missed the mark, misinterpreted the request. I have a detailed table of exactly what you're asking for and a looking exactly at, did we provide it? And it truly is, we misinterpreted, and we will get you the information.
I hope so, Director. I mean, you've got to sort of see it to believe it, right? Trust is earned, and I just don't understand how we ended up here. Of course, you met with my staff, and I was briefed, and the latest communication they had was there will be additional information, but of course, the additional information was what was received at 5 a.m. So I won't change the motion, but I would request that the information that Commissioner Ramsey has requested please be sent to us ahead of the agenda deadline. So, or ahead of court date, the date that we will discuss it, so we have time to read the materials. Because see, if we had received this earlier than 5 in the morning the day of court, then we might have said, Director, what's up with this? Anyway, I just think of all the communities, the folks that voted for this. We secured this money with Commissioner back in, if it wasn't 2021, it was 2022. I don't know at what point we got behind, but it's well past time for there to be a clear timeline, and so I'm really demanding that, Director, on behalf of the community. So anyway, thank you for your time.
Judge, I'll show that motion for item 300 and item 366 being accepted as the transmittal.
Sure, thank you. Okay, so then I have 174 out of Texas travel and training requests. That was flagged by Commissioner Ramsey. And folks, the order here is a little funky. These are the items that Commissioner Ellis needs to review, but because he's in and out of this conference where he's been asked to speak. So, Commissioner Ramsey.
Yeah, there was an item on flood control and in concert with the Corps of Engineers going to observe tunnels in Japan. Even though this is technically a quality look, I'm just not sure. And we recognize that the Corps is paying for 18,000 of it. The county would pay $2,710 of it. But I would make a motion to approve all items except number 5. We need to vote on that.
Motion by Commissioner Ramsey to approve all items except number 5, second by Commissioner Ellis. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously.
Judge, I'll make a motion for that for that one item. I think it'd be good to take a look at them. I think it says a lot to the feds that we're willing to go and look, and they're putting up the bulk of the money. So I'll move that remaining item.
Second it.
Okay, so motion by Commissioner Ellis, second by Commissioner Garcia. All in favor?
Aye. And I'm supporting it. I thank the Army Corps of Engineers for their continued interest in the deep tunnel study. And so I take them inviting us, paying the vast majority of the costs as a way, a positive signal for the intense federal investment that we will need to make the deep tunnels a reality. And we need their ongoing partnership as we work towards 2026 WARDA and all of the actions that we have been talking about and meeting with the Army Corps of Engineers. So in sum, that is why I'm supporting this item, and I appreciate the Army Corps of Engineers' invitation and continued partnership.
Yeah, appreciate their efforts, and certainly no one has supported tunnels more than I have. It's just this one initiative that I'm not supporting.
Commissioner Garcia, did you have additional comments on this? So let me just to sum up here. So the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers requested that the flood control go to Japan to learn more about underground tunnel flood mitigation, and is paying for the vast majority of this expense, $18,000 worth out of the $20,710. So $2,710 will be spent by the flood control district, i.e. the county, for incidentals only as necessary. Japan has the world's largest underground flood system. This is a great opportunity for us to learn from the best. And of course, through my experience during the trade missions that I've paid for out of my campaign, I've seen how meeting with communities around the world can help drive innovation and that information exchange. So I support it. It's definitely one of those things that can be spun to sound bad, but I'm glad that we're supporting this fact-finding and information exchange initiative. So anyway, we got the motion and the second. Did we already vote on this one specifically?
It hasn't completed. You haven't.
All right, so let's vote on this particular item. All right, so Commissioner Ellis had the motion, Garcia the second, is that right? Okay.
Yes.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
No.
Motion carries 4-1. All right, great. And then we're going to 188. we've got 188 we already talked about, right? 190. So Commissioner Ellis also had 321. That's the last one. So let's do 321 and then we'll go back. So Commissioner, go ahead. This is the Aetna Silver Script Employer Group Waiver Plan.
Yeah, I think Commissioner Briones, you had some concerns about this item. I asked the department to come back with a recommendation, I think at the next court meeting, because I will be there. I'm in Atlanta for a conference today. Speaking of tunnels, I was with the former mayor of Atlanta who did tunnels over here, Shirley Franklin, this morning, and we'll have dinner with her shortly. But I just want us to do what we said we were going to do. And I think there may be some other motions that my staff told me were going around. I don't want to mess up anything that they're doing. So I'm asking my staff to send around a motion that I'm going to add in addition to some that I just glanced at that Commissioner Briones has as well. But I don't think this will mess up anything. But my motion is going to be to direct HRT to evaluate and present as a potential option the budgetary, operational, and administrative impacts of reinstating the prior retiree benefits plan. This analysis should include feasibility, cost implications, implementation considerations, and key factors the court should weigh in determining whether such a revision is advisable. I don't want to tie their hands in any way, but I want to just make sure one of the options is for us to do what we thought we were doing.
Agreed.
Regardless of the circumstances. So after the other motions, I'll just make that one. And with the budget office, I want to make sure I ask them to write this in such a way it gives you maximum flexibility, because I think you all wanted whatever amount of time we gave you when we met last. I think you wanted 3 weeks or whatever it was, a month. But does this, I think I wrote this broadly enough. So it's just saying one of the options I want is for us to do what we thought we were doing.
I couldn't agree more. Support that wholeheartedly.
All right, so we've got a motion by Commissioner Ellis, second by Commissioner Garcia. Any discussion on this motion?
Yes.
Yes.
Not on necessarily on the motion. I just want to give you and your team some appreciation for your work. I don't know whether anybody else has had this particular challenge, but my FSA card had been frozen like for 2-3 years. Yeah. And Ms. Hippolito has worked tirelessly with my wife. And I'm grateful because every day I come home and I don't have an answer for her, she would chew on me. But thank you. Thank you. You have gotten me out of the doghouse. But thank you for that work. And but I guess a little bit to Commissioner Ellis's point, all our vendors, we want them to be customer service oriented. And quite frankly, when I started getting involved with I think it's Inspire Financial or Financial Inspire, it's not an easy site to use. And I see some heads nodding. So I would just, maybe have a conversation at some point with them to make sure that they are presenting systems to vendors, to clients that are very customer friendly as possible. But just to say thank you to your staff, thank you. I appreciate that. My wife is very, very grateful. It's finally unfrozen. I think it was like 2.5 years, right?
Yeah, it's about 2. Yes.
Yeah. So, oh my God. But anyway, I'm happy I can go home safely. Thank you.
Commissioner Briones and then Commissioner Ramsey.
Yes, so thank you, Commissioner Ellis. I completely support that motion, and I have a couple of others to make. The bottom line is that we made a decision with the understanding that retirees would not see this additional rate increases and would not lose coverage, and the impact we were told would be minimal. And we watched some tapes last time. If you keep watching the tapes, we asked for confirmation over and over again. Yet what we've heard from our retirees is very different than the information we were given. And I still better want to understand how exactly that occurred, other than the additional income, which is only addressing a portion of the negative consequences. And I see it as we've made a sacred promise to individuals who have worked at this county and have retired. And we need to honor that sacred promise. I know you all have been taking action since the last meeting. I know you will take more action because we need to go back to where we were / what we were under the impression we were doing based on the incorrect information we were given. And we need, the horror stories, I know you hear them, but folks who cannot afford their medicine anymore, thousands of dollars of increase, they're having to skip months of medicine. I mean, this is absolutely unacceptable, and we need to be running at a solution as soon as possible. And so before I read my motions, I would like to hear what actions you have taken since we last met to fix this problem, both in the immediate short term, and then I know we're working on midterm and longer term systemic fixes.
Okay, Commissioner, we do have some backup for this item, which if you don't mind, we'll bring that up,
Sure.
please. And we'll just leave it to your discretion where you want to drill down. We'll keep it very high
Sure.
level. And so next page, please. Thank you. And I'll let Sarah go ahead and lead, and I'll jump in as needed. Sarah Acosta, our Benefits Director.
All right, yeah, thank you for having me. Go ahead and go to the next slide. And so what we're going to cover is just, again, reiterate what the benefits are of the EGWP, the identified and estimated impacts. That's what we've been, initially working on, is just trying to determine like some numbers behind, the feedback we've received, and then going through the solutions that we have under review. There are longer term ones that we're not ready to bring to court just yet. That's where we're saving those for the May 14th court. So next slide. So as a reminder, so the liability impact for our other post-employment benefits is impacted by implementing this EGWP. And so currently we're about $2.6 billion in liability. And so by putting this in, it actually had lowered it to that amount. And so what that does is lowering our liability helps us to continue to provide quality health insurance for our retirees, as well as those that are going to retire in the future. So it's important that we do take an effort, and not saying that this is the only effort, but that we make an effort to impact that OPEB liability. And then we've been keeping track with the finance team. So they gave preliminary claims data for February and March. And so for our operational costs, we are on track for that projected $9 million that was put in that August court letter of savings. Next slide. So this is one of the identified impacts. This is giving you, the pie chart really gives you just a visual of those that received letters at the start of the plan. So that was in February. And so approximately 30% of members received letters. That didn't mean that they all had changes. And so that 25% is a mix of low and high impact. So a lot of members had prior authorizations that were transitioned over. They even had, maybe a tier change that went down. The higher impact from what SilverScript has shared, it was minimal, but they did not give us a true number for that percentage. And then you can see there's about 2.3% that had a drug that was not on formulary, but there were alternatives in that letter that they could choose from. And then also there were about a few other members that had no drug on the formulary, so it was a smaller percentage of that. But again, in the letter, it was given that they could work with their provider to have an exception made. So I know, like Rachel Hippolito, that Commissioner Garcia referred to, she has been working on a lot of our escalations in this part and has, been in close contact with SilverScript and Aetna. Next slide.
And just noting, we're coming on the 10-minute mark.
Okay.
We'll extend. Okay, sure. Motion by Commissioner Garcia, second by Commissioner Briones. All in favor? Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously. I more meant it as like you may have lost our attention span or will soon.
I'm locked in because we are getting so many complaints.
all right.
This is of critical importance to our retirees. So please
That first
continue.
slide was probably what you were referencing, Commissioner Briones, that population. Yeah.
All right, go ahead.
So this is a positive impact, and this is a plan design feature that is unique to Medicare Part D plans. And so this is that protective enhancement that comes with having one of these plans. And so it's what's called the catastrophic phase, that maximum out-of-pocket. It's set at $2,100, but what's actually happening in the background is what's called true out-of-pocket. And so because we are a group plan, and again, we could change the plan design and make it richer, what happens in the background is that the CMS or Medicare is taking what is the standard benefit. So the standard benefit is a deductible. We don't have a deductible, so that's $615. And then they're taking 25% of the drug cost, and they are applying that to the true out-of-pocket. And so what that means is a member actually reaches their maximum out-of-pocket a lot quicker, and they don't actually pay $2,100. And so that's what that visual up there shows. It's 2 months worth of SilverScript true out-of-pocket. We have 82 members that have already hit that, meaning they will not pay anything else for the remainder of the plan year. It's $0, and that the average paid by member is $471, and so not $2,100.
So this was one that's a positive.
It's a
that
positive, yes.
Most retirees wouldn't have experienced yet. We're just beginning to see people experience this. So this is one positive.
Right. All right, you can go on to the next slide. This is an estimated impact. So this is the feedback, the noise and the experience that we've been getting mostly from our office now is that manufacturer coupons, they cannot use those. And so that's what takes, lowers that cost for a lot of those brand name drugs. So we do not have line of sight of that. That's hard to estimate because that data is not passed through to our PBM. So we don't have any utilization on as to exactly who uses those coupons. One program that we have baked into our commercial plan is Prudent RX. So we do know that there were 289 members taking specialty drugs, that tier 4, that were impacted. So again, plan design, looking at that true out of pocket actually could help, alleviate a lot of this, from happening. Next slide. Next is, we've talked about IRMA. That was at the last quarter lot. So the income-related monthly adjustment amount, that impacts those higher income members, but it doesn't mean that it's not significant. And so again, this is something that we don't have line of sight at just because we don't have the tax filings, but we were able to estimate based on TCRS with disbursements for 2024, approximately how many members may have been impacted, about 212. And then CMS actually does a report each year, and so they estimate approximately 7 to 8% of members that are typically impacted. So we took the higher and believe maybe 423 members could be, subject to this IRMA. And then the next slide, if you go to that, just details what each income bracket is and that surcharge that's applied. So you can go ahead and go to the next slide. I think this last one, this is another positive impact, and again, baked into what is part of a Part D plan. It's the low income subsidy. So those that are truly low income, and most of the time they automatically qualify, they are given reduced out-of-pocket drug cost. And so we've SilverScript has also shared with us a report that shows that we do have members that were identified in receiving this. So again, this is an added benefit of having this Part D plan. Next slide. And then immediate action, we internally have already met and have these items on track. So updating our webpage, we're actually due to expand our website. So we'll actually expand what retirees see as a hub. Retiree email addresses, we have a couple of different pipelines of acquiring more of those. Again, we have 6,000 plus retirees. We only had about 200 email addresses. So once we kind of open that channel up, that gives us more flexibility and efficiency with communicating with them. Expanding our event schedule. Again, working with y'all's offices has been great. So some of those locations, trying to bring out our retiree wellness day every quarter and rotating those around the different precincts, but also just expanding a whole slot of webinars that, talk about these different topics pertinent to them. And then regular mailings. We have always historically mailed stuff to our retirees, biannual newsletters, 5K postcards, our open enrollment packets. But again, expanding that and using them as vehicles to help promote our webinars and wellness days. And then also once we get our email file ingested from TCDRS and expand, how many people have emails in the system, we'll start pushing out those newsletters directly to them and tailored for them. All right, next slide. The next couple are actually items that I think we've been in conversation with your offices. So one, and Commissioner Garcia, you brought this up at the last court. And so this is the Retiree Benefits Advisory Council or Retiree Advisory Council. I'm not quite sure how we want to call it just yet, but in partnership with y'all's offices, starting this so that way we can have, a good sounding board, a good communication and trust among our retirees. So again, this is something that we are ready to implement and would like to, get started. The next item is a survey. So the last time we surveyed our retirees was 2023. It was actually ahead of our RFP for the big medical and RX thing. And so we did survey them. And so this is bringing back a survey to, again, gauge their experiences now and then set a regular cadence of surveying them. So it's been I guess it's been about 3 years, so having a regular, and then that would be more of a launching pad for discussion for that council too. All right, I think if you want to click forward, skip the next one because we just talked about it. Yeah. And then go one more. The last item, again, just to kind of true up where my team sits, and I appreciate all of their hard work. It has been a very condensed schedule just to put this in. And so I think hindsight's 2020 in a certain way, and there are definitely things that were missed. But with a condensed schedule, open enrollment and such, it's really been kind of a wild ride for my team and then trying to work with the members that have been on this wild ride with us. So, go back another slide, sorry. So what I had put in here was that we have one dedicated retirement specialist, and we serve over 6,000 retirees and their covered members. We serve over 46,000 total lives, and so having just one retirement specialist to do the retirement process for our retiring employees, but also kind of having the team effort, which is kind of stretched here and there to serve those growing number of retirees as we've been in a silver tsunami, as they call it. With more people retiring and then more people aging into Medicare, that there's a greater need to educate and just be there as a resource for them. So that's an ask that's not on court, but just as a potential to initiate a retirement section in my team and then add 3 FTEs. And then long-term considerations, which is up on the screen now, is what we're going to come back with those financials, with the one that you just put in as a motion to present to you and see where we move from there.
Thank you for the progress that's been made. And I cannot wait for the systemic, longer-term solutions that you'll be presenting. And thank you for all the updates you've been giving our offices. So I know Commissioner Garcia and my team, we worked on motions with regard to the Retiree Advisory Council and the engagement surveys. I don't know if you want to read them, Commissioner, but we look forward to these components and then to systematizing and to flag common theme on the consultants. So I still want to do a kind of forensic after action. Where did this misinformation, incorrect, incomplete information, how did we get to where we are so that we can learn from it and never have that happen again? And when we're talking about the survey, again, we don't want to go hire us some other consultant to do this. I mean, we can be nimble, we can be resourceful. And yes, you'll absolutely need more internal resources, team members, but we need to also be very creative in how we execute on these so that we have enough data that'll help inform as we work to the next fiscal year. So I appreciate both of you, and this can never happen again, and we must fix it.
Commissioner Ramsey and then Commissioner Garcia.
Mine's going to be easy. Thank you. We brought this up. We covered a lot of ground. I still get phone calls. I think I'm getting the 25%. The 70% are fine. The others must have my phone number. But it is refreshing to see a problem identified and solutions so quickly and readily and coherently provided. So both of you, thank you for what you're doing.
Commissioner Garcia.
Thank you. And like I said earlier, I got a happy wife, I got a happy life now. So thank you. But I really do appreciate you acting on the Retiree Council. And just wanted to say I have a very detailed motion that Commissioner Briones and I worked on. But I want to ask from you if you, I move to continue.
Motion by Commissioner Garcia, second by Commissioner Ramsey. All in favor? Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously.
So I just want to ask you, do you need a motion for that? Or would you like to take a shot at it? There are a couple of things that I don't think were mentioned in yours and just want to maybe suggest them that you can go back and work on it, bring it back to us, and then let us know how you want to proceed, okay?
Sure, that would be fun.
Good deal. So the items that that we've added to just creating the advisory council is to think about including other county department representatives like the Veterans Affairs Office, Public Health, Human Resources Talent from your office, but also, and I really do like the thought on this, AARP, or any other retiree organization of particular magnitude that can help bring recommendations and ideas to us. And so if you can just work with that, I won't necessarily turn this into a motion, but because you heard me last time, I was so excited when I heard that it was going to be in your presentation, so I really appreciate that. And then the last thing is that since I've been on city council, whether it's city or county health insurance, it's been a bit of a love-hate thing for me in the sense that it's a big check we write for this, but I don't believe we really take advantage of the value of that check we're writing. And so what I tried to do when I was on council was to create an employee clinic at City Hall or in the annex. That way, if someone's not feeling well, they don't necessarily have to call in sick. You know, maybe they don't think it's that serious, but at least you come to work, then you find out how serious it is, and then you can make a decision there. But I want to just ask y'all to think about what aspects of this insurance package should be easier for us to engage our employees and retirees to better engage the value that they're leaving on the table, or that we're all maybe leaving on the table. I know I should be better by my regular checkups. I'm good. I'm not great. But what more could we be doing? And because I just hate writing that check, but I know we got to write that check. But I just have never felt comfortable that our employees are getting maximum value out of that particular check we're writing to this system. So, and it's regardless whether it's Aetna or Cigna or Blue Cross, I don't care who it is. I have felt this way regardless. And so if I could just ask y'all to think about it, what are things that our employees are leaving on the table that they should be taking advantage of, and at least getting value for the fact that we're writing a big check on this. It's getting bigger in the near future. And I just want to make sure that our employees are taking away from it as much as possible. So.
Yes, we will take that on, definitely. We're very excited to do that. We're getting more data-based with understanding our offerings as well as evaluating them and providing, like you'll see, we'll be coming forth with a 457 refresh and RFP to provide a better financial ultimate savings vehicle for our employees, et cetera. So we're looking across and looking for those opportunities, Commissioner. And are you aware that we do have a Kelsey-Seybold clinic that employees can
I did not know this.
Can avail themselves of?
Oh, please, no.
Yes, well, you know what? We'll take you over there.
Yeah.
Wonderful.
Because I would like to encourage you to please get your test and get your test.
Yeah.
It's $0 too.
Yeah, so those things, let's just make sure that our employees know about them and are taking full advantage so that I can, at least I can feel better that, we're making the vendor work for us. That's really what I'm after. So thank y'all very much. And again, thank Ms. Hippolito.
Yes.
Thank you.
She's watching, actually.
Thank you. Man, I need to send you some flowers. Thank y'all.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Ramsey. Oh, Commissioner Ramsey's good. Thank you guys so much. Yeah, that's a wonderful job.
We appreciate y'all. Thank you.
So we're not gonna make the motions because they get where we're.
I'm here. You need me to vote?
Oh, hey.
Oh, I didn't see my face. I'm sorry. Yes.
I think we're good, Commissioner. We're gonna have no action on this one. They're already going in the right direction. We're all on the same page, it seems.
But on my previous one, we did vote on that as an option. The motion that I made earlier, I think we voted on that.
Oh, goodness. I don't remember, Commissioner. What was it?
No.
No, we don't have, yeah, if the commissioner can reread it, the court can vote on it, but it has been
Yeah,
voted on.
it said, hold on one second here. Here it is.
Oh, I
Motion
see.
to direct
Yep.
HRT to evaluate and present as a potential option the budgetary, operational, and administrative impacts of reinstating the prior retiree benefits plan. This analysis should include feasibility, cost implications, implementation considerations, and key factors the court should weigh in determining whether such a revision is advisable. I think I heard a motion and a second earlier on that.
Yes. Yeah, so motion by Commissioner Ellis. I'll put Briones as a second.
Yes, I had seconded. And I think it complements what you all are doing, but just so we can over-communicate and be extra clear on our expectations. So yes, second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any
Aye.
opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Thank you.
Just,
guys.
thank you all. I'm going to leave to go back to my conference. Do y'all need me on another vote? If somebody calls me, I'll get back to this.
I'll dial
computer.
you. Thank you, Commissioner. Good luck on
Thank
your
you.
panel.
Bye-bye.
Okay, bye.
Commissioner.
All right, so now we're on item 74, County Engineer, flagged by Precinct 2. This is NTMP project areas.
Thank you. Okay, we got the right one. All right. Thank you. First, I want to share that we're moving forward on a 2025 Precinct 2 partnership project with the City of Houston. This item represents the approval of an interlocal agreement that leverages mobility dollars to support Neighborhood Traffic Management Plan, or the NTMP, projects in 9 communities across our precinct. This plan is a thoughtful, comprehensive approach to identifying and addressing traffic concerns in our residential neighborhoods. At its core, this program is about improving quality of life, making our streets safer, reducing excess speeding, and discouraging cut-through traffic where families live, walk, and play. Similar to the traffic calming program approved by this court on September 19th of 2023, this application is submitted by one or more property owners with support from the neighborhood, and the city determines eligibility based on established criteria. Precinct 2 is proud to step up and contribute $640,000, covering half of the total investment in this initiative. This is exactly what Revive to Thrive is all about. It's about listening to our constituents, strengthening our partnerships with local cities, and making smart and meaningful investments in infrastructure that enhance safety and quality of life in every neighborhood. And I just want to thank my engineering team, Faustino, Byron, Amanda, Juan, and others for all of their incredible work. Jorge, for their phenomenal work in helping to move these items forward. And I just want to thank Councilmember Castillo for his collaboration on this. He's been waiting for this for quite some time, and I'm excited that we're finally getting this moving in the right direction. So with that, I move on this item as presented.
Second.
Motion by Commissioner Garcia, second by Commissioner Briones, and echo her congratulations. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion, okay, Ellis is at his conference, so motion carries 4-0. Thank you. Okay, now let's go to item 77, flagged by Commissioner Briones.
Yes, so continuing in the spirit of partnership, this is a partnership project that enhances public safety and builds on something that we started back in 2024. So this is a 4-party interlocal agreement with the City of Houston, Southwest Management District, Precinct 4, and Alief Independent School District, Police Department. So HPD and Alief ISD had reached out to my amazing Chief of Staff, Alice Lee. And this area is focused on near Best Elementary School in the Bissonnette corridor. And so traffickers were recruiting elementary students, amongst others, for human trafficking and sex trafficking purposes. So they asked how we can come together to double down on this area. So our amazing Precinct 4 trades team built these kind of double-sided gates that were going to help kind of control access near this elementary and kind of in this area. And local businesses partnered, et cetera. So fast forward now, and this helped because HPD had been sending for overtime hours people to stand in this particular area. So we were able to save approximately $720,000 in HPD overtime costs. And more importantly, we have been able to protect our kids and families. And so in this area, sex crimes have dropped by approximately over 80%. And so Alief ISD, the PD for Alief ISD, is now going to help with the ongoing kind of supervision, ownership, maintenance in partnership with the other entities that I mentioned. And so this is a win for safety. This is a win for partnership. And of course, it is something we all need to be laser focused on because unfortunately Houston and Harris County lead for the wrong reasons in this regard with regard to human trafficking. So in sum, we look forward to continuing this work. We ask law enforcement agencies to bring their partnership ideas to us along with our school districts because we're in this together. So with that, I move item 77 as presented.
Motion by Commissioner Briones, second by Commissioner Garcia. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries 4-0. I'm so proud of this. We'll move on to 141, HCD, an update on the CDBG DR Harvey program. Go ahead, Director.
Thank you, Director Costas. Could you please update us?
Yes, thank you for the opportunity, and I'm going to ask Tiffany to put up our presentation. Yes, I wanted to have an opportunity to connect with all of you and give you as quick as possible, an update on where we are with DR Harvey. Our latest deadline was February 28th, 2026, so many of our projects closed at that time. We have, though, the GLO has been a great partner and supporter in allowing us for certain projects that needed a little bit more time to complete at the end of August of 26. So I thought it'd be timely for us to see where we are. Next slide. To give you a sense of scale, Tiffany, there we are. Give you a sense of scale of these dollars. That flat blue line at the bottom, it's almost like the x-axis. That had been our annual allocation from HUD, and it's still there. However, it's these major spikes of the green and then the darker blue that is related to disasters, natural disasters as well as the economic disaster as a result of COVID. And so you can see how Harvey really took us almost to the moon and brought an extraordinary amount of money, but also a lot of challenges with it. Next slide. Next slide. There we are. This is the total that DR, CDBG, Disaster Recovery, Harvey specific funds are coming or are being spent here in Harris County. We started with, if you can go back to this table. What we started with was the smaller, what our team affectionately calls Little Harvey, from the initial funding that HUD gave us in order to get going quickly. And then the major allocation began in 2019. It started at $1 billion, but with some of the challenges that we face, they took some funds away, gave us some back, and actually reallocated some of that to our flood control. Flood control didn't get their part until 2024. So yes, flood control has a different timeline than we do, but not that far off. So they are being pushed as well. But my focus is really on the housing side. Next slide. And you might as well just jump to the second one after that. So yes, I'm focusing on the housing accomplishments. Next slide, please. $887 million is what we expect to spend. And it breaks out into these big categorical pieces: housing replacement, housing reimbursement, infrastructure. Let's go ahead and go to the next slide. So a lot of numbers we're throwing at you, but it's about reimbursing households who incurred costs that they couldn't pay for fully because they didn't have flood insurance or they didn't have enough to rebuild some of their recovery needs. So there were some reimbursement pieces. Some homes we replaced altogether. And of course, we created new homes because of the losses that our community experienced. We'll go ahead and go to the next slide. So what I'm going to hit on are some of the things that we went quickly first. The homeowner reimbursement. People incurred damages. They couldn't wait for their insurance or other recovery to come in. And so they put out-of-pocket expenses, and we helped over 950 households. Average costs or dollars for them was over $48,000, a total of $46 million, about 5% of that allocation. Next. Next slide, please. Homeowner assistance is about rehabbing people's homes. So we actually sent in construction crews to rehab or reconstruct oftentimes. They needed to be completely moved out, rebuilt from the ground up. So that helped 125 households. The ticket price was a much bigger dollar amount. This is also helping people in hotels or in other places. They needed to stay while their home was being redone. Next slide. Next. Hello. Can we flip? There we are. Planning studies was a new piece, a new element that we were able to provide for the county. Flood control, Office of Emergency Management, Housing Community Development, and others were able to utilize dollars and really understand what do we need to do and how do we need to approach rebuilding our community and providing some future mitigation activities as well. So we spent over $33 million on 23 planning studies, and it included the tunnel. Flood control was able to initiate the tunnel study from that. Infrastructure, 28 projects for Harris County alone. Most of them were about drainage, and then some were about creating new facilities. So let's go ahead and show what some of those facilities were on the next slide. So we have the Hope Clinic that's in the southwest area. We funded the creation of the fire station or replacement of fire station perhaps. Covenant House is a transitional housing program there for youth that are unhoused. So they built a beautiful building and we contributed significantly to that. Next slide. So on the next slide is showing basically the amount that we put into creating new homes. These are new rental homes because our community doesn't have enough. And unfortunately, we have too high of a rate of eviction. And it is partly because we don't have sufficient places for people to rent, and therefore their rental costs are too high. Next slide. DR funds alone created almost 2,500 affordable apartment units. And this is across 16 different apartment complexes throughout Harris County. Next slide. And you'll see that we also put, and because of your leadership, dollars from ARPA. So between the two and other entitlement dollars that we have, we built almost 5,000 new rental units over these past few years. Next slide. And they look beautiful. You'll see, there we are. Heartwood is one of these new complexes, beautiful amenities. People would be proud, and they are proud to be able to live in that. Next slide. And then there's the one that I know all of you are very proud of, is the Hayes Center. and Commissioner Ellis and the judge and others, we are thrilled that between the city, the county, the GLO, we're supporting youth who are aging out of foster care, and we'll have 50 apartments and a community center for them. Next slide. So what's coming up next is the closing. So between now and the end of August, we will be finishing out buyout and single family. Next slide, please. So buyout, we are putting almost $236 million in the federal funds, and you have approved almost $12 million for the SAFE program, which is helping residents who had been living there who unfortunately aren't able to qualify for federal funds. Actually, we are going to be putting back $800,000 of the SAFE funds that we ended up not needing. So we'll be putting that back to our general funds. Next slide. Just in quick summary, we acquired properties in 7 different communities, and we relocated 584 households plus 70 actually through the general fund HUD dollars, and then another 72 through the SAFE allocation. And we are down to the last 2 cases. So we have one that is still an eminent domain process just for property acquisition, and one household that still needs to move, and we are working closely with them. Thank you.
Should we do a motion until we finish discussing this item? Motion by Commissioner Garcia, second by Commissioner Briones. All in favor?
Aye.
Motion carries unanimously.
Next slide, please. Single-family new construction. So $66 million is going into building new homes and allowing home ownership. And this is not community land trust. This is outright home ownership, and they are able to really have brand new homes, not just rehab homes. Next. You'll see the statistic is that we have two different acreage sites. Providence Place is in the north part in Precinct 1. Orchard Place is in Pasadena, Precinct 2. Built inventory is actually split between Precinct 3 and 4. So 22 of those 68 homes are in Precinct 4 and 46 are in Precinct 3. So people have already moved in. They are happy. Providence Place and Orchard Place, we still are getting people in the motion of buying at a deep, deep discount, up to 45% off. Wow. Next slide, please. Yeah, these are extraordinary prices that people are able to qualify. So this is a drone view of Providence Place. It was just so exciting to see things in motion. It was like ants really building their wonderful colony here. Next slide. And, you know, it's not just about the numbers or the bricks and sticks, it's about the people. So in this next slide, it's the Vargas family. The Vargas family had been renting all their lives, and these children never thought that they would have their own bedroom and a yard that they would play in. So this is why we do it. And lastly, so the final steps is yes. So we're working towards closing everything out, finishing all of our spending by the end of August. We expect that we'll probably have about $2 million that is not going to be completely spent. We've tried, we tried every angle with the GLO to utilize all of these dollars, and $2 million is 0.25% of the 887. So, you know, we'd rather not, but it is what it is. Plan for future resiliency. So that's our next big step, because unfortunately we are going to be losing people. We are going to have to wind down. And so we are looking forward to how do we keep the knowledge in place that we absolutely need? What can we afford? How do we institutionalize as we go along? What are the things that we've learned? And how do we prepare for the next disaster so that we can move quickly? And that's it. So thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Great presentation. Commissioner Garcia, then Briones, and then Ramsey.
Thank you, Director. Thank you so very much. And coincidentally, I just got a text from Mr. Ronaldo Ibarra telling me that he's been appointed president of the Vista location.
HOA.
Yeah. So thank you, because seeing those smiles on that family is what we work for, and it's just always incredible to see the American dream finally happen. And so I just appreciate all your good work. Appreciate the update. And I just got to say, just because I remember hearing your story, your dad's got to be very proud of you. So just to say that, thank you.
Commissioner Briones, and then Commissioner Ramsey.
Director Costas, this is remarkable how you and your team were able to deploy and execute these funds, these $887.3 million. And so for something, out of something so tragic such as Hurricane Harvey, to rebuild and renew and invest in resiliency for families across Harris County. This, to me, is government at its best, when you can have the federal, state, and local government taking action, delivering results, and delivering opportunity. And so I just really appreciate you and your team so very much, and wanted to say thank you, and I appreciate this update.
Commissioner Ramsey.
Dr. Costas, you know how much I don't like PowerPoints.
I know.
This is my most favorite PowerPoint
Oh.
to date, 7 years. $1.26 billion. Amazing.
It is.
We hear all the stories from a housing authority not far from here, and you hear all these stories from others around. We hear all these stories, what we're experiencing, others in terms of CDBG and other. And for you to calmly, quietly, just go about your business and get 1.26 billion on the ground. And a lot of this is complicated. You start doing individual homes, you start dealing with the type of requirements that are there with the money. It's just an outstanding job, and we appreciate it.
Thank you. We have more to do, so.
Director, thank you. Yeah, great. I saw the number of slides. I was like, oh my God,
know.
I'll have some more coffee. And then, but it was just very efficient. So just a quick question on the 2.2 million. So just to clarify, we can't use it for something else entirely?
We
or
have
anything like
tried
that?
every which
Everything.
way. Yes.
Okay, I would say if it's looking like it's going to be sort of more than 2.5, just as soon as that happens, would you let me know?
I will.
Look, I remember cutting the ribbon on this, and then just how challenging it was at the beginning, and we didn't have the right consultants, and we were behind. I mean, it was just a nightmare, and you really turned it around. So, as Commissioner Ramsey said, or certainly, it's very complicated, and those families needed the support immediately. So I mean, it's very cathartic for me to see this finally wrapping up. You've done an incredible job. Of course, I wish we had delivered all of this sooner, but I think you really did everything possible, and we're able to finally organize and present things in such a way that you were demonstrating the progress. So, yeah, I almost want to get emotional about this. Took longer than it should have. Not because of you.
All of it.
Lots of constraints, including some from the federal government. But I'm very proud of this. Yeah, thank you to you and your team and
Yes,
the folks that have worked on this, since 2019. The $300 million, and I don't remember this. I remember we had a meeting with HUD under George P. Bush at the time, and they said that they needed to take like $100 million or something back. Was it 100? 150? Anyway, then it came back as 300 for flood control. Anyway, I remember that they just operated in such good faith. I don't remember exactly what the reason was, but I remember we were okay with it. And then when I saw it come back around, it was great. So I also just really commend the GLO on this, because there was a trust there, and they came through, and we each did what we needed to do. So thank you.
Thank you.
Judge, may I please ask that we go to item 319? I know we've had guests here since the beginning of court.
Okay, let's
The
go to item
LBJ
319.
project?
Yes,
So for item 141, there's no action?
correct.
Thank you.
319, item 41. Go ahead, Commissioner Brandis.
Yes, so I have numerous questions for DEO and Harris Health, but the bottom line is that we received a complaint from Smart Local 54 indicating that workers may not be receiving full prevailing wages, which we then wanted to look into right away. And DEO is serving as Harris Health's third-party compliance monitor, and DEO is leading the investigation. And it seems that preliminary findings suggest that violations including failure to pay fringe benefits, job misclassification, and improper apprenticeship journeyman classifications may be present. And my end goal is that we're treating every single worker that works on a project that is paid for with public funds fairly, with respect, with dignity, and upholding all of the guarantees that we've made to the workers and all the safety. Moreover, that we systemically are switching from a reactive system to a proactive compliance system that ensures this level of respect. And so I have numerous questions, but before I launch into my specific questions, I will first start with DEO. If you could please provide an update of where we are on these complaints and the findings and what we're going to do going forward.
Thank you. We have currently resolved the initial complaint in collaboration with Harris Health, and I will let them speak to that. But there were additional workers, and so we are validating and verifying to date. They have been cooperative, meaning Harris Health and McCarthy, in being reactive and supportive and allowing us to do the inspections and monitor and speak with the employees to continue to find a resolution for this particular issue. And then long-term, we are looking at how to be more proactive in the compliance efforts, scheduling, logistics. That is also in alignment with the request that's aligned with the safety policy that you all approved, where we will cross-train all of our staff. Currently, we have 1.5 employees that are just doing Harris Health, so there is a deficit there. My hope is that we can create an army and such that we can be more proactive and on the jobs more often. And also, we're looking to collaborate more with labor.
And Ms. Hausman, before I ask Harris Health questions, so I see this LBJ expansion as one piece, right? Because DEO is a third-party contractor working on compliance. In addition to these Harris Health projects, directly, DEO is a partner alongside engineering, flood control, HECDRA, on this ongoing compliance so that we're paying our workers what they're deserving of, their full wages, fringe benefits, comp time, et cetera, as well as the safety requirements. And so I know we're working on this macro to make sure we're living into our worksite safety policy with excellence. And so I see this as a case study that we must rectify and be proactive Harris Health, but then big picture as we scale it across the county, and we have this deadline coming up very soon, I want to make sure, again, we're going to execute with excellence. So I look forward to your very specific game plan as to what we're going to do, and I know that our wonderful County Administrator Carter is all over it to make sure that we are able to respect our workers and honor all of our commitments. But in the interest of time, Harris Health, please talk to us about how wage requirements are monitored as well as apprenticeship requirements, and then by trade, please.
Sure. Thank you, Commissioner. And we agree with you. We also agree with the advocates that were here on behalf of the workers. Wage compliance is a contractual obligation. As you mentioned, we currently outsource to DEO, but in terms of contract compliance, we have also engaged a third-party auditor for the LBJ expansion program. And so what we've done is we've come along DEO and we've supplemented with our outside auditor to provide additional support with all the complaints that have been, in the first complaint we received was, the county received was March 5th. And then March 9th, we sent a letter out to the party that filed the complaint. We have officially sent out a letter with our findings, which have been identified. The contractor has made payments to the workers, and that's all in progress. We updated your staff this week on the progress, and we're talking with DEO how we can better support their efforts, and we're looking at adding additional resources on the Harris Health team as well to help monitor this.
Thank you. And my ask, please, with DEO as a contractor on this particular project for Harris Health LBJ, but just this proactive compliance, I'd like to drill down the next time when y'all present your full plan, how to incorporate more routine payroll reviews specifically and increasing employee interviews. Because I think if we systematize that in a proactive way, then we will make sure that we're being proactive instead of reactive. But thank you both for being here. I know my colleagues have questions, and we will make sure that we are doing right by our workers because they are building our hospitals, our centers, our flood mitigation projects across the county, and we need to honor that commitment.
Agree with you.
Commissioner Garcia and then Commissioner Ramsey.
Thank you, Commissioner Briones, for raising the questions. Director, thank you very much for all your work. And, you know, when I got a call from Dr. Porcia, which I appreciated, giving me heads up that this was an issue, he mentioned that it was just one. How many more have we identified?
When we first heard of the potential complaints, we were trying to get information because you need evidence, right? You need data. And we were given a name. So that was the one that he was referring to. And that was related to there was a discrepancy that we found, which was incidental, and it had to do with the holiday pay that they were paid. And it was really not what we considered a willful circumvention. They had a mistake in their accounting system, which they have since corrected, made payments to the workers. And then the other issue that we're currently addressing with the contractor is they provide benefits to their employees, like health care benefits, which are not charged to the employees. And they had employees that declined benefits. So the discussion, which we had to use, the county attorneys, outside counsel. So if people deny benefits, are we required, is the contractor required to pay them like the cash equivalent? And that's right now, that's what we're working through, and that's still being investigated. And we expect to conclude that in the next 2 weeks.
So how many?
They estimated about 20 workers, maybe, I'm not sure.
I think about 50 or so, and we're still interviewing. Yeah, we're still interviewing at this time.
There's a 50 plus that I think
Yes,
folks are
it's
indicating.
20%. Yeah, because so we currently have about 1,500 workers on site. And so these are second and third tier subcontractors that we're looking at as
Good deal.
well.
And I just coincidentally drove by LBJ yesterday, and the contractor's moving fast. So, Director, let me ask, I know that you've got finite resources. Do we need to ask to see if the auditor's office can be of help to audit payroll or anything else to help identify the magnitude of this? Because I got the call on the one. I didn't get calls on 2, 3, or 50. So I'd like to get your thoughts. Would that be helpful to you?
But accept that help.
Good deal. Then I
Graciously.
will ask the auditor's office if you're online.
Unmute and start my video.
There
Okay,
you go.
I'm here.
Thank you, Mike. I'm not sure if you've been hearing the conversation, but we are trying to get to the bottom of some payroll discrepancies with the LBJ bond project.
Right.
And we had identified one. It seems like we're beyond 50 so far, and that's only, I think I got the call in 2 weeks ago. Is that about right? So for it to grow that fast and that much is concerning to me. And so I just asked the director if leveraging the auditor's office to assist her in auditing payroll. And I would ask for a sense of urgency because the contractor's moving very, very fast. And I don't want to cut that final check until we make sure that our employees are taken care of. So could you visit with Director Hausman and work out a plan to help audit the payroll? Is that doable?
Absolutely.
Do we need
We'll
to
jump
do
on
the
it.
thing?
Be glad to help.
Wonderful. Thank you, Mike. Director.
Okay.
Motion by Commissioner Ramsey, second by Commissioner Brandis to extend the time. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously.
Good deal. Auditor, thank you for that. And Director, I would suggest you give him a call pretty quickly because I'm just blown away that it's 50 plus. I was hoping to hear 2 or 3 more, but it's you're getting some major body language over here that is close to like a hell no. So if you could get together with the auditor so we can jump on this as fast as possible, because I'm just blown away. Every time I drive by there, there's like a whole other section completed, and which is all fine and well, but we got to take care of our staff out there.
Agreed.
Thank you.
Commissioner Ramsey.
Quickly, thank you both for what you do, Director. Appreciate you engaging. Appreciate y'all staying on top of it. It's good to hear the rapid progress. McCarthy and Tellefson, those are 2 pretty well-known, significant groups. I'm assuming they're fully alerted and engaged. And as you mentioned when you began, there's contract issues here. So it's their responsibility to be in compliance with their contract. So we're doing the audit, going through the steps, but I'm sure we got their attention at this point.
Yes.
So
They've been cooperative.
Yeah.
they're equally motivated to get it attended to because they're just as concerned about 50 as we are.
Yes. In fact, the initial letter that we sent out, they made the payment in the next payroll to the workers, and that was due to the holiday pay not being calculated correctly. So they've been very cooperative.
It's been my experience where there's usually one thing, there might be another thing. So the other thing I would ask you, have there been any issues related to safety on the site?
We have had 2 lost time incidents. One recently, which is which you may have heard of. It is currently in a claim, so I'm not really at liberty to talk about it publicly, but we would provide any information offline.
So right now, there's 2 incidents as far as you know?
We've had 2 lost time incidents. We've exceeded, we're about 2.4 million man hours on the job, and this month we will exceed $1 billion in costs that we've incurred in construction in place. So we're moving very well.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Just real quick, from the advocates, I don't know if Paul or anybody would like to add. Yeah, go ahead. Just approach the mic if that's okay. And I know you know to state your name for the record, but I think this is a good forum. I appreciate the update, folks, from Harris Health. But just so if there's anything that we need to get on the same page about.
Sure.
Please.
So Paul Puente, I'm the Executive Secretary for the Houston Gulf Coast Building and Construction Trades Council. I do want to say just really quickly that I'm here at the capacity as Executive Secretary for the Building Trades. I'm not here as a board member on Harris Health. So I just want to make that very clear, okay? We've been in communication with you all, just send out a letter explaining one individual. There are a lot of folks that are out there that are afraid to speak up, and we need to encourage that they're empowered to be able to communicate with DEO and express to them what the, I guess, misclassifications and the prevailing wage issues. It's up to us to communicate to them, but the workers are just afraid to speak up. So one of the things I want to make sure that it's clear is that there was a formal complaint filed in March, but this has been going on since the beginning of last year with this particular contractor in April of last year. So, just talking to the workers, asking them specific questions about their benefits would immediately raise a red flag. And I know that Ms. Hausman just got on the as the DEO director, and we've been in communication, and she's been, proactive in trying to making sure that all the I's are dotted, all the T's are crossed as we move forward. But I also want, like you're saying, this job is getting done quickly, and there's a sense of urgency because once this job is finished, the workers are scattered, and it's hard to get any information to those folks. Now, I'll tell you one last thing. I know that the individual got paid for his, they said, the vacation pay, and had he not spoke up, would that have ever happened, right? And how many of those that are out there? Not the only contractor. There's other contractors that are out there as well that may be doing the same thing. So there's got to be a better way of finding this stuff out.
Yeah, and maybe, I know Commissioner Brown has mentioned, how can we be more proactive about this? And I wonder, I don't know that we can do this under this item, but maybe just sort of a comment, and I'll have my staff follow up to talk about, what about the other projects? What can we learn from this? And maybe there's sort of a random interview of workers. Or surely there are best practices.
There are a lot of best practices, and I think we did a similar event with the Department of Labor. They do a lot of federal projects. We do the tools of the trade just to educate their enforcers to understand the difference between and what workers do specific to their classification when they're out on the job site, as well as with the City of Houston. We met with OBO years ago and have communicated with OBO, hey, this is how the tools of the trade. I communicated with TICO herself, the director, and she explained to her that we'd love to have that type of conversation with her enforcers.
We agreed we do it in June.
Yeah, we're looking at some dates in June to be able to help educate their staff and
Okay.
to identify these individuals.
Okay, I mean, I think you're in a great position, right, with this being on the board and also your expertise to see both sides.
Yes, ma'am.
And this is, I mean, yes, go ahead, please.
No, I'm there to on behalf of the commissioner, but I'm also there specifically as governance, right, for the public,
Right.
to ensure that 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 the Harris Health is moving in the direction that it needs to be.
Right,
asking
and
those
then
specific questions.
there's your day job and all of that, and so I think it's it's unfortunate that this has happened. I'm glad that it's been identified. Whether it was what could have happened if we hadn't done this, how many people have gone through this, we might never know. I'm glad we know now, and I think it's incumbent upon us to just make sure we do everything to end the possibility of this, not just within Harris Health, but just generally speaking, administrator on other construction projects. And so anyway, perhaps you could bring something back on that, director, and just so we can learn from this.
Absolutely, and I do want to note that Mr. Fuente and I do meet weekly. Starting next week, I've been invited to attend the labor unions meetings, and so we're opening up the lines of communication so that we can receive that feedback more often and more timely. And we're looking at ways how we can align so that we can do this, as a team, because we do understand that labor or the workers are not confident with speaking to us. And so we do understand that there is an opportunity to partner with labor in order to make sure that we are meeting and interviewing the employees during the scope. Part of the challenge has been employees that are no longer on the job. So while we
Right.
try to fix that up, we're also looking ahead to be extremely proactive while the workers are on the job to make sure that we're catching them more frequently.
Right now, is there something else you would like for us to be doing?
Yeah, so one of the main things that I think we should be doing is the sense of urgency. It has been noted, but when someone makes a complaint, a formal complaint, it is a very tedious process to be able to click on a website and then find out where is, you have to go to Harris Health System, and then you have to find the address of the, and then it's just, if there is a better way to be able to file a complaint that isn't so formal, I guess, I don't know if there's if
Or
they
just
can communicate.
streamlined.
There's got to be a way to stream that,
Accessible.
that the mundane worker can communicate. I mean, I understand that may be for whistleblowers within the system and, to help protect those individuals and be anonymous. But there's got to be a better way to do this than just. I mean, I got on that website and I looked at it and I was like, oh my God, So there's a lot of information that needs to be.
All right. Is there a motion to extend the time? Motion by Commissioner Garcia, second by Commissioner Briones. All in favor? Motion carries unanimously. Great. So yeah, Director, I mean, it sounds like simplifying the process. And again, Administrator, I think this applies to a whole lot of county activities. And then sort of the idea of proactively interviewing workers. And I think, Paul, surely there are examples of simpler processes, to your point.
There is.
So
There is. And we'll be working with her office and helping educate.
Okay.
And I know that the county has a great voluntary program for the deputies. I don't know, maybe something like that we can look into to help.
We've been talking about that.
Yeah, we've been talking that for years. I know that we've discussed that to help with investigators, or at least to be able to help provide all that information on these projects. So.
Okay, so anything else on this, Commissioner Garcia and Briones?
Yes. Well, I just want to thank the worker who brought the initial complaint is here.
Yes.
And he took the day off of work to be here. And he's fighting the good fight on behalf of all the workers. So I just have great respect. I know he didn't want to be mentioned by name, but thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for standing up for yourself and for others. And I couldn't agree more. We need to need to be as proactive as possible, but make it as simple and straightforward. And there is no space for retaliation of any kind.
Absolutely.
And so we need to make it easy, accessible. So I know you're coming forward, Director Hausman, with our plan to live into our worksite safety policy. And I think these are highly complementary efforts. And Mr. Puente, I'm so happy that Commissioner Garcia has you on the board of Harris Health so that there's another accountability mechanism. And I hope that workers are as welcomed when they go to hopefully speak at Harris Health the way they are always welcomed here at Harris County Commissioners Court.
Commissioner Garcia?
Yes, just wanted to add, Paul, thank you. And sort of to the conclusion of this conversation, when you joined the board, I mentioned to you, I need your expertise on the trades and all that, but also need your expertise and experience as a labor leader, and you're doing it.
Thank you.
And I think there's people that are going to really, really appreciate the fact that we have you there. So thank you very much for your willingness. I know that when we talked about this position, you were like, I'm on this board, I'm on this commission, I'm appointed here, I'm appointed there. And I'm like, well, damn, man, you don't do anything else but show up to meetings. But I'm glad you extended yourself and saw it worthy of serving on this board. We really were grateful for you to being on there. And then when you have a $2.5 billion bond being put into action, we need to have all the experience possible tracking the stuff. So thank you. And again, Director Hausman, thank you for your work and your leadership as well. Thank you.
And Harris Health. Folks, Clerk Hudspeth has been on the line. Do you have like a 10-second comment, Paul?
No, ma'am.
Okay, thank you, guys. So Clerk Hudspeth's been on the line on item 322, and she has a commitment. So can we just jump to that real quick? This was flagged by Commissioner Briones. Clerk, I see you on camera. Can you hear us?
Yes, I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. Thank you.
Hello, Clerk Hudspeth.
Hello.
Hello, it's good to see you as always. I appreciate you and your team. So I know that there are very clear statutory requirements that we must execute and implement. Absolutely. That's very clear. However, the guidance and communication could be clearer for those impacted and not impacted. So I know that various hospitals have reached out, other stakeholders have reached out for clarity. I know that your office, Clerk Hudspeth, is working very closely with the county attorney's office. And I know we've made progress very recently, and there's still some consternation, especially with the May 4th implementation date. So I have specific questions, but I'd please love to hear, and thank you for the email that you sent as well to all of us. But could you please give some updates as well as the county attorney's office? But at the end of the day, I know organizations are wanting some clear written guidance.
Yes. Well, thank you so much. First off, I'd like to say that out of the 50 hospitals, 5 have only reached out. I know some have reached out to your offices. Our offices have already been in contact, some of which that are not even included in this fee. So there's some sharing of information, but the judge's office and their team are starting in-service meetings and virtuals this coming week. They have received communications via email from us. So in terms of the communication, I think there's just a little bit of contacting all the parties, right? But our offices are doing everything to cover those bases, answer those questions, and we have that in receipt on emails and again, the in-service sessions, which begin this coming week with the judge's office. So again, we've met with all of your offices. In fact, Precinct 4, we met twice, answered questions, provided all the items. So we're thankful for the adoption. My office has worked on this for multiple years to be in compliance. We're finally here, and all the questions that individuals have will be ready. Again, no fees have been assessed at this time, but my interest is making sure I'm compliant. This is my statutory duty, and what I don't want to see is that the state gets involved because we are not compliant.
Thank you, Clerk Hudspeth. Can we please hear an update from the county attorney's office?
Commissioner, what exactly do you need from an update on?
So I know there's an internal memo, but in terms of written clarity, FAQ, written guidance to certain entities that I know have requested clarity that they are subject or not subject. And so I
believe the clerk's actually provided that guidance and is pledging to continue to do so. Yeah, from a legal perspective, I think we're done. Really, the issue is really just informing those hospitals. I know a list of hospitals I think has been provided that where this applies to, and I know the clerk is taking care of informing them.
Okay, and I don't want to go by name, but all the hospitals that have reached out have received clear written guidance as to whether it applies or not?
That's correct. So again, we know that some hospitals have reached out, but out of the 50, 5 of them have reached out. 2 of them are not even hospitals that this complies to. So all have received emails. In-session services start this week, which will continue to be FAQs and to continue the outlining of everything. So we've done above and beyond, and we'll continue to do this throughout this process.
And Clerk Hudspeth, sorry, just to make sure that I understood you correctly, the 5 that have reached out to you have received written guidance as to whether or not it applies to them?
Absolutely. Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
Commissioner Garcia, we'll hear from when he's back. Commissioner Ramsey.
Clark, thank you for coming on. I'm sorry you had to wait. Obviously, hospital has been reaching out to us, but this is a state legislature deal. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
They write a law. They require that these hospitals pay this filing fee. It's not the first time. You give a list of other counties. I think Travis and others are already paying the fee. So again, surprise, the state of Texas passes legislation and almost an unfunded mandate only from a private entity standpoint. I obviously them understanding what this is going to be, their impacts. Certainly we want to be sensitive to that and stay on top of it. So please keep us posted so we can help you in terms of communicating with them.
We'll do. And just to add to that, thank you very much. You know, the other stakeholders are obviously the mental health courts, Judge Cox, the county attorney's office. And so all of us are still working in tandem together to make sure that every step of the process is clarified. So we're happy to come back and look, if there's a change or thoughts of change, that definitely has to happen on the legislative level. But we've made a lot of strides, our offices, to get this project moving. And so we're doing that, and we're happy to provide any insight. If you have any questions, you all surely could come back and ask those questions as
So
well.
those
But we'll-
those fees are collected. Where does the money go?
Yeah, it goes to Harris County. And just so you know, the finance office has been involved, OCA has been involved in this process. And so it comes to Harris County and goes back through the probate courts. I think a portion goes to probate courts, a portion of it comes to different Harris County departments.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Commissioner Garcia.
Thank you, Clerk. Thank you so much for your work. Just out of curiosity, when did we last adjust these fees?
So just so you know, this is the first time we've implemented the process, Commissioner. You all voted to adopt it in February so that we could get moving. It was required as of January of 2022. But in between that time, our offices had to put the infrastructure, put in resources to get the appropriate filing fee system for the money to come in, get construction done at the mental health facility, including my offices and the court offices. So it's taken a couple of years to get to this side of the process. And the last phase was the adoption in February, which we accomplished. And so, like I said, your offices, finance, audit, everyone is wanting to see, what the eventual outcome is, but we're just getting this kicked off, right? So there will be a touch point to come back and say, here is where we're at. Here is the hospitals, we'll be able to come back, but we just want to make sure that you all are aware that communications are ongoing. And I think obviously with the hospitals reaching out, it appears that we're not communicating, but we have emails and we have records that show that, as well as phone calls that have been made by my staff and the judge's office staff.
Good deal. Well, I assume that with all this work and getting the entire system together to execute this, the conversations are that, why are we having to pay now? Is that about right?
Well, I'm sure they are, right?
Yeah.
But this legislation has been, again, effective as of January 2022. The only reason why we weren't processing and doing the whole fee collection is because we were not in the state to be able to do it. We had to do a lot of work to get there. Many of the counties have the infrastructure, have the processes that we need to put it in place. But the bottom line, it is the law, and I have to be compliant in my statutory duty to do that. And we want to make sure that we are in compliance.
Wonderful. Well, listen, thank you for your work, and keep us posted and whatever we can do to be of support to you.
Yes, thank you so very much, Commissioner.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Clerk. Have a good rest of the day.
Thank you.
All right. So do we need to vote on that one, y'all? I don't think so,
No
right?
action.
No,
No action.
no action. All right.
Thank you.
So I've got 190 audited claims flagged by Commissioner Ramsey.
I make a motion to approve all items except PFM Group Consulting of $10,406,000.
All right, motion by Commissioner Ramsey, second by Commissioner Garcia. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries 4-0.
Second.
Motion by Commissioner Garcia, second by Commissioner Briones. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed?
No.
I'm in favor. Motion carries 3-1. Let's move on to 263, which we will take together with 271. Commissioner Garcia, this is on hike and bike trails and solar lighting.
Yes, on this particular item, I am happy to announce two different contract awards that are moving forward today. Item 263, the construction award for the infrastructure improvements along the South Belt Basin. And then item 271, the installation of streetlights along Freeport Street, two different neighborhoods. First construction is moving forward on a 2023 Precinct 2 partnership project with the Clearbrook City Mud for the South Belt Basin hike and bike trails. When construction is complete, residents will be able to enjoy a 1.6 of 10-foot wide concrete walking path with a parking lot, park benches, lighting, and trash cans. Precinct 2 and Clearbrook City Mud are each contributing $1 million to this effort for a total investment of $2 million. Second, we're moving forward and providing 31 solar lights along Freeport Street to address the need for illumination to improve nighttime visibility and make the roadways safer for vehicles and pedestrians. These solar lights are another much-needed improvement my team is bringing to the Cloverleaf community. It builds on earlier improvements along the corridor where we constructed sidewalks in 2023 and added bus shelters. Together, these projects show how Revive to Thrive continues to deliver real, on-the-ground improvements to make our neighborhoods safer, more accessible, and better connected for the people of Precinct 2. And again, I want to thank my engineering team for all of their phenomenal work, and I am so excited to move on this item as presented, these items.
Second, congratulations.
Thank you.
Motions by Commissioner Garcia on 263 and 271, second by Commissioner Briones. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries 4-0. Congratulations, Commissioner. Item 299 is next. Purchasing flagged by Precinct 3.
This has, be sure this has no budget impact
Correct.
and no next year budget impact?
No, sir.
Okay. I'll move on the item.
Second.
Motion by Commissioner Ramsey, second by Commissioner Garcia. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries 4-0. Next, item 306. Yes,
If I
Commissioner.
could, Commissioner Ramsey, thank you for your willingness to support this item. I think it's going to provide some much-needed improvements and help a lot of folks. So I just thank you for your work on this as well.
Thank you, Commissioner. So let me continue here with item 306, flagged by all the folks present on the county's current performance bond policies. Commissioner Garcia.
Thank you. On this one, we have the opportunity to modernize our bonding requirements and remove barriers that keep qualified local small business and MWBE businesses from competing for county work. Right now, many of these contractors are already doing the same work in the private sector without these requirements. When we over-apply bonding, we limit competition and shut out capable local businesses. By taking a closer look at when bonds are actually required by law, we can be more consistent, cut through confusion, and open the door for more vendors and increase competition. And as a consequence, I strongly believe we will drive costs down. This also puts a better system in place to handle bonds and claims so project managers are not carrying that burden, and we have the right expertise managing it. At the end of the day, this is about making our process clearer, more fair, and more accessible while increasing competition and delivering better value for our taxpayers. Therefore, my motion is going to be to move to direct the Harris County Purchasing Agent and OMB Risk Management in consultation with the County Attorney's Office, Engineering, HECTRA, and Flood Control to jointly develop and return to court by June the 11th with policy recommendations and written procedures to modernize the county's current performance and payment bond policies, including clear definitions of public works contracts that require performance and payment bonds per Texas Government Code, Chapter 2253, with examples. Clear definitions of maintenance contracts that do not require bonds, with examples. A standardized, centralized, county-wide process for all departments to receive, submit, review, accept, track, and manage performance and payment bonds, including claims management, record retention, reporting, timelines, and responsible roles. A formal exception process allowing departments to request permission from the court for the submission of bonds on contracts where they are not required by statute. A compliance framework for determining bond requirements during procurement and establishing documentation standards. This is, to me, an opportunity for us to streamline the process. And as I mentioned, in the private sector, there's one process for very similar type of work. And then on our side, it's a very different process for doing the same work. But on our side, we end up actually hurting competition and hurting small businesses when we're trying to get some of this work done. And then again, I believe by coordinating between the three entities, engineering, HECTRA, and flood control, we can come up with a process that will modernize this, coordinate it, standardize it, centralize it, and then have the proper documentation standards for reporting and tracking as well. And then also with the support of the county purchasing agent. This will all be, I think, a much-needed improvement for our respective businesses. So that would be my motion on this item.
Second.
Motion by Commissioner Garcia, second by Commissioner Ramsey. Commissioner Briones, I know you have some comments.
Thank you, Commissioner Garcia, for championing this. I proudly support your motion and appreciate your leadership on this. We absolutely need to modernize, improve, and make sure we're doing more to support our small businesses in a way that's clear, consistent. So I proudly support it. Thank you.
All right, so we have a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries 4-0. Thank you, Commissioner Garcia. It's a great idea. Okay, let's move on now to item 306, to item 307. Precinct 2 requests 307 and 320 to be taken together. Go ahead, Commissioner.
Yes. Commissioner Garcia, do you want me to kick it off?
Yeah, no, you, please.
Okay. Well, if you could please pull up our deck. But first of all, I want to thank Commissioner Garcia for his amazing partnership, for all of our coalition partners for their partnership. And I especially want to thank Ann Sung and Aaron Mintzberg-Spiegel for championing this on my team. So we know that there is a critical need with regard to our early childhood education needs, not only in Harris County, but in the state of Texas and beyond. Could you please switch to the next slide? So I'm excited to share some updates that we have based on this broad coalition. Would you please switch the slide? And as they switch the slide, again, this is deeply personal to me as a former teacher, as the proud daughter of teachers. So the need is great. We could be here for hours talking about how critical this is, but at the end of the day, we know that for brain development, the education received between 0 and 4 is critical for learning, for positioning children for success, high school graduation, earning potential, making sure they stay out of the criminal justice system. It is imperative from an educational standpoint that we are better investing in our children and their educational outcomes. And we need to make sure that we're helping families. So this is ultimately an educational imperative and an economic imperative, because if we want to keep the Texas miracle alive, we need to make sure our children are educated and our future workforce is ready, and we need to make sure our parents are ready. So if you look at the data, approximately 1 in 4 adults either leave their education or leave work or do not enter work. So a quarter of our workforce is not being activated because of the incredibly high cost of childcare. Just to level set, federal guidelines from HHS recommend approximately spending only 7% of income on childcare. Here in Harris County, it's approximately 13%. And childcare here costs approximately 28% more than in-state college tuition. So as you can see, this is not sustainable and there's a huge gap. But then when you start drilling down as well in terms of the complex childcare provider market, there are, first of all, mostly small businesses, and they're operating on razor-thin margins. It costs, for example, approximately $52 a day to provide quality early learning, and even the Workforce Board only reimburses $42 a day. But I want to highlight something. The need is tremendous. So there's about 90,000 kids in Texas on the waiting list, and locally it hovers between 18,000 and 20,000. But if you look at this from a demand, which the demand is great, but from a supply side, here in Harris County, only approximately 55% of providers are TRS designated. What does that mean? You have to be a Texas Rising Star designated center to be able to get the subsidies. So the federal government invests approximately $1.3 billion in Texas. So there's about 12 billion nationally. The federal allocation for childcare, 12 billion. Texas Workforce Board gets about 1.3 billion, and then this region gets about 335 million. But if you think about it, only 55% of the providers are even eligible to get these subsidies from the federal government that comes to the state, that comes to the region. So when you think about that other 45% that aren't designated from a supply side, and if we could unleash and activate, some providers may not want to be TRS designated. However, we have heard loud and clear, and the data shows that many of these cannot get the designation because it's a complex way to have to apply to get the designation. And so there's a market inefficiency that we're going to drill down on, and I'll discuss in a second. Not to mention the oversight. There's local requirements as well as state and federal, and we'll talk about that as some of the local solutions that we're proposing today. But at the end of the day, it's complex, difficult, and inefficient. And then, of course, the TRS certification issue that I just stated. We want to make sure that if we have more TRS certified local providers, and then we are eligible to then draw down more federal state funding dollars. Again, there is great promise there. And then ultimately, in terms of the funding, we know that here we have approximately 18,000 kids waiting. And so we want to make sure we're able to get more federal funds to the state of Texas, and then most importantly to this region. So there's dollars being spent now, but again, how do we maximize those dollars? Because the big play at the end of the day, we need this to be scalable and we need it to be sustainable. And at a time where we have an affordability crisis, the last thing we want to do is go ask to raise taxes to address a system that is already too expensive and too unsustainable. That seems highly counterproductive. So next slide. So what are we doing about it locally? We wanted to very much capitalize on this moment here in Texas. The governor has a task force, and that is in play. We have a quad agency review for the main departments in Texas that hit this: TEA, TWC, TFPS, HHSC. And we know that last session, they invested an additional $100 million. And we know that there's a sunset commission. Now, the governor's task force level set, there isn't a Harris County member. However, the Greater Houston Partnership testified and represented Harris County at the first meeting, and they're in active conversations. So we see this moment in Texas where there is a very multifaceted, stated focus on early childhood, again, from an education and economic imperative. We want to capitalize on that, especially since states like Louisiana have passed, and my dad's from Louisiana, love Louisiana, but even Louisiana for years has been increasing the state match to the federal funding and creating an incentive program for local jurisdictions. So we have models across the country, and as a proud native Texan, we can definitely do better than Louisiana. So what have we done? We believe that this has to be done in collaboration and with the ecosystem of partners. So we have numerous partners. Just to give some examples from the nonprofit community: Baker Ripley, United Way, Children at Risk, Collaborative for Children; from the business community, because we need our employers bought in and focused and advocating for this investment. We have the Greater Houston Partnership, as well as the Greater Houston Home Builders Association. Philanthropy, we want to unleash and invest those. So we have the Powell Foundation as a member of this collaborative, and they are chairing the regional philanthropic table. So Powell represents other philanthropies, again, very energizing. We have academia at the table: the Rice Kinder Institute for Urban Resources, HERC, the Houston Education Research Consortium. We have Harris County departments such as DEEO. We have agencies like the Harris County Department of Education. We have met with numerous county departments. And again, County Administrator Carter, you've been phenomenal. But everything from engineering to the fire marshal's office to the sheriff's office to the public health, how we can capitalize, again, more. And of course, the provider community and the parents and community fundamentally. So we kicked this off, Commissioner Garcia and I, with our amazing Precinct 2 and Precinct 4 team members. We kicked off this coalition, and these are organizations that have been working on this issue for years. We drilled down And we have met numerous times, but the bottom line is we're first looking for the local low-hanging fruit. What can we do with an extant resources to demonstrate local investment and local success? More details coming. The medium-term goal is to build the cross-sector partnerships, engaging, again, government, business, philanthropy, the community, through coordinated communications and advocacy, with the long-term goal of being prepared for the 2027 legislative session to, again, capitalize on this moment of opportunity that we're seeing in the state of Texas in a bipartisan way through this very robust ecosystem of experts. So, next slide. So we, again, kicked it off in January. We've met numerous times. In fact, our next meeting is April 20th. And in addition to all these meetings, we have been briefing our colleagues' offices, working with the county administrator, again, and all the departments that I have already mentioned, because again, this is an all-hands-on-deck effort. So we have these subcommittees. They went through a very robust discussion. Again, they've been working on this for years. So they were very clear. There's a multitude of problems in this early childhood space and a lot of levers of change and investment that are needed. This is a very complex system. But at the end of the day, they wanted to see and express frustration. A lot of folks have been talking a long time, but what action will be taken? So we approach this, as always, with a bias towards the urgency of now to show what we're doing locally. Next slide. Thank you so much. The action. Would you please switch it? Okay, so again, we're committed to moving with urgency, as I like how Taylor from the Greater Houston Partnership said, clean up your own motion to extend till we're done with the item.
Motion by Commissioner Brianna, second by Commissioner Garcia. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries 4-0.
So what are we going to do about it locally? Again, with extant resources. Underscore that, especially given all the data that I just shared. Number one, we already have business accelerators, not only through DEO, but Precinct 4 and Precinct 2. We have our own business accelerators. So what we have done, University of Houston and the Gulf Coast Workforce Board, they had worked together for a curriculum for a business accelerator for early childhood providers. There's that curriculum that we're working on implementing. Now, we, through our ARPA one-time investment pilot dollars, there were technical assistance being offered to providers, but I want to underscore that was distinct. That was for already TRS designated centers. Again, to this market inefficiency, there's about 45% that are not TRS. So we want to double down on those, help them navigate the TRS certification so that we can hopefully unlock state and federal dollars. Moreover, new neighborhood, we saw a lot of neighborhood centers, local centers in neighborhoods close during and after the pandemic. So we were not, during ARPA, helping new providers. So this would help new providers and those who have not gotten TRS in terms of how to navigate the TRS designation, but also running the business, everything from finances to insurance and beyond. And so Precinct 4 and 2, we are committed to using our resources. We're already doing business accelerators, but really doubling down on these providers. 2, I know we all do not like inefficiencies and delays. So think about it from a provider's standpoint. And inspections are wonderful. They must be done for the safety, health, and well-being of our children. But when you have initial inspections and then annual, in some instances, you have to do them locally, and then you also have to do them from the state. So one thing the governor's task force is doing is focusing on these regulatory inefficiencies, and locally we're focusing on them as well. And I'm smiling at Chief Christensen because we have, and Director Barton, because we have public health inspections, we have the fire code inspections, we have the engineering department inspections of the building, as well as from the sheriff's department inspections on burglar alarms. This is not a one-stop shop. Let's take you in a streamlined fashion through the local and then hand you off to the state. This is a very fragmented, inefficient process, and the inspections must be done, but they can be done better because we want to make it easier for these new businesses and the ones who, again, haven't even been able to go through the TRS designation. And frankly, for all of them, even the ones who have gone through TRS. So we want to work on these local how to reduce delays, how to simplify requirements, how to communicate more clearly, to make it easier to operate here in Harris County. Again, focusing on the supply constraints. Number 3, connecting families to resources. This is particularly focused, and again, I want to thank County Administrator Carter for your tremendous help. We already have so many touch points with Harris County families between the Harris County Public Library System, the Department of Education, Public Health, Harris Health, our community centers, our parks. How can we use them, double down on these touch points to more clearly provide accessible, clear information on resources, on these subsidized slots? And so that is what this is focused on. Harris County departments. We've been working with our county administrator and all the departments to make sure this is something they have the capacity to do. And again, I've been energized by the partnership we have had. And then lastly, and I'm smiling at Director Narvaez, again, and of course, Francis, working in this bipartisan way, capitalizing on this moment of opportunity in a bipartisan way to advocate for policy change as we approach 2027 and looking at states like Louisiana and others that have really done meaningful changes. And again, as Texans, everything's bigger in Texas. So I can go on into more detail, but at the end of the day, this is a critical issue that we need to get right if we are going to keep the Texas miracle alive. And so as a mom, as a former teacher, this is very complex. We have this robust ecosystem of partners that have been working on this, but what we wanted to do is show in our own house what we can do to clean things up, make them easier, make them better, so we can demonstrate local commitment as we then go to Austin and work with our state and federal partners. So with that, again, I want to thank, we saw many of the coalition representatives this morning, but they've already spent countless hours working on this Harris County Coalition on Early Childhood Education and Care. And at the end of the day, we need something that's scalable and sustainable. And I am very energized, as you can see, and our Texas children are waiting for us to keep driving progress in a focused, disciplined, relentless way. So I hope, Commissioner Garcia, I'm sure you want to add a lot, but I'm so grateful for you and your team, and it's just a joy to work alongside you and just see how government can show up and deliver and do it in a way that's very respectful of families and the affordability challenges and employment challenges they're facing. So with that, again, Aaron and Ann, nothing but love and respect. I appreciate you.
Thank you, Commissioner. And likewise, I want to thank my team, Dr. Bowie, Heather back here, and so many others for their respective work. And I think Director Hausman, because she is one of those coalition members that Commissioner Briones referenced. Everyone, we were fortunate to pretty much capture about everyone who is in this space in a very, very significant way. It was mentioned, the Greater Houston Partnership, United Way, Children at Risk, so many others who have helped us begin the process of how we can bring a proposal, a concept to the state, get aligned with Governor Abbott. This is one of the things I appreciate that he is doing. He has made this a priority so that we can get aligned and then create that process that we will enable us to be more successful, I believe, in being able to leverage those state dollars from the federal government, from the state, and bring them back here to Houston, Harris County. And the work that they have committed to has just been immensely grateful. Not only do they meet with us, but then they've gone on to create their own little subcommittees and create more conversation, refine the ideas, refine the opportunities, and then demonstrate how we can bring this back together. And then the items that we can move forward, as it was said, they're budget neutral. We're not asking for any more money. All we're asking is for more ideas on how to construct a business incubator or accelerator that will speak to those in this space, the industry, folks that are already doing it or want to get into it, But obviously, I believe that anybody who starts to become a child care facility, I don't believe anybody wants to get in it and do it half-assed. They want to do it right. And this is an opportunity for us to give them a process to do it even better than just right. It will enable them, I believe, to more successfully, as Commissioner Briones mentioned, to be able to make a conscientious decision, either become a Texas Rising Star certified facility or not. But regardless, I think the Business Accelerator, as Business to Empower has demonstrated, will enable those facilities to be stronger, maybe learn how to expand their capacity, maybe learn where to go access more capital, learn the regulations so they can be thoughtful on the processes that are maybe in front of them, but also be to learn the regulations so we know that our babies are in a safe place, in a good place. So I'm proud of you, Commissioner Briones, and my team and your team. It's been a pleasure to work together. And I want to thank everyone who has lent a hand in helping us move forward. But again, more specifically, just to the coalition of the organizations that heard our call, came in, they kept an open mind, and they have participated in the conversations to allow us to get to this point. So with that, Commissioner Briones, if you allow me, I'd like to first make the motion speaking to the accelerator and the permitting process. So the first motion will be to direct the Department of Economic Equity and Opportunity in partnership with key stakeholders and court offices who elect to offer seed funding through FY26 to create an early child care business accelerator to help providers grow and operate sustainably. This program should offer mentoring and business support with the goal of expanding available child care seats and improving compliance. It should also alleviate how existing DEO resources can support the effort and transmit an initial assessment to Commissioners Court by June 11th of 2026. That would be the first motion. Thank you. The second motion is to direct the Office of County Administration, working with relevant departments, to review how child care providers interact with the county. This includes applicable regulations, processes, timelines, and associated costs, and transmit the assessment to Commissioners Court by the same day, June 11th of 2026. Things like the permits, inspections, as Commissioner Briones laid out. And I also want to just add that this process that we're laying out here is to me just the way to help us move forward in a very thoughtful and meaningful way. And while we have made so much progress in these conversations with this coalition, there's still a lot of work in front of us. And again, I want to thank, just as Commissioner Briones said, that to Tammy and Francis, or Frammy, I just want to thank y'all, because we're going to need your help and expertise and experience in the legislature. We've got to be able to find a way to make this a bipartisan effort to demonstrate how we both care about our children. We both care about helping them be able to read effectively by the third grade level. I know that there's going to be a Republican champion that will work with a Democratic champion and work with this county and Commissioner Briones and I, so that we can get this done. So I'll be counting on you guys. No pressure. Don't worry. I mean, it's a little bit of pressure, but I just know that we will be able to get that done with your respective support as well. And again, these are two motions that have zero impact on our current budget. And I just want to say, thank you again, Commissioner Briones. You've been just a steadfast champion. You haven't taken a breath or rested, I think. So I'm excited to propose these two motions.
I will second both. And may I please read our second two, just so that our
Absolutely.
colleagues can see the totality? I know they've received them in writing, but the third motion that we worked on together is to direct the Office of County Administration, working with the relevant departments, to review how the county already connects with families with young children, identify gaps in outreach and awareness of childcare, early learning, and other related resources, develop a plan to improve access and participation, and transmit the assessment to Commissioners Court by June 11th, 2026. And then the fourth motion is for our IGA champions, direct IGA to evaluate early childhood education and care advocacy opportunities, to develop recommendations for state-level advocacy, and return with priority recommendations by the June 11th, 2026 Commissioners Court. And thank you. And I know we've been working closely with the county administrator and all the departments, because we always want to be fair and reasonable with deadlines, capacity, et cetera. So County Administrator, based on all of our meetings and conversations, are department heads prepared to execute on these motions?
Yes, they're ready to go.
Thank you.
So we have several motions and a second. Commissioner Ramsey, did you have something to add?
Yeah, let's go ahead and make this bipartisan, starting here. And I will say this, with 3 children and 7 grandchildren and all the things you do when you're trying to make ends meet, you got to go here, you got to go there. I've seen every level of child care that you can imagine. One of the things is probably something the fire marshal and I talk about on occasion is the regulatory requirements. And they're there for a reason, and we understand it. But sometimes they're so oppressive that you can't get anything done. And probably the original nonprofits in America, as we celebrate our 250th anniversary, most communities had numerous churches. Churches were the center of anything community related. Probably, from my memory, even growing up 100 years ago, that churches were the ones that took the lead many times on these issues. I don't see them listed here, so I would offer that as a
We invite them.
comment.
The next meeting's Monday, if they want to come.
So
Representative.
there's probably others that we can get involved there, and they would do enthusiastically. And I think when you can put together some credibility in terms of what you've identified here, get some people started, and it's always great to find the first 5 or 6 or 10 so you can point to something that we can get going. But this is all good, and I support all 4 motions.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Okay, so motions by Commissioner Briones, second by Commissioner Garcia. All in favor?
Aye.
You good with these?
So you taking all 4 together?
Yes.
Okay.
All
Under
right.
Commissioner Briones
And
Garcia.
I'm stand firm behind the statement I released earlier today. It's also on our county Facebook page, and we'll launch it onto the other one. And so that being said, I'll also vote in favor. Motion carries 4-0. All right.
Thank you, colleagues.
Let's now move on to 324. This is Commissioner Briones.
$324. And if I may please take 342 as well. So this is another exciting partnership with the power of what happens when we come together. So our team, Policy Operations and Precinct 4 Forward, the nonprofit arm, they're partnering with Houston Revision to receive a donated soccer mini pitch from the Visa Foundation in celebration of the upcoming FIFA World Cup. And the mini pitch, this is extra special because I had numerous students of mine were involved in the juvenile justice system. So the extra special thing is not only will it be at Bayland, Burnett Balin Park. But more importantly, it will be very near our Opportunity Center, our juvenile probation department. And this just makes me happy on so many levels. And so I'm very thankful to Street Soccer USA for donating and installing 2 small turf-walled soccer fields with lighting and a classroom container at the Opportunity Center. And we have aligned in terms of the maintenance, programming responsibilities, and the ownership. I'm very excited about this. And also, Precinct 4 Forward is partnering on the 2 walled mini pitch soccer fields, 1 shipping container, and again, for use for the Opportunity Center kids. I believe deeply that sports brings people together. I believe in the power of physical education as part of one's education as a whole. And I love that so many different companies, philanthropy, community partners, places of worship, and beyond are coming together to just do more, right? We have parks, we have community centers, and we welcome just amplifying these resources. So again, I know we're all excited about the World Cup and the Grow the Game, all the new soccer fields that the 4 of us are going to get, and mine in particular, I'm so excited about. But at the end of the day, what's important is that we're all leaving this place better for our kids and our grandkids. And I'm especially excited that our Opportunity Center students will get to use these pitches. So as such, I thank all of the partners who made it happen, my amazing team, Visa Foundation, Street Soccer USA, et cetera, all of the partners, because together we'll keep driving Harris County forward. So with that, I move 324 and 342 as presented.
342 was on the consent vote.
Oh, it already was. Okay, thank you. So 324.
Okay, motion by Commissioner Briones on, Commissioner Ramsey, did you have a comment on this? Commissioner Briones, and second by Commissioner Garcia on 324. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Excited to execute this agreement. Now 345, that's flagged by Commissioner Briones' office as well as mine. Commissioner Briones, feel free to take this one. Otherwise, I'm happy to discuss.
Do you want to go first?
It's on the
Sure.
climate action plan.
So we are making progress. We have our phenomenal director, Lynn, here to provide some key updates. And proud of the work. Have a few quick questions and things I want to highlight, but in the interest of time, want to turn it over to you. And I appreciate you so much.
Thank you so much. Lisa Lynn, Director of Sustainability and OCA, and our community partner.
Good evening. My name is Stefania Tomaskovic, and I'm the Director of SEER, the Coalition for Environment, Equity, and Resilience.
Welcome, and thank you, guys.
Thank you. And we have a very short presentation, if we may. Stefania and I have been working alongside your staff and county departments and community stakeholders for many years now. We just celebrated our first year of implementation, so we do have a short deck, so if Tiffany can bring that up. We have been partnering for now over 3.5 years in total, with the planning phase being about 2.5 years. So if you go to the next slide, this transmittal that we're presenting today is just an overview of the first year of implementation. Commissioners Court passed a historic plan, the Climate Justice Plan, last April, and we've been very excited to have it be realized in the community. So in the transmittal report, it talks about some of the engagement activities that have been going on, sowing equity through engagement and development, which is a mini grant that our office and SEER kind of co-led, as well as a climate justice plan zine that we are launching today. So we'll go to the next slide, and I'll pass it to Stefania to talk about the SEED initiative.
Yeah, the SEED initiative, the Sowing Equity Through Engagement and Development program, was a way that $78,000 in grant funds were distributed across 10 organizations doing just really amazing work. And this was a program that was Lisa's office as well as our team worked together to both develop the program as well as to select the participants. We had just a really stunning amount of amazing proposals from groups and individuals across Harris County. So we really had a lot to work with in terms of selection. It was a very hard decision, but we really wanted to find programs that both aligned with the intention and the pillars of the climate justice plan, as well as represented vulnerable communities across Harris County. So there are projects that are occurring in every precinct. And there's just some really amazing work on the 5 different pillars of the program, which is economy, ecology, infrastructure, culture, and community. And some of these programs, as you can see by the photos, are really working to develop composting or parks or prairies that help mitigate things like flooding while also bringing benefit. But also there are programs that were even focused on economy, trying to improve people's economic situation through a sewing group that helped teach skills while also reusing materials. So finding ways to integrate these different facets that are really important for everyone.
Great. We'll go to the next slide. And hot off the press is our very first climate justice zine. So we have 5 copies for the court members. I think. So this was co-created by local artists and poets who really worked again with your staff members, with community members. We had a charrette and really tried to lead with art and poetry and help bring the essence of this plan into something that was also very tangible and understandable and kind of vivid imagery. So very excited to start producing those. On the zine, you'll also have our logo of the climate justice plan, which is a local. It's a local petunia. One of our advisory collaborative members came up with this logo, and so we're very proud to wear it as it is a resilient plant that lives in the Harris County region. Our engagement metrics to date, we're very excited to continue to engage community members and have people be activated and play a role in the plan. And then the next slides we'll go through very quickly just to highlight some of the initial actions that are living in each of those 5 themes. So as Stefania mentioned, we have ecology as one of the early actions, which is around the seed libraries. Laura Smith from the Harris County Public Branch Library has been a great partner. The whole HCPL team has been great partners. We launched those at each of the branch libraries last December. In the next slide, we have our infrastructure theme. We've been working with your teams on the distribution of solar and on-site battery. Commissioner Garcia, this was at your Almendares Community Center back in February, so we're very excited to get that going. Hopefully by the end of this year, we'll have all 8 sites, 2 in each precinct, ready to go live. The next slide is our economy section, and we have been doing a compost pilot using some grant funds also to teach people how to compost at home as well as drop off food waste, excess food waste that we have. And then we'll pass to Stefania for the weatherization program too.
Sure. One of the important pieces of this plan is that this is not only a county initiative, that this is something that many organizations are working to support. And as part of our work at SEER, one of the things that we led on was a community weatherization pilot program that helped expand access to both Baker Ripley and CenterPoint's weatherization assistance programs. So we were able to help over 250 folks access weatherization, as well as get some additional funding for home repair, because a lot of housing, people may be eligible for weatherization assistance, but because of the state of their home, the deferred maintenance, they're not actually able to go through with weatherizing. So we were able to provide some additional resources. I think it's really important for us to remember this is a community-wide plan, and we have 31 member organizations that are all helping to support the advancement of this plan.
Next slide. For our community section, just highlighting that we're trying to get the word out about Harris County's 311 system so folks can use that and call in for any issues. And then the last slide is, or the last theme is around culture. So as we mentioned before, we have 4 repair cafes that we do in each precinct, again, partnering with the Harris County Public Library system, really, again, teaching folks that we can repair items instead of throwing them away, so that lessens the demand of our local landfills. So just to wrap up, we are really excited about entering year 2 of implementation, looking at continuing to work with our county departments, your offices, folks around the community, looking at ways to strengthen the metrics and the tracking of how we are implementing these actions, and then just overall coordination and open communication as we move forward.
Beautiful. Yeah, I want to clap. I think you guys have done just an incredible job, and this is so beautiful. Yes.
Just want to thank my team also. My team Pilar is also here, and then David and Lauren from our team, and then the SEER team also has been instrumental.
And the seeds.
And the seeds.
You know, I often get requests to talk about the climate action plan. As you know, it's known, nationwide, and yeah, I know my team worked really hard on it. In addition to so many other things, but thank you, Commissioner Garcia.
Thank you. Just, Lisa, thank you. Thank you both for all of your collective work. It's exciting, as the commissioner represents, a significant part of the Port of Houston, the energy capital of the world. Early in 2019, we always said we can also be the clean energy capital of the world. So
Amen.
Thank you. Yes, thank you for all your work. And so excited to everyone involved for helping us get those rooftop solar. That's been exciting to see happening. We're providing resilience to the community, resiliency, and just demonstrating that, we're catching up with other places. I wish we had led, but we're catching up, and that in itself is a good thing. So thank you for your respective work. Appreciate everything you've done.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yes. Very briefly, I echo my colleague's sentiment. It's energizing to see all the progress you're driving. And again, there's so many times where I feel, we have so many challenges. And when you can celebrate progress that's being made, it's really energizing, so we can create a more resilient community. And I couldn't agree more with what Commissioner Garcia said. We want to continue dominating as the energy capital of the world in traditional energy, and do my beloved both and, right? And we want to be leading globally in the energy transition. So I just appreciate your work, and I'm so proud that Harris County is doing it. Thank you.
Thank you. Appreciate what y'all are doing. I know from our 74 parks in Precinct 3, there's a lot of, they don't call it climate action, but it's really that. And you should visit our historical seed group in the Mercer Botanical Gardens. We've got some pretty interesting things going on there. Thank you.
Wonderful. Thank you. We'll do that.
Thank you all. So we accept the transmittal.
Thank you.
Right, next is another transmittal, 346, on the Harris County Strategic Plan and Action Quarterly Update.
Thank you. At the request of the court, OCA is giving its first quarterly update of the slides, and I will, I've decreased them for brevity, so I understand what time of evening we're at. In October 2024, this court approved the county's first ever 5-year Harris County Strategic Plan, and we're so excited to give this progress. Next slide. In just under 18 months of the 5-year plan, we are making significant progress in all 6 strategic goal areas and 23 objectives. Next slide. On this presentation, we've done designations on not yet started, gray. We have a few that need attention, but the vast majority are actively underway, and many, many, many have made meaningful progress. Next slide. Slides 4 and 5 are summaries, but I'll go into the details on slide 6. So if you could go to slide 6, please. Oh, sorry, slide 5. Don't rush past slide. Go back to slide 5. Apologize. The summary of slides 4 and 5 are the bar at the bottom. That 75% of our strategic initiatives are making meaningful progress or are currently active in advancing work that really addresses the needs of our residents. Next slide. So in FY26, this court designated 13 priorities that they wanted to focus on. And so of these, 5 are in green, as you note, and are making very meaningful progress. And 8 are currently active, where our departments, through our DPM's goal area, through work with SPC, continue to really move forward for residents. Slide 7, please. We also had more operational-based, governance-based operational imperatives, including important work like pay equity and compensation, prompt pay, and our HR transformation. So 3 have achieved meaningful progress, and 6 are currently very, very active. Next slide. I'm going to list a few of the wins in the strategic plan that we've had thus far. And if you look at the blue font, this also refers to the guiding principles that the court approved, which are listed in our strategic plan. We have a wide variety, and they range from reducing the jail population and the average length of stay, establishing a living wage policy, to serving more than 1,700 persons in high-quality apprenticeship programs. We've also created the Innovative Jail Dashboard and established Vision Zero metrics and targets, which is how we're using data to focus on accountability as well. Next slide. A few more wins that I want to round out with. O1, Public Health. They've engaged partners in a very exemplary fashion to coordinate with the Houston Health Department to ensure that they are that we understand where our residents are being served and maximize efficiencies. We've also worked in resiliency under R1 as our hubs, and we've come together and really have a path forward to ensure we're serving our entire county for resiliency. Our energy efficiency efforts have generated nearly $2.4 million in savings to free up funds for other court priorities. And Procure to Pay, which you all have championed, Prompt Pay launched in March, and we now have a record low number of age invoices that are over 30 days, record low. Last two slides. Next slide, sorry. There are 5 initiatives that OCA will work on that are going to receive added attention. One is school-based juvenile justice diversion. We also are going to work on detailed timelines with engineering on the geometric design. We will work with the library regarding adult literacy, and we will work with the toll road related to its energy reduction efforts. Next slide. There are 7 of the 83 initiatives that are not quite yet started, and so there are next steps that we've identified and that we'll be discussing with SPC, and they're in detail on that slide. Next slide. And there are 8 initiatives that we will directly revisit with court staff because there have been changes in our environment, changes in what the court directives that we want to make sure are incorporated into these items and revisited. So that concludes our quarterly update, and we'll take any questions.
Thank you. Commissioner Briones.
Thank you, County Administrator Carter, for this incredibly helpful update and for the transparency on the things that are going well and progressing and the things that still need extra attention. So we have 83 initiatives.
Yes.
That's a lot, and we recognize that, and the court wants to be a partner in supporting the work. And so I know it's late for this evening's purposes, but as we talk about the budget and performance-based budgeting and the transparency and accountability and what is the highest impact, highest value of what we're doing versus things that might have good intentions but may not be as impactful, I would please love your ongoing partnership, because to me, everything's important, but what is most important of what's most important, right? And so thank you again for this update and for future updates and for your partnership and just how you've been hitting the ground sprinting. It's fabulous. Thank you.
Commissioner Ramsey.
Thank you, County Administrator. Same comment. We've got to focus on even 13 is a lot. 83 or some odd, that's impossible. And even 13 is complicated. So getting a single digit would probably be a good objective. I know you're working on it. These are, I think, things you inherited. So maybe look at how we can consolidate, focus, and I think that would be helpful.
Yes.
Thank you so much. Very helpful presentation. And yeah, I echo what my colleagues said. Really appreciate just how you've started off, and it's no surprise. Thank you. So we have 2 more transmittals.
I'll show that one being accepted.
Accepting the transmittal. Thank you, James. 350 is a transmittal on the compensation and pay equity project. So do we have, please go ahead. Commissioner Briones had flagged this one.
Chief Raleigh, I know our teams talk very, very often, but could you please give a brief summary? It was already kind of embedded in some of that 95%, but could you please come for the record that 95% of the offices have accepted, 5% remain outstanding? Where do we go from here, et cetera? Thank you.
Thanks for the opportunity. We do have backup, but I won't go into it. You can all look at the backup yourselves. But we're so grateful to you, commissioners and judge, for challenging us to go back and engage further with the departments back in January. And we feel this has been so helpful in getting us to 100% of our files finalized, and 95% of those have been accepted as aligned. And so we only have 5% of the jobs remaining to be re-reviewed. Of course, we'll go on, as I said, to create compensation guidelines, to stay evergreen, to review jobs regularly and so forth. But I want to thank your teams. They were amazing. All the department heads, HR teams, the compensation team. We're still at risk because we're testing right now with Universal Services, but we plan to deliver on May 22nd, both increases and back pay.
So just to reiterate that point, so Friday, May 22nd of 2026, in a few weeks, the adjustments will hit the paychecks of our team members in Harris County.
Yes.
Okay, May 22nd. Thank you so much you've really turned the tide, and we're really lucky to have you. Thank you, Chief Rowley.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. So we'll accept that transmittal, item 353. Oh, excuse me, 350. Now we move on to 353, Commissioner Garcia. This is a transmittal in your precinct.
Yes. I'm excited about this item. Excuse me. Item 353 marks the substantial completion of the new traffic signal at Dale Street and Hidden Park Drive, a milestone that represents far more than the installation of new equipment. This signal is the final component of a broader multi-year safety initiative that my team and I launched to address long-standing concerns along this corridor. The mission took on renewed urgency after meeting with the family and hearing the heartbreaking story of the loss of their loved one. That happened in December of 2022, in an incident that underscored the consequences of inadequate pedestrian infrastructure. At that time, Dale Street suffered from poor visibility, limited lighting, limited signal crossings, and stretches of roadway without continuous sidewalks. In response, we implemented a comprehensive plan to redesign the corridor with safety as the guiding principle. Along this corridor, we have previously installed more than 3 miles of new sidewalks, added 37 streetlights to improve nighttime visibility, and coordinated closely with engineers, contractors, and local stakeholders to enhance accessibility and traffic flow. This project reflects the vision of Revive to Thrive by investing in thoughtful, people-focused infrastructure that supports safer, more walkable neighborhoods and allows residents, whether on foot, bicycle, or in a vehicle, to move through the area with greater confidence. And I just, when I met with this family, it just broke my heart that their daughter was simply trying to get to the gas station to go buy some refreshments, and a car was on her before he knew it, and unfortunately hit her, and she lost her life. And they just came to tell me that if there was possible to put in a piece of sidewalk that would just go from the street corner over to the next street corner, which only would have been about 30, maybe 50 feet of sidewalk. And when we went out there to go look at it and saw all of the neighborhoods, all the homes that the neighborhood had, and then recognizing real quickly that all of the retail was within walking distance, but no sidewalks. So sidewalks became number one priority. But then when we looked at how long the stretch of Dale was, and then hearing from so many other people that it was absolutely pitch dark at night, it just made me realize we're going to put in sidewalks, we're going to encourage walking, but there is no lighting. So lighting became the next priority. But then recognizing that intersection had a number of crashes Then the team began working on this traffic signal. So I just want to thank the county engineer's office. I want to thank Faustino and Byron, Amanda, and Jorge for all of their respective work. But I really do just appreciate how the family just came forward with a very, very tiny, minuscule ask of just a patch of sidewalks. But my team and I recognized it was far more important and significant that we make sure we do all we can to keep another family from having to go through the same hardship. So I'm excited that this is a transmittal.
Thank you, Commissioner. We accept that transmittal. We next have item 398. It's also flagged by Commissioner Garcia and IGA. I don't know if Tim. Oh, hi.
Judge?
Yes.
Just want to let the court know that the air conditioning in this building turns off at 7, so if it starts to get warm, so that if that's my subtle way of telling you guys to move it on, let's move this along. With all due
Saving
respect
money, Jay.
to everyone. Thank you.
Part of our cost savings measures.
Indeed.
Well, okay. Subtle. Yes, go ahead.
Thank you, Jay.
Yes, Tammy, just real quickly, I just want to say thank you for the report that you've sent around about the department impacts and the estimated cost to Harris County related to FIFA World Cup 2026, the engagement process. Would you please give us an update? And also, if Mr. Ramos and Administrator Carter, if there's anything that you'd like to add. And it's my understanding that that you do need court direction on how to assess these budget requests. And if that's accurate, then I have a motion to present.
We do need court action.
Okay.
I believe Director Ramos does need court action in terms of what to do with those funding requests.
Yes.
I will keep it super brief because I know that we've briefed all the court offices. These are the funding or the cost estimates that we received from departments in terms of what their anticipated impact would be to respond to World Cup, whether it's continuity of operations or responding to official requests from the host committee. The official requests are for I think the immense majority are safety and security related, and they're all eligible for reimbursement from the safety and security funds that we received. And then the remaining are the ones that Director Ramos would need direction.
Wonderful. Then my motion would be to direct OCA and OMB to create a committee, including OCA, OMB, the Fire Marshal's Office, IGA, and the Auditor's Office, to review funding requests related to continuity of operations during the World Cup and provide recommendations for court approval.
Second.
Do you need a court date on it? Should I put June?
We want this as soon as possible, so we'll get that meeting scheduled and we'll get back.
ASAP.
Second.
And, just one quick update for the court. The way we're going to treat it just like a storm. So we have account codes set up. Those are going to go out to the departments. They get authorized for spending. If a department does need to respond, we'll set them up as well in the system so that they can code it and, for potential reimbursement. We are going to front all of this with hotel tax. And so our expectation is that 99% of what we're authorizing is to get reimbursed by the Safety and Security Fund. There just might be some ancillary where we get a request from the City of Houston for additional mosquito abatement or something along those lines that is really on the threshold. But we'll get that set up, and we want to have the transfers on the May court so that everybody is clear. They have the account set up. They can set up POs. They can and charge time to those accounts.
Wonderful.
Sorry, one last thing, and the city and the county are working on an ILA for the safety and security funds.
Wonderful.
That was going to be my question.
And so that's my motion. And
Second.
Second by Commissioner Briones.
Are you adding the ASAP to the end of it, or?
I got it.
ASAP. Yeah.
Sir.
And let me just say this: you may want to think about some misting devices, only because. Today I was doing a wreath laying ceremony with the Marines over at my Vietnam Veterans Memorial. Marines. Strong, go-getters, hill takers, and a couple of them. Today's weather wasn't bad for us, but a few of them just were not taking it well. So imagine what June's going to be like in July. So maybe a thought that for our public health department to think about. Thank you.
Thank you. And Commissioner, we do have a lot of misting stations as part of the FIFA World Cup. Okay, so there's a motion by Commissioner Garcia. Was the second by Commissioner Briones? Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries 4-0. Thank you, folks. And we now move on to item 427, flagged by Precinct 2.
Yes, and so just with this conversation about the financial requests that we're going to be getting, I hope people are taking notice that the World Cup is coming. And Commissioner Briones just talked about her mini pitch that she's installing. And this particular agreement is the advancing of an agreement with Dual Streets LLC for a public art mural at the Futbolito Court located at 104 Robert Street. It's as exciting as excitement rather builds for the World Cup. Precinct 2 is pushing forward the creation of a new community football field, bringing world-class energy into the heart of this particular neighborhood. This investment is a cornerstone of our broader revitalization strategy to transform overlooked spaces with vibrant, high-quality public amenities located within walking distance for many families. It expands access to recreation, encourages healthy lifestyles, and creates a place where residents can connect. Under this agreement being approved, the artist will deliver a custom World Cup themed court surface, turning the field into a visually striking community space that celebrates local culture, creativity, while drawing soccer fans during the tournament. Open to the public during the World Cup and long after, the court will continue to serve as a hub for youth activities, community programs, and special events, ensuring long-lasting benefits of the World Cup to Precinct 2 and beyond. So I'm excited to move on this item as presented.
Second.
Motion by
Congrats.
Commissioner Garcia, second by Commissioner Briones. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries 4-0. Beautiful project, Commissioner. Item 429, Commissioner Ramsey.
I've worked closely with the county attorney, Fonbon, on this one. Got numerous questions. He's working on most of them. And obviously, there's some concerns related to some initial activities. But I've got most of this on his plate. He's working through some of the details, and we'll report later. There'll be no action on this.
All right. So this is no action on 429. Thank you, Commissioner. Let's move on to 430. This was flagged by Commissioner Ramsey. Omar Welfare Association for a American Rescue Plan Act Reproductive Healthcare Access Fund project. I'm guessing you want to vote no?
Yeah, just vote.
So move.
Motion by
Second.
Commissioner Garcia, second by Commissioner Briones. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed?
No.
Motion carries 3-1. Last one, if I'm reading this correctly, 431, Commissioner Ramsey.
So move.
Same topic.
Yep, same deal.
Motion by Commissioner Garcia.
Second.
Second by Commissioner Briones. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed?
No.
Motion carries 3-1. What else are we missing, County Attorney James?
I don't think any.
Item 394.
394. All right, let me take a look at that.
That was previously, I think, slotted to go to exec session and it was not taken.
Yes, it was, right. So should we just vote for that one? I think.
Which
one? 394.
There's no action.
No action.
394?
Hi, Judge. This is Daniel Santamaria, Director of Boards and Commissions. There's a motion that's been circulated. We need to appoint the members.
Okay, so motion to appoint the following nominees as members of the Harris County Immigrant and Refugee Commission. Angie Dupree, Carolina Rodriguez Neufeld, Dr. Daniel Morales, Zenobia Lai, Dr. Ricardo Nuila, Razia Nathani for staggered terms as provided in Article 3, Section 7 of the Commission bylaws beginning April 16, 2026, and to recognize the following county department representatives as non-voting ex officio members, Leah Barton, Linda Stevens, and Toy Babineau. Motion by Commissioner Garcia.
Second.
Second by Commissioner Briones. This is on item 394. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries 4-0. Thank you. Anything else, James?
No, ma'am. Thank you.
All right, great day, folks. It is 7:24, and Commissioners Court is now adjourned.
Thank you.
Adios. Bye.